Yeah, I'm on to college. Hey, thank you so much for the follow or subscription on YouTube, Callie. Although it could be delayed, honestly. Bro, Cameron always he always finds a way. He was in Belp, he was in the morning tourneys too. Cameron is a legend. Alright, if you're following the YouTube channel, let me know your in-game name if you're playing. Wow. What a match. So yeah, Bell, I did the $600 Paradise Cup cast last night, right? And then thankfully I ended the stream and then restarted it to, you know, just have it of me of my YouTube recording. But I had it on autoplay, and so it autoplayed after into like a random ass video that flagged, and so I got a warning for that, and they took down the live stream of that, so those hours didn't count. And I got a warning. So lesson learned, I cannot have autoplay on. It needs to be only from a playlist of mine. And I will never stream third-party content while streaming on YouTube. So that means I am not watching any RLCS. YouTube is a little more strict with that third-party stuff. Yeah, it's a weird fucking Saudi Arabian video too. Like, it's like, what the fuck, man? Why is that the autoplay? Here he goes with the lag. Bruh, Belb, how many times I gotta tell you? Remind me to remove the overlay. The fuck, Belb? Alright, can I type, please? Possibly.
So hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart.
Yeah, I don't know if it's aura or the opposite of aura. It's always lag.
Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something it'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been
Yeah, the lag is only gonna get worse from here. Congrats to Heiser Bombs. Taking the victory. My throat is so sore right now.
Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
Are we cooked? What's up, MJ? That's the longest I've ever seen, though. It taken.
Came from a broken home, seen so many people go. Learned to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. Who are you? You couldn't go. Maybe you're not. Maybe you could
Cameron. Pulling through. Alright, so I need to make some tea. My throat is dying. Alright. I am back. Yeah, we might call it on the tourneys after this one. Can you read the title? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Throat is hurting right now.
I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be black and white, we wait till sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. But none of this seems right. What am I holding on to? None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be black and white, we wait till sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. None of this seems right.
Alright, well, I guess that was it. That's all she wrote. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there. I'm just gonna have old replay casts. Yeah, did he even play any matches? Like, oh, guess he did. This guy didn't play anything. But yeah, I guess I'll yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I need to chill. But I'm gonna play some old casts of mine, have that running. I need to get the YouTube hours up, so. But definitely need to take a break with my throat.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be black and white, we wait till sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance.
Press the record. button. Hopefully it's recording. I mean, that's what VODs are for. Hopefully the VOD ain't cooked either. But I think it's time. Yes. And I just came from $600 Paradise Cup last night, crew battle. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, are we doing a crew battle? But we are not. This is a 3v3. Back to the 3v3s. But welcome in everyone to this rivalry tier 3 3v3 of the week 4. You got SBC Spaceballs in blue, Bash Bros in orange, who are already tactically whiffing. And this is quite a storied matchup. Both these teams know each other pretty well, so you gotta expect there's more bragging rights than the normal. What a shot from Hubert, but that's gonna be saved. And great passes also at the mid, and a lot of pressure coming out from SBC. It's almost like someone offended them. But Aidenator, who followed the YouTube channel, is up. Yes, we will mention that. It's very important. It's personal skill. It bolsters your rank. But Skiller's clearing it out. Now Aidenator, who followed the YouTube channel, and he followed it, and he's following the ball. But Skillers, he's a little bit awkward. Aidenator being bumped by his teammate, but it's purely to draw the opposing team in and then counter attack. And that's gonna fall a little bit high, and they are certainly being tested. It's one mistake away from being a goal. Although there's a little bit of space. Skillers tripped up, and space button Cowboys.store with the save. Do we get a referral link? We should have met these terms, but Bromank up by 1, and they didn't have a crazy amount of pressure, but definitely making their opportunity count. And we expect big things out of Bromank, who can put forth some offense. But all players up. Can the store get it through? And it's gonna bounce just wide. And maybe if there was 10% off that shot, it would have went through. What's good, Ryan, on YouTube? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. As another shot from Bromank, who is the offense. And he's the sole scorer of this one as well. Well, he's going for another, but SBC store blocked him. And I'm gonna stay in that corner, although this might be a shot opportunity. A little bit too high, but definitely had the power. A big bouncer. And King, nice touch around, although Bromank comes flying through, senses the danger. And Hubert Dingle waiting, expecting it to pop up. It did not happen. Now King tough to turn around on this one. Nice few touches. And what a save, Aidinator. And you like that little bumps and demos from SBC as they can't quite find the answer. And that's what you got to do. Make that defense awkward because they are comfortable. They are saving. Ryan said, I just hit my fastest ground pinch 156. Congrats, Ryan. It's gotta feel good. Romank goes low on one. Aidinator tracking it down. Gets the demo as well. I heard following the YouTube channel gives you added strength and demoing skill. But can't quite get the touch on that one for SBC. You're still gold. Well, keep playing those ones. You'll get better in no time, and you'll be on display on a game like this. But Bromank wants another. He's not satisfied. He wants the hat trick, although that's going downfield, and Bash Bros take game one. He missed an opportunity to add an S. Alright, we're going to Forbidden Temple, game 2. I mean, a little bit better pressure from Spaceballs, but Alright, so you saw it in chat. King and Aidinator hate each other. You guys see that, right? You can't join. This is a casted match. I'm contractually obligated to do it. It's a best of 5 in Rivalry League. Game 2 is here, SBC. I had good pressure, didn't result in a goal. Can they change it? I mean, sometimes continue with the pressure, the floodgate opens. Nice pop, and you know, Huber had a good start. He looked pretty active in game 1. And so far he's kind of active in this one too. He's just asking to get that first goal. I don't know what we're doing after this, Ryan. I will let you know though. After the conclusion of this one, almost a dunk from King. King. Pressure in. That's a double commit. And Hubert Dingle gets a little piece, and we called it. Although, big play from King forcing. But we could sense Hubert Dingle hovering around. Wanted that goal. A lot of high bounces too. It's gonna hit the ceiling for the 18th time. A pass to Bromank, who looked like he accidentally accepted it. Hubert taking his time, almost a goal. Bromank quick on the reaction. Okay, Ryan, you could do a little here and there, huh? Aidinator, a touch back, but Bromank has to adjust on that one. Aidenator has some time and a little bit too high. That was actually an opportunity. Surprisingly had the time in front of net. Bromank thought he had one lined up. Slight touch. Kicked out. Almost halftime. And Bash Bros don't have a goal yet. Aidenator trying to get it out. It's staying midfield. It's hovering low. And Bromank in front of net. But Hubert clearing it out. And that's a double commit. Skillers might be able to get one. Although Bromank does see that it's going to get saved. Brings it to the side to keep pressure. But under 2 minutes to go. Only one goal. It's been locked for both teams. Is it defense or lack of offense? Nobody knows. But Hubert gets the beat. Aidenator sacrificing his life. Just like he sacrificed his follow to give to us. And Bromank really eager to get that one. You wonder if he just waited. Might have had that pass. But that's all in hindsight. You never know, and you gotta go for it. 1 minute left. Bromank with a beat. Skillers hopping on King, but King persevering. That's going back. They gotta reset. Is this RLCS? It very well could be, right? This is private though. Oh my god, it's not going in. Oh my god, the pain. Why?
This is chalk.
It should have been in. They should have had the security goal instead. 20 seconds. Imagine if Bash Bros tie this up. Aidenator, perhaps the last ditch effort. By one, he wants more boost. Drops down. Bromank going for the double, and that's sniffed out. And long clear. Aidenator in trouble. King can't get a touch on that. Bromank keeping it up. And Spaceballs win a close one. I can't answer all these. This is a scheduled match that I am casting, a best of 5 in a league called Rivalry Series. So it is purely regulated to these players. So it is not public. So I'm sorry you guys can't join. After this, I might do a public tourney though if you guys want. We'll do a 1v1 tourney if you guys are still around. And if you follow the channel, of course. Alright, DFH Stadium, game 3. Series tied up. Jaham subbed. What a legend. That's what I'm talking about. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. But game 3 is here. Both teams got a win under belt. They're trying to get to series point, break through, and we're looking at that first goal. So pivotal. Spacebound Cowboys.store though gets it, tracking it down. You've been subbed since June. That's awesome. Thank you, Ryan. But we did say Aidenator would have special powers from subbing. We really have to enable them. I don't want to be looking like a liar out here. And a nice few touches. King dropping it down. That's going the other way. I am waiting 25 minutes. That is okay. You don't have to wait. Do what you gotta do. And we gotta cast. That's spacebound moving forward, causing a double commit. And like we said, not a lot of demos going each way. And that allows more clears, more defensive set. Okay, I made you stay. I am quite convincing, thank you. But SBC still up by 1. Hubert on target. Save from Aidenator. And it's going to be kicked out to the other side. Bromank can't track that one down. Now Aidenator being patient, grabbing the boost, kicking it to the other side. But good trap from Hubert. And spacebound controlling the midfield. And they got good spacing. But can Bash Bros take advantage of an opportunity? We got one score. Again, low scoring affair. Aidenator can't track that one down. That's gonna bounce around. Skillers has a tough job of going after that one as third man. And that's a nice bouncer. But Bromank patient instead. Another one bouncing out. Aidenator given that luck from following the YouTube channel. Do you think people are tired of hearing that? Or will they be? Look, I'm just spotting out the truth here. Well, good cut. And Aidenator does it again. And does it again. One more time. Bromank. 50. Dropping down. No one there. SBC. Fortunate. And they're just doing so well on defense. On clearing. Putting pressure. In the spacing. There's King. Drops it down. But another save. And Bash Bros have to make so many saves. When can they put the offense on? There's a bump, but the bumps aren't working in cohesion. SBC recovered. Bromank shot and saved. And now they're bumping, but do they have a good look? They don't. And that's, again, what we talked about. They got the bumps a little too late or a little too early. And Aidenator. What a touch, but that's gonna be taken by SBC. They're holding on to a 1-goal lead. 20 seconds left, last ditch effort. Bromank's got nothing in the tank. An awkward back pass, and that's a 50 going in. King seals it. 13 seconds, big goal. SBC on top. And so, with this 2-1 in favor of Spaceballs, Match point. Bash Bros. They're gonna have to come up with something here. They can't afford any more losses. Ryan 161, new personal best. Nice. Alright, spectator approves. We continue on. Game 4. Bash Rose trying to tie it up. And we got some Halo Boys action here. Subbing in. Bro Mink. Trying to follow this one. Aidinator, good touch. Bumped off. They got Hubert, but that is an awkward play. Almost results in tragedy. What's up, Bell? And it's true. You got your personal best because we give good luck out here. Yeah, rare Saturday. Contractually obligated to stream. But we have a good one on our hands. It is Spaceballs, SBC Spaceballs in blue, Bash Bros in orange. SBC are up 2-1. Both these teams know each other and absolutely hate each other. And this is for bragging rights. But that is pinched in, King. The benefactor. Yeah, damn, I did stream last Saturday, didn't I? Or did I? I don't know. I think, yeah, I did stream last Saturday. But 1 goal lead, King almost gets a redirect. Yeah, it's all good, Ryan. I don't normally stream on Saturdays. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta go back to being rare on Saturday. But 3 minutes and under now. That's bouncing in. Hoping it would bounce out. You could see Halo over there. But Spaceballs up by 2. That's big. Game 4. They got quite the advantage. Yeah. Grinding those YouTube hours. I was live this morning grinding those hours. Brian gotta go. All good. Take it easy, Ryan. Halftime, 2-goal lead. SBC have command of this one and showing how it's done. What a pinch. Since when do I do morning? Well, Since we're on the grind, what a pass. A little bit too far for Halo boys, but Spacebound sees King and gets King. And King gets the goal. You could see from the view where that's going. King lines it up, quite a shot. And they're all coming together. Yeah, what's up, Calvin Gaming? How you doing? And another. This store is going off. You'd think there was a sale. And just slight touch, right place, right time. Up by 4. All you had today was 13 nuggets. Not even chicken nuggets, just nuggets. That's wild. Calvin, you love this game? Damn, that's amazing. As Spacebound Cowboys again. And they're really popping off. Grilled chicken nuggets? You grill your chicken nuggets? Whoa. Damn, Bill. But Calvin, you love the game. More power to you. I don't know how long you've been playing, but hold on to that, love. Oh no. Halo Boys awkward. And Bash Bros down by 5. It is looking rough out here. Damn. Maybe they needed more YouTube follows. Aidenator, as I say it, he wouldn't have got that goal if he didn't follow. It's true. Well, they're at least on the board. However, 26 seconds left. It is not looking great. And SBC really looking dominant. And led by this Spacebound Cowboys.store with King to follow. Yeah, following Sparks YouTube makes you play 4 ranks. Yeah, true. All right, well that, what the, I'm out of there. It's getting a little weird. Well, that concludes the cast. My throat is dying. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Wisdom teeth, all that. But how do I do prediction? My Streamlabs app is broken. I don't know how to complete the prediction, but I don't think anyone voted. I could be wrong. Actually, Bromang voted. Your points are trapped in the ether. But if I close Streamlabs, it's gonna end stream. So big shout out to SBC Spaceballs. They take the victory, looking good doing so. I still don't know if I get a referral link for the Spacebound Cowboys.store. If I do, then I'll tell you about a discount. But once again, like I said, give credit to SBC. They played great. Also, shout out to Bash Bros. Putting on a display, performance, hanging tough as best they can. But of course, we appreciate all the players there. Much love, even though they hate each other. I know it's tough. Wants a referral link. Wait, does Spacebound, does that actually work? Watch me get a virus. Holy crap, it does work. And then Chenzo's face is right there. Damn. I tell you though, everybody is going website. All the leagues are doing websites too. But yeah, thanks anybody who tuned into this one, lurked, followed, chatted, all that good stuff. That's gonna do it for this recording. So thank you so much for tuning into this one, and hope I see you on the next one. All right. They're eager to go. They've been waiting for a while. And so it is a best of 5 crew battle event. So if you're new to crew battle, it is 3v3, and then the loser chooses 2v2 or 1v1, and then whoever doesn't play, they'll play in game 4 if there is a game 4, because game 3 is another 3v3. So that is the format. And Devo starts us off with the first goal of our streaming tournament. And Prime D-Dop, that has Life Devo, what you're just seeing right now, almost get a double. A little bit of warm-up period, as you can expect. But Drew as well. And expect plenty of clips coming through as they warm up into their first match. It is round 2, but they had a bye, and Drew can't move forward. Max trying to get a touch there, but Life really might just own goal all the way. And you gotta expect this, but these are high level players that you get to see here as they hit the crossbar. Yeah, about that. But packet loss, latency, I hope players aren't affected. And we are on USU, so that would have been a big fail. Life almost has another. Now Devo gonna do a similar thing, but Zevian, nice clear for a moment. We gotta shout out Zevian for popping in the chat. Life gonna be credited with that goal, and they're up by 2. But I guess, yeah, we'll remove the chat a little bit here. I know that's blocking up a bit of the way. As you get that full screen effect. And Zevian trying to move forward, cut off by Life. It's up quick. Moving it in front of net. And tactical whiff, and they're low on boost. They're trying to get one on the board. Life has a whole net to work with, except Zevian. It's been pretty good on defense. It's there again. And Devo tactically blocking his teammate. But we might see a passing play as they're fighting for it. And they just can't get the Psycho going. But still up by 2. And still effectively keeping it away. But let's drop down to Drew. And I'm definitely hunting 2 of them. Can the Puppeteers score? That is the question. And head off to the side. It's Julio. Has a moment in time. But massive demo fest. Zevian by 1. Almost on target, but Drew just in time. And high bouncer life. They've been trying all game for a Psycho. Just it's easier said than done. Although that is a nice play from life. Although no resistance, gets that ceiling, extra touch. So yeah, with crew battles, best of 5 in the upper round, and game 1 it's 3v3. Game 2 will be 2v2 or a 1v1 depending on what they choose. We did have a disconnect, I think. Hopefully they're coming back. Maybe. Alright. There's live bubble teams, but definitely up there. Okay. Bro. Alrighty then. What's up, Ignited Soul? Thank you so much for the follow. Dad of Life, welcome in, welcome in. Don't mind this awkwardness. I think the other team like just wanted to play one. They quit. Maybe they didn't understand. I will have to ask. Yeah, so I'm just writing a message because I want them to advance, but I don't know technically if it's like a 10-minute And I don't want them to have to wait. They already waited plenty of time. Family support, sorry for the delay. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I mean, I think, yeah, they should just win. At this point, the other team is not coming back. Yeah, if it was up to me, for sure. 2v1. Like, when a whole team leaves, yeah, that's GG's. I am not joining them. They're already mad at me. They're already mad at me for not being an admin. Oh no, I'm streaming next. Rip. Alright. That's gonna be awkward. Yeah, it is what it is, but I get it because like everybody's been waiting around, and then they finally play after like an hour, and then actually I need a all right, we have to set up the next one. Bro, is that gonna go through? All right. All right, so it is now gonna be against 7 and friends. And friend. It won't let me put the S. Alright, we're going back to Manfield night. But this is what you expect. Day 1, it's gonna be chucked. Alright, so name is good. Alright, so we'll take a look at the bracket real quick. So yeah, that was very strange. I said best of 5 when we started. They lost game 1 and then they just left. So yeah. I think they just left. They're just like, screw this. I think the demos I think the demos were too much. Cause they played a best of 5 previously. They had to know. Alright, how we looking on stream? It looks good. Alright. So we're on to the next one. Hopefully 7 and friends join. It'll be really shocked if they just never join, and then we have to figure out what the timer is. Although there is a timer in the chat. But feels bad. We didn't get a full match. We didn't see their full potential. Sorry, bud. Although, you might actually have full matches. Our first one, the other team left after game 1. Loss. Interesting. But we are casting and streaming Life Drew and Devo. So tough decision there. I'm sorry. Although, if you make it to lower 5, although I think they already put me. They already put me in the top. But you're in round 3. They're making it through. I think yours is a best of 5 now, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me. Alright, I got word the other team is joining, so we might actually have a match on our hands. Alright. Yeah, they're antsy. Like I said, they're probably waiting like at least an hour. And I was so distracted I forgot or didn't see. He really said the family of Life. We got Dad, Mom, Life RL6. So, gotta love that. The family all comes in to support. Alright, so we might actually get into a crew battle. So after game 1, which is a 3v3, then we could venture into a 2v2 or a 1v1, depending on what the loser picks. And we didn't even get to see that. We just saw one best of one best of one, really. His brother is watching here, and the grandparents usually jump in. Dude, that is so awesome and cool to know for Life family. And if you're not aware of Life, definitely high up there in skill and a lot of tourneys, especially RLCS. So I imagine the whole family comes out to support. So that's a beautiful thing to have. We are still game one. Drew almost pops it down. Now Life, man, we were just speaking of. Magnus forward. Sven actually has the first goal. So Sven, and I do have to update that actually. It's supposed to be Sven and friends. It just cut it off. All right. We have to add the S for added measure. Although, did we? No, we spelled that right. Whew. And as we come back, Drew gets them on the board. They're a little bit sluggish, but I mean, they didn't get much of a warm-up. They had a team leave early, and they were kind of messing around. But get their first goal on the board, and now the magic can happen. Life 50 to the other side. Evo can't continue on, but plenty of space. Drew to follow, and two players going up. Now Drew waiting for the time to turn around. Sven, good control, gets a bump as well, and Magnus on the board, and Sven and friends surprising out here as they have a 2-goal lead. Now Sven, it's gonna be cut off, and now Life has a 1v1 opportunity, almost by Magnus. Plays good defense, but shot, and Sven there for the save. They are being tested. They are holding up fairly well, but Devo, that extra touch, and that is the kind of pressure you expect to see from this blue team prime D-Dop. Life almost sneaks one through, and now only a 1-score difference. We're close to halftime. Volta's able to follow with a lead blocker. They're playing 3s for the game 1, and then the loser chooses 2s or 1s. It's their choice. And then they play 3s for game 3. And if it continues further than that, whoever didn't play in the game 2 decision plays in the game 4. So shows how. Oh, okay. My bad. Thank you. That was from the previous game. Sorry. I appreciate you saying. Ignore this low tier streamer over here. What the hell, chat? I expected better out of you, making me look like a fool. Hey, there's more lifers out on alert. They need the support. What the? We almost saw the craziest goal possibly ever. A car upside down on top of another car, potentially scoring. I think that would have been the ultimate clip. Almost here. But yeah, once again, we of course are going to shout out the Life family because they're supporting, following, and supporting Life, of course. So we love to see that. Good vibes. Definitely promote good vibes. But yeah, what was that? We almost had a crazy clip. I don't think I've ever seen that in Rocket League, and I've been streaming, casting way too long. But that's a 2-goal lead And Seven and friends, they are really pulling up to the task. Game 1. But that's the interesting thing about crew battles. You got the 2v2s, the 1v1s. Definitely makes things interesting. It's not solely 3v3s, so even if you have a bad 3v3, you can really turn it around. A touch midfield, Life trying to pass it forward to Devo. And Devo attacking. Drew is waiting. There almost was a chance for a fake. But 35 seconds left. We might see an upset game 1. Nice pass back and forth, and that's going to be off the mark. And Devo, why not go for it? 15 seconds left. And really looking like game 2. We'll have an option from Prime DDOP on what they want to do. So yeah, anybody new to this, there's no substitutions. Whoever you play with game 1, that's who you do. Okay. Alright, so 2v2, and then whoever doesn't play in this 2v2, if we have a game 4, we'll play in game 4. So game 4 will be a 1v1. Let's just change the map real quick for aesthetic. But these boys know the drill. Nothing new. They know how it works. Alright, here are your options. Devo and Life against Seven and Magnus. That is the 2v2 that is selected. So we get to see all modes played in this series. Maybe. So maybe if Prime DDOP get at least a game. Uh-oh, I just got pinged. Hold on. Alright. This one's still going. I don't want to make them do a forfeit on this one. They're asking. But Life, what a goal. And now 2v2, different animal. A lot more time given to these players where they can excel. And there's Life trying to stay with it. But Devo to the midfield, and so many flip resets we just saw in this last 30 seconds. Life, you see him maneuvering, almost doing power slide into a bounce. But tactical fake on the challenge. Life has a nice touch to the side to delay that attack. Devo passing to Life, who's pre-jumping, and it almost ended with just the slightest of touches. Another pre-jump. They're trying for a clip for sure. But once again, we'll tell you guys, this is only day 1 of the tournament. There are 3 days, so plenty of competition, plenty of Rocket League. And this is only scratching the surface. Nice save, Devo. Back in time. Might have a pop. He does, but that's get bounced off. And we are at halftime. 2-goal lead in favor of Prime D-Dop. And life. Enough of a touch. He gets back. Just enough boost. Almost gave it away on possession. But Devo is going to bring it midfield. And ability to stay behind the ball. So key. As you can see, these players able to do so. And Magnus. What a nice goal from Magnus. Goes up to the ceiling. Gets that extra flip. And waits for the defender to attack to use it. And that's the beauty of those ceiling flips. Evo. Strong touch, and life is there to follow, and they quickly get it back. And just because you don't have a shot on target doesn't mean you can't make the defense awkward. That life. It's gonna get boosted, and what a touch. Moving it forward on a seemingly dead spot. Life a little bit awkward. Had to adjust. Didn't expect a shot to come through so quickly. Life stealing that boost. Now he's got plenty of time to work here. Magnus able to get the challenge. And that one's going to drop down. Magnus, let's flick it away. And life deleted. But 7 not quite ready to put a shot on. And plenty of time ticking away as these players battle back and forth, and that's going to drop through. I'm going to see the demo come out. Long goal. And Prime D-Dop have a nice response. Game 2 in this one, Forbidden Temple. And so let me remind you guys, if they win, which they really seem like they will, 4-1 under a minute, we will go back to 3v3. And so Prime D-Dop get a chance. What a save as Devo didn't even let me finish, but just half in, half out, bouncing out. But yeah, game 3 we will return to a game, or a best of I don't even know. Magnus puts it on. We had to wait for a second. But yeah, game 3 will be a 3v3. And Prime D-Dop will get a chance at revenge from that game 1 loss of 3v3. But 2-goal lead and a little life from 7 and friends. They cut the lead by 2. Not impossible, but unlikely. And more time ticking away. They need a quick goal. Can they get it? That's bouncing off to the side. Magnus. It's gonna be denied. And we will say Prime D-Dop is gonna take game 2 in their 2v2 battle. So we will see Drew against Voltas in game 4. For that 1v1. Alright, so let's go to DFA Stadium anniversary. They probably know, but 3v3. Next. We gotta say it anyways. They're probably like, shut you. So no. Alright, so 1 apiece on the board. It's getting interesting now here. And now we go back to the 3v3. You wonder how things have changed. You figure 7 and friends, they're a little bit confident from their game 1 victory. but Prime DDOP got to be a little confident from their 2v2 victory and a little bit more warmed up as well. And Drew 50 in. Magnus, no boost and a little bit of a stall. Life seizes it. Controlling at the midfield. Drew a slight touch. And lots of 50s at the midfield. That's pushed down, and Drew almost has that redirect. But what a touch, and almost going through. I don't know how that touch occurred. But I imagine we're going to say that a lot out of all these players. Life, Devo. Bumps out, and that's going to land in possession of 7 and friends. But it's a battle over that first goal. They're still scoreless. Evo trying to go the whole way, and almost a demo in the back end to secure it. Life causing 2 to commit, but what a clear. Pushing it down, rendering that double commit non-detrimental. Oh, what a save. Magnus being tested. That was on target. A life by 1. He's given the time. Bumps another. And Drew 50 in. Where he still don't have that first goal. And that's a big clear. Devo on the backboard. He needs a little help. He gets it from Drew. And bouncing around. Almost like ping pong. You never know who's going to be there to touch it. And few saves coming out. You see a few strong shots from Prime DDOP. But still scoreless. Drew, strong clear, Devo up, and that's going to be a little bit too high. No follow through, but Life actually finds the opportunity, finds the angle, and even had some players in net too. But you don't know where it's going. Too strong of a shot. Prime DDOP, strike first. Took a little bit, but now they're in the lead, and that's going to give them huge confidence going forward. Sometimes you see a team, they get that first goal, now everything's opened up. And there it is as we talk about it. Devo waiting at the midfield. A strong assist given. And they are up by 2. But another save coming out. Definitely don't want to go down by 3. As this orange team, 7 and friends, they need a goal to stay alive in this one. But it has not been easy. Solid 2-0 lead. Almost adding another. Life. It's gonna bounce around. Voltas. Flip reset. And more 50s to follow. Life gets that over the last man. And Magnus not gonna be able to get back. And Life having a solid game 3. As puts his team up by 3. Maybe add another one off the kickoff. In case you were wondering, in case you need a little more security. What is going on, Sleepy? How'd the games go? Are you still in the lowers or got bounced out? Oh, what a save. I don't think Life got credited for that. Devo was credited, but for sure thought that one was in, but definitely a big boost to their defense and confidence. Although that would have been super awkward if that goes in as we talk about it. Team is getting bounced by an SSL team. Yeah. There are a lot of good teams in this, and it's only day one. All right. All right. Let's see. What's up, homie? We played Panda, Mystic, and Skippy in first round. Yeah, dude, it's rough out here for sure. There are a lot of high-seeded teams, no doubt. I mean, we're fortunate enough to be able to follow one of the top teams here, Prime D-Dub. But Prime D-Dub up 2-1, and next match is a 1v1 of those who didn't play game 2 in the 2v2. So do or die for Seven and Friends. Can they get it off of a 1v1? Trying to stay alive, bring it to game 5 for the final match, which would be a 3v3, but here we are. I think it's going to be D-Dop and a team later, also Wavy. Yeah, those are the two. I think those are the two highest rated, at least by 6-man's rank. There could be some upsets maybe, but I mean, day one is, you know, pretty given typically. Although, I don't know, we gotta give credit to Seven and Friends really coming out here to play, and so is the Voltus. Up by 2 to start, early lead. But yeah, that other team, Wavy, I think they're called G7. Although Drew, again, the cringe bump as we call it, but it is so effective. If it works, you got to do it. And gets on the board, cuts the lead by 1. And Drew, favorable kickoff, can possibly add. Although that's a strong turnaround. Drew there in time. Good challenge. And Voltus, he regains his 2-goal lead. But Drew, he's still hanging in there, as you would expect. Still plenty of time. It's a 1v1. We're used to this. But it is cool to see how many people that have been following me or you know, recently followed and pop into the chat, and they're playing in this tourney, so it's pretty awesome to see. I appreciate everyone who comes into chat, as this is a big tournament and a fun one. Crew battle, but tied up 3 apiece. Drew really coming into form, and those kickoffs are key as they can turn a game around real quick. And what a shot. Are you kidding me? That is tough to defend. Bar in such a tough angle, and it finds its way in the net. That was me. That would just bounce down and just stay there. But interesting game here. Voltus had the momentum up by 2, surprising early, but you know, as we say, a ones match can seem a lot longer, especially how quick goals can form. And down by 2 now. Does give up possession. It's gotta play defense on this. Drew almost bounces that in. You could see it form. And just playing very patient right now. Got the lead. And can line up a shot. It's going to be saved, but low on boost. And good job keeping it away and chasing this one. Trying to find a mistake or opening. But low on boost for the last minute. And seemingly comfortable with it. And that's a big key in ones. So that's more pressure that you can produce. Can't get through. And once again, that tried and true method. So tough to defend, especially when a player can secure that ball, bump forward, and Drew is up by 3 and trying to secure this series as well. It's quite a save right there, keeping that one out, but it's always interesting with crew battles, especially in the ones area, because whole team is watching you. Actually, both teams are watching you, but big pressure on you to perform. And thank you so much for the follow, Sid. Appreciate you coming in to tune in for this huge tournament. $600 Paradise Cup tournament. This is only day 1. There's 3 days of this, and Drew puts in another 7-3. And looking a little rough for Seven and Friends. But I gotta say, they definitely impressed. But Drew getting a long goal toward the other side. But we have... Actually, let me quickly check. Start GD wasn't... So, we have QAP waiting on the winner of this one. And then whoever wins that will qualify for day 1. Alright. Volta's still fighting. You gotta respect it. Down by 4, 45 seconds left. And a few kickoff goals can certainly help things. But Drew, low on boost, still able to get it out. And waiting till the last second to challenge. Almost thought we'd see a bump from the other side of things. Nice pop. Nice extra touch. And gonna be kicked out. It almost looked like a own goal. All right. Oh, here we go. All right, we're out of there. Alright, congrats to Prime Dude Up. They are taking the victory. And might as well use this time to set up the next one. You guys can't leave me hanging now. You gotta let me know about the overlay. I gotta reset it. Don't be giving an advantage to the other team. I'm relying on you guys. Check that overlay. Make sure. I always be forgetting. Because I'm always trying to like set up the match quick because I know people are waiting. And I don't like check. Alright, so this is going to be QAP. Alright, that looks good. That looks good. Double check that. Alright, so we can move. We're just gonna report this. The hell? Oops. I didn't. It's 3-1. No. No, that's not 11. We're reporting the match. So. Alright, so QAP, Anno, Kuzi, and Pyrex is gonna be against this one. We do have ads going. Rip. We'll get them out of the way real quick and get this match underway. Sorry, but we're gonna get them done now rather than mid-match. This is the last match of uppers. Then we will be going down to lowers. Maybe game. Actually, we might have 2 though. Depends on time, but lowers 4, but definitely lowers around 5. Alright, so real quick, I'll show you the bracket. G7 Thriller. No surprise there. Damn, Bunny Girl Senpai. Fighting. NTX against Synesthesia. That's a good one over on that channel. That's a good matchup. Houston Spartans. They have Yoko, if you know. This one we're waiting. Desire. They have Nightya, I believe. And a team called Nightya Method, but they were not worthy. YouTube Shorts streamed by Sporty. Damn, they are quick as hell, man. All right, well, the ads might have ended perfectly. So I just gave them the name and password, and everybody joined. But yeah, let me know on the overlay if we're good to go. I think we're good. But Devo wasting little time, and you know, Prime D-Dop, they got their warm-up in. They're looking scary. But we got a player 6 terrible news. But Anno ties it up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fully know the rules if that matters, streamer mode on or not. For leagues it does, but I mean for a tournament, I don't think it really matters. Thanks, Sleepy. Appreciate it. Yeah, this time we remember to reset the score. Although we were a little bit shocked after game 1 of the very first stream. So yeah, the very first stream with these guys, the opponents left after game 1. So that was weird. After waiting like an hour for their previous match to finish. But 2-1 in favor of Prime D-Dop. And almost a demo coming out there. Kuzi trying to force the issue, kept to the corner. Anno now trying to get it by, gets a bump, but they got the numbers in tow. K1, what is going on? How you doing tonight? Oh, and what a save from Drew. But drop down, another save being tested. And they're trying to tie it up. QAP. They have some pretty good pressure, but it's not so easy to capitalize. Been a long time, bro. I'm good. What about you? I mean, I got too much to unload. So we'll just say, what a shot from Drew. Puts his team up by 2. And so, yeah, tonight we are casting a $600 Paradise Cup 3v3 crew battle. But this is day 1. There's 3 days. It's going to follow tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. But we've been fortunate enough to be able to cast this team. Prime D-Dop, top level team, as Drew, Life, and Devo. But I'd say they faced pretty good competition, surprisingly, for day 1. And there's so many teams that entered, like 78. So you could see how tough this tournament is with only day 1 being pretty good of competition. Almost a give and go. We're waiting for that clip. It's just not quite there yet. We've had times thought it might happen, but demo does not come out. What a play from Devo, avoiding that. What are the rules? So game 1, which we are currently in, it is a 3v3, and then loser picks if they want to do a 2v2 or a 1v1. And if there is a game 4, whoever did not play in that game 2 plays in the game 4. So Life adds another, and they are confidently in the lead. But yeah, So game 1 3v3, game 2 a 2v2 or 1v1, game 3 back to 3v3, and then game 4 the opposite of game 2, and then if it goes to game 5 it ends in a 3v3. I don't play this game, all good. I appreciate you stopping in and witnessing this dominance so far from game 1. Also, I've been trying to pump up the YouTube. We've been going hard on that, though. It's crazy. If you know about YouTube, they added the requirements to be monetized. They like doubled it in February. So I'm trying that grind. I wish I got on YouTube earlier. I have bots accounts in my stream, so be careful. As Ano adds another. Are you talking about Nightbot? Do you remember when I subbed your YouTube? I don't know if you always open live on YouTube. I have. I'm a little bit better now, like, and I even have like a mixed chat, kind of. But we turned it off so we could see more gameplay. But yeah, I'm a little bit better. I multi-stream to YouTube. I don't think I always did that. But what do you mean fake accounts? Was Prime D-Dop take game 1. We are going to Forbidden Temple. And ones, okay. Ones it is. Alright, so they choose ones. I slacked. See, you just saw that, right? It said orange team, even though right here it says QAP. You guys saw that, right? I'm not bugging. I'm like, I could have swore I put the team names in. Alright, thank you. I'm not losing my mind, but I was about to be annoyed if there wasn't a team name in there. Life thought he got an easy one that's gonna bounce out. Buddy's trying again. Another shot. Saved. And out. Doing a good job hanging tough. So yeah, anybody who's not familiar, Life and Ano are playing in the 1v1, which means neither of them will be able to play in game 4 if it comes to that. But so far, Ano takes the first goal and the lead. But not bad try open on TikTok too. Yeah, I kind of gave up on TikTok, honestly. I think YouTube and Twitch better for me. I'm not really big on TikTok lives. So I don't even know about like their earning, like how it works. Ooh, what a shot. Life ready for the save, and that's a big 50. You might have an open net, and almost saved, but mostly open. But we are tied 1 apiece, and not a crazy amount of scoring so far. But battle over that corner boost for sure. And Life trying to absorb the 50. Thought he could just turn around on that, but top heavy. Ano makes him a little bit more awkward. Strong touch. Can't follow that up initially. So gets a demo. And still not able to find the opening. Said that's a good flick. Has that one and just gonna let it slide through. Taking time off. But yeah, okay. Life's been a little crazy. I did just get my bottom wisdom teeth taken out like 2 days ago, so it's been fun. Anna, what a goal. Now up by 2 as we get close to halftime. Life needs to step up here and does give up possession on this kickoff. Anno gonna give up that one to Life, who does get the boost. Now it's to find the time to challenge. In the end, we all do things to have fun with games. It's true, gaming is life. But now up by 3. And a solid performance from Anno and QAP as they're trying to tie it up, tie up the series. Although, Life, how is that out? I think he's so confident, but I mean, you can't rest for a moment. And you see that score line. I mean, a lot of time in a minute 50, get a few kickoffs, a little momentum. I mean, Life is certainly someone who could do that, and I mean, 2 quick goals. Now you start to wonder. And that's gonna bounce out maybe a counter, much to Anno's favor. And he's played solid defense. That certainly led to his lead. Life might need a goal here. That's too high again. Anno, initial flick, almost getting the bump, but causing the awkwardness. And up by 3. Life chasing him off. Does get the save. And gets the boost as well. He should have this one all the way. 4-6. You still can't call this one. Still could go either way. 42 seconds left. Big kickoff. Trying to score quickly. Can't quite get the touch. Now Life. He's got possession. This might be a must-score opportunity. I got a call. I gotta go. All good. Thanks for stopping in, Kay. I appreciate you. But a lot of time ticking off. And 10 seconds left. As we have a tie series. QAP. Now gonna have 1 apiece on the scoreboard. Wait, we're going to DFH soon. Yeah, these players know. It's 3v3. I don't think I have to tell them. maybe. Perhaps. All right, so game 3, back to a 3v3. And, you know, also the interesting thing to note, you got players kind of waiting around a little bit, maybe warm down. You got to get back into the mode that is 3v3. Devo staying behind that one. Now to life. Being challenged. And high touch. Drew to Devo. Can he follow this one? Uzi, nice touch to the side. And life. Flip reset. And dunk. And getting things started in a spectacular way. Prime. D-Dop. But almost a quick one from Kuzi. Gonna be saved. More defense through there. To life. Back to Devo. Gets the pop. Demo in the backfield. But can't quite complete the play. Drew, that's gonna be off the crossbar. Few crossbars, you know we gotta do this. It is chalked. But Devo applying more pressure. Life is there, and what a shot. Life hanging from the rafters. And yeah, both goals. Can maybe credit that one's match to a warm-up, but player 6, nobody knows who he is. I mean, we do, but for the sake of streaming, he's player 6 and he scores. There might be an opening, but Giroux cuts through on that. Now, player 6 trying a little more magic. Thank you so much for the follow, Spiro. Really big koozie out here supporting Kuzi. If you're just tuning in, it's one apiece. And a battle on the 3v3. QAP down by 1. In the previous match, it was a 1v1. Anno actually took the victory against Life. They're trying to score. It's going to be bounced out initially. Devo just hanging with it. Life popped up. Drew trying to take over. And still going to play nuisance. But there's a big koozie as Spiro mentions him. And that almost flies through. Life is there. Devo by 1. Trying for the crazy touch. Gonna be denied. And big bounce, and no touch means Devo can shine through, puts his team up by 2. So, as we are spectating this game 3 match of a 3v3, since game 2 was a 1v1, game 4 will be a 2v2 of those who didn't play. And what a play from player 6. 2 goals. Player 6 shining through. And I mean, in this lobby, You don't get a touch off of the backboard, that player is more than likely doubling that into your net. But life almost put it on target, and that 1 goal lead, maybe not enough to feel secure. 40 seconds left, incoming. That is almost on target, a little bit too high. No, Kuzi gonna bring it around town. Might have another. And bounced out. Devo, big clear, plenty of time taken off. Life keeping it to the corner. Now Drew is up, keeping it close. Flip reset extra. Trying to clear it out, and they have to score. It's not gonna happen. Devo gonna take this and run with it. Prime, D'd up. As everyone goes for kickoff, I love it. Not that it mattered, but Prime D'd up 2-1 in the series. Now we got a 2v2. Let's go to Sovereign. Alright. So, as we mentioned, Life and Anno cannot play in this one, so everybody else is playing in that 2v2. All right, we're all set for game number 4 in 2v2 action. So you see and everything else, now we got 2v2. And dropped out. This might be an open net for Kuzi. Strikes first. And this is a must win for QAP. They're trying to bring it to game 5. Also, let's not forget, winner of this qualifies day 1. Doesn't have to go to the lower bracket, obviously. I don't lose. But loser spends more time hanging out, waiting for lower bracket to form. So big, Kuzi. And that one's a little bit wide. And now Drew attacking. 52 players, but can't get that boost. Big Kuzi, as he's called. Bringing it down. Adds another, and that's bouncing in. I don't know. The support from Spiro, just too strong. And there's Kuzi. Solid performance in this game number 4. They are up by 2. Devo can't move forward. And would be interesting to note, QIP, if they take this one, means they won both of the extra modes, if you will. But what a shot from Drew. And let's hold on. They still got a match to play here. Now lead cup by 1. That's gonna bounce around. Possibly hoping for that bounce down. But not gonna happen. Now Kuzi probably wants that touch back. but he could still hang around. Gets the mid. And player 6 trying to do it on his own. Gonna leave that one up. Kuzi actually had a chance. The other team was low on boost. Devo pausing for a second and Kuzi could come through. No mercy on the challenge. Taking all that boost as he's getting chased. Good job avoiding. And then gets the comeback. Gets the revenge. But still a 1-goal lead and they're hanging tough. And Drew trying to get another sneaky touch into the net. Kuzi bumping through. Is that on target? It is, and they're playing so good together. And they add another goal. Up by 2. Now, Kuzi deleted. Let's see what Drew can do in the air. Flip reset. Deleted again. And now we're seeing that time slowly tick down. 2-goal lead in favor of QAP. Drew getting the save. And gonna be interesting. It could potentially be a game 5 of the 3v3. Big stakes. Oh, what a touch. Kuzi out here balling, gets the pinch. That's a nice bouncer right back to him. Zen on YouTube, you cannot join this. I'm sorry. This is a $600 tournament that is already underway. Big challenge. Kuzi keeping it close. And nice bounce back. But right now, Prime D'd up. They got no answer. And plenty of time escaping. So it's like they'll have to get ready for that 3v3. Although they have to be pretty confident in that regard. They've taken both 3v3s. And if you're a QAP, you gotta be feeling confident in the way you've won these extra games. But now you gotta translate it to 3v3. So, can they do it? It's one game. Can go either way. So with that, we have our first best of 5 going to game 5. And we gotta go Champions Field. It's do or die, qualify, or lowers. Who takes this game 5? Champions Field, game 5. Here we are. Take a little sip. Been talking a little bit. But trying for that first goal. Early start. Devo trying to clear it. Staying on it too. Might have a pass to Life, who slight touch causing 2 to commit. And Drew can't quite follow through on that one. Now Devo has to venture back. A little teamwork to go get it to mid. But bump downfield. Devo pinch might have another. He wish he had more boost, and Life almost snuck one through. A quick shot though. Can he get a little credit into the net? It's gonna bounce out. But I was impressed with how quick that shot came through, with what power on that angle. Just did not bounce in. And Drew trying to bump out. Devo patiently waiting. Knows he's last back. And Life to Drew, who's going to be quick. Go on it. Now a little bit of time, a little bit of space given. It might be a bad move. Drew capitalizes, and they are up by 1. And a surprising situation. QAP, they've been so good with challenging. And that certainly helps limit the other team. But in that sequence, low on boost, positioning, whatnot, given a little time. And that's where Prime D-Dop can do some damage, but player 3, is he player 2 or player 3? But he is on the board, tied 1 apiece. They got an answer. Went Drew popping it up. Kuzi. And that's almost put through. Life does seal the deal though. Up 2-1. And we're past halftime. That's dropped down to Life, who has to readjust. Gets a high flipper. Well, what a block. Can he get another? No, Drew doing a good job. Last back, adjusting. And Devo sees Life downfield, trying to get it to him. That's gonna bounce around. And Life 50 around, gets a bump. Drew challenging. And Life gonna try and chase that down. He's got it. Open net secured. And up 3-1. Devo gonna get that ceiling. Extra touch. Tough to maneuver, but finds a way. You know, he gets that touch or that flip reset. He's like, how do I get it in a right position to get it around? And hits it bottom of his car with an angle to move it more left. An impressive play, and they bolster their lead by 3. And tough spot to be in for QAP. They need goals, and they need them quick. Well, 45 seconds left. Kuzi can't find the net. Life up. Gonna hang with this one. Now Kuzi gonna try again, but blocked. Devo is there. And more time ticking away. But you gotta hand it to QAP as they add a late goal, but perhaps too little too late. Down by 2, 13 seconds left. But yeah, we have to say QAP definitely impressing out here. Bringing it to game 5. We expect them to do good things in the lowers. GG's. Alright, so you got Prime, D-Dop. They are going to move forward. They qualify for day 1, so they can rest. They'll be back on day 2. So for anyone rooting on Prime, D-Dop, that is their conclusion here today on Friday. So yeah, I believe action back Saturday. It won't be on my channel, but they'll be somewhere. But yeah, Saturday, I think it starts at 7 on Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to follow them along, you can do so. All right. What are we? We're following QAP though. So we fully expect some good things out of them. They were impressive. Here is the bracket. You can look along. You can also do exclamation bracket if you want to look yourself. I don't think this updated. Brutal. I don't know why it's not showing. Whatever. But yeah, this is what we just did. All right, who is gonna take this one? G11. Whoops. G11 and Kiro J Caps. So G11 lost 1-3 Houston Spartans. Got a couple of forfeits. We're gonna say G11 takes this. All right, we're gonna run ads since we're just waiting around here. My bad. I don't know. I was getting a drink. But yeah, DDOP, they qualified against QAP. And so they are done for the day. And what a score. G11 really coming out here. But yeah, DDOP, they're done for the day. They qualified day 1. They'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what stream, but they'll be back tomorrow when this starts again, I think at 7 p.m. Eastern. So you tune in again on plenty of the casters that are streaming. But they qualified, they beat QAP, and QAP, I mean, they put up a fight. They brought it to game 5, but they're in the lowers. They're waiting on the results of this one, and we're casting that. But this one is the previous one. They requested a moderator, and so we said, you know what? We could help you out. They had trouble starting the match. We'll do you one better. We'll stream it for you too. But 4-1 in favor of G11. Yeah, it's all taken care of. No problem. Yeah, if anyone wants to see the bracket too, you can, well, you could view that. I think exclamation bracket should be working too. You could try that out too. Whoa, what the? I don't spell it like that. I appreciate it, Krusty. No problem. Appreciate the support. Making sure we got things handled. More support is better in a time of moderator requested. But they are really putting it together. Thank you so much for the follow, Alejandro. Pure G11. Truly, they are impressive. This is our first time seeing them. And I mean, they could be the ones to face QAP, who is waiting for them. We've seen QAP, who is also impressive. There's a lot of good teams in this one, and it's only day 1. Damn, you hear that, Belb? Krusty is appreciative of you. Even you, Belb. But no problem. As always, thanks for the support. You gotta give Krusty some credit. A lot of credit, actually. Head of CPL makes things run. Also, helping run this event. This is Paradise Cup. We've done this quite a few times, but formerly through ATS, headed up by Sporty. But he's heading it up again with the help of CPL. Why I catching strays? Because you're always around. It's all love. All love. Okay, Chingue Sumadre Clan House? What the? Entiendes? No comprendo, amigo. But you're definitely talking about someone's mom. All right, G11 Esports. They take game 1, and Bandito says 2v2. So they know the drill. We are going to Forbidden Temple. So, Kiro, they choose 2v2. Those who play in the 2v2 will not be able to play in the game 4 if there is one. Houston Spartan? That's our boy Yoko. But it's not our Spartan team. Don't get it twisted. We are not affiliated. But we do love Yoko. He's a man. Yeah, who's this Houston? Who's this Houston org out here? But I don't know. Spartan is a common thing, so I'm not surprised. Thank you so much for the follow, Gianuski. Appreciate it. And Valop, very much appreciated. But we got the 2v2 on slate. It's game 2. And Gusanoid. I definitely mispronounced that, so don't hate me. We'll just call him Gus. Although, what did we just witness? Are we being real here? You guys saw that, right? Wasn't just me. Yeah, exclamation YouTube or exclamation YT. Good job, Bill. And so many crossbar hits, but G11, they're on the board finally. Big 50. And Sorry is there to put it through. I do have to change the title though. This is why we need a mod to change the title. Yeah, we're not following Prime D-Dop anymore. We're in the lowers. But I am like shocked how quick they find you out. And they find the stream. I don't even know how. We're not even displayed anywhere. But you know, you got a good support system. It's a beautiful thing, and Gus definitely has a support system in here. Dropping it down, able to put it through, and they take the lead. Almost a pinch going in too. Gus feeling it. And too strong with a shot that might have bounced out. But heck of a shot there. G11. Kiro says, let's log in. You're gonna need to, otherwise gonna be down 2 in the series and back to a 3v3. The YouTube link doesn't work. How does it not work? Looks like it says right to videos. Link is right, but you can't tap it to go there. Well, it says you're about to open an external link. You want to continue. I don't know. It works on my end. Maybe it's a mobile thing? Oh no, Gus, no. Gus is popping off, but that would have been nice. A nice one to score right there. Alright, so just letting everyone know, we do have ads coming. They are inevitable. They're gonna play like with 10 seconds left. That way, hopefully it doesn't go into the next game and we catch more of the action. We're almost hit a breezy flick. Yeah, got some good people in this tournament, like I said. And G11 Esports taking game 2. So we will go back to a 3v3 potential closeout. All right, well, some ads are playing. It'll be fun, but game 3 is here. Possible closeout for G11. But no matter who wins here today, they still got another game to get through to qualify, which is crazy. And that next one is going to be a doozy, because QAP is pretty good as well. But so far it's looking like G11. And Gian gonna capitalize what just happened. I hope you guys are still in an ad, because what in the hell? There's no way that just falls through. And Gian adds another. Looking solid. Alright, welcome back everyone. Hopefully the ads weren't too brutal. You missed some action, but no surprise. G11 continuing their winning ways. We saw a goal just casually roll in. It's very awkward. But they are going crazy. Like we said, though, they got a big test waiting for them, so plenty of Rocket League to play and more some to come. And do you get burnt out? So that's what, 4 or 5 matches today? I am sacrificing his life story, trying to feed Gian for another goal. Wait, this is a little bit awkward. We're almost at halftime. 3-goal lead. And looking comfortable. G11. Gus Tesori. Teamwork makes the dream work. Making it look easy. Like, we knew it was coming. We saw it. And still. That's that. Wow. Are we calling it here? Are they still playing? Yeah, so that next series, I don't know, it might be one of the better ones that we've been blessed with. Damn, Kiro's still fighting out here. I mean, if he leaves, then we'll call it, but if he's still fighting, I'm gonna let him fight. I mean, yeah, some of the, like, teams that won't qualify today are still better than majority of players, you know? It's insane. But I gotta give credit, still fighting through. Respect. Even when teammates dipped out. See it through. Oh my god, Kiro. You ain't lying, Bill. He's a madman. W for Kiro. He at least gets a clip. Alright, what's that score? Still 3-0, right? Because we'll report it to make it faster. Alright. Alright, so let's get this set. Also, big shout out to G11. They're cool as hell. Alright, we gotta put QAP up there. G11. Whoa, that's not 11. Alright. Alright. Double check that. Map, we're good. Now let's check the, well, actually, quickly, whoa. Wrong one. Alright. Alright. Should be good now. Alright, there we go. So here's the bracket. If you want to quickly check QAP against G11. We can report that. So we're gonna talk with them, remove this off the window. Damn, clipping it for Kiro. Alright, so we're gonna just report. Damn, I don't know the actual game one. I don't know the scores of each. Let me check. Alright, 6-2. Oh, I guess that doesn't matter really. Huh? There you go. Let's help them out. Let's get this show on the road, you know? They've been waiting. Alright. Did that save? QAP. Let's chat with them. You ever like create a match and then forget what you put it as? Or you second guess yourself? I'm pretty sure I did this, but let me do it again. Alright. Alright, we gotta update the overlay. The hell, Belb, you're supposed to tell us. Yeah, thanks. Alright, we're in lowers qualify. Double check everything. This is game 1. Think we're good to go. It's our final. And final for these players as well. And what a shot. Kuzi striking early and quick. And might have been a moment since you saw QAP, but we saw them play one of the top teams and bring them to game 5. So definitely no slouches out here. And that's bouncing around, but Kuzi, big Kuzi, is up again. And QAP up by 2. And oh, to Kuzi, and that's a missed one. It was any rank. I mean, Belb, it's too bad you you don't know, because there's some very good people. Like that first team we casted. Yeah, they're like, they could be top 16 NA. But you could view a lot of the tags as well. There's Anno. But I mean, you got challenger tags all over the place. Yeah, I mean, lower ranks still join, but the reason why you don't see them is they lose their first match, go to lowers, and then lose that, and that's their day. Or if, like the match you saw with us, they lose game 1 and then just leave. But the crazy part about that is one of the people is followed to the channel and in chat, and they still left. Yeah, I mean, stayed just to have fun and watch. or play with pros. I know not everyone's built like that though. Some people like sign up for LCS, get matched up against high people, and then complain that it's not fair. There are people like that. But 3 up for QIP, who have good command of this one, and a stark contrast of what we just saw. And it's just the craziness of the competition. As G11 put forth a solid performance, a 3-0 sweep to get here, and now they're down by 3. Almost getting the dunk there. 40 seconds left though. G11 could use a goal here. At least something. Sign of life. Get on the board. And there's a pop, but bumped off. Now Kuzi coming back. He might put a goal coming through, and player 2 following. And that is a tough play to defend. Is he doing a flip reset, or is he just bumping you? He's got options, and that makes the most dangerous offense. But game 1 goes to QAP. And now we will see what they want to do for game 2. So 2v2 chosen. And we'll see if that has a different effect. But welcome to game 2 of this lower bracket run. Winner of this qualifies. Other it's bounced out. And this is only day 1. So this is to stay alive into day 2. And there's 3 days of this all weekend. But competition is so tough. As you can see, all these teams very good, but find themselves in this kind of situation, and GN strikes first, and that's a good goal for G11 Esports. Good to boost their confidence. They lost game 1 in the 3v3, weren't able to put up any goals. But mind you, this team in 2v2 and 1s, as Gian takes the second goal, this QAP team won the 2v2 and the 1v1 against the first team we were watching with Life, Drew, and Devo. But find themselves down by 2 in this one. What a shot. And Kuzi gonna follow up. Kuzi to the corner. Just staying around. Now Gus can take control. Hits the flip but denied. And trying to move forward, maybe get a bump. They need 1 on the board, but play is kind of slowed down a bit. And good job keeping it to the corner. A safer spot from Kuzi. And almost getting that one. Defense has to respect it though. And he's got a pop. Can do some damage. He does do some damage. And it is tied up. And I tell you, in 2s, and especially higher players, once they get the pop, you gotta be careful. It's gonna be a little bit dangerous, as so many more options open up with it. Uzi up early. We are tied 2 apiece. And let's not forget QIP, they took game 1, so if they win this one, match point into another 3v3. And G11, they probably don't want to have that happen. They're fighting to take this victory. Good job from Gian. Staying with that one. Just questioning when he would be pushed off, but equally QIP, you know, they're patient in their approach and just slowly inch up, took their time, and finally take the lead. Almost one going through. However, able to get a touch on that awkward. Gian trying to get back. Gus is there. And that could be pivotal. Not letting that go in. Maybe a goal to tie it up. Nice bouncer. Quick on the draw. And that is perfectly lined up. But 3 apiece, 30 seconds left. Does it end right there? Or do we have OT? Maybe the first OT that we've ever had tonight. Although Kuzi almost puts it through. Oh man, it's a back and forth battle. I don't know who's going to take it. Certainly opportunities on both sides, although Gian, last ditch effort to the air. What a play, and that's going through. Gus maybe win in 1 second. I mean, there's still room for some magic, but I was trying to let it skip. That's gonna bounce around. Wow, what a play. What a series. Coming out. And game 2 win. G11 at the last second. Second to last second, right? Alright. Game 3. And they're not gonna make it easy. They're probably gonna make me do game 5 again. Like I'm not already losing my voice. But phenomenal victory for G11 Esports. They have to be riding that confidence. Now got to translate it to a 3v3 win. Gian almost putting that through. And that something nice about the 2v2 as well. You warm up, you're feeling good, and you try to bring it to the 3v3. And so far, G11 looking a little bit quicker, but it only takes one goal here to eliminate all that momentum. But we're still scoreless. No goal yet. And these teams are locked in for sure. It's a little different story. QAP catching G11 off guard. But this time, G11 a little more tuned in. Yeah, a big BE almost dunks it through. That would have been an incredible read. But big block. Gian again, who's played phenomenal. And see Kuzi at the midfield, and Gian cuts it off. It's definitely been a player to watch. And what's the pressure even looking like? A little bit higher for G11, but you still can't sleep on QAP. I swear, every time it turns to that player, I feel like it makes the sound of someone disconnecting. I don't know if you guys hear that too. Uh-oh, dangerous! And player 2 makes a heck of a save, put in a bind. As those kind of plays, you just don't know what the offensive player is gonna do. They're just gonna fake it, get a flip reset, get an awkward touch, 50. Extra touch. Oh no, it goes in. Are you kidding me? All 3 players touch it and it still goes in, if I'm seeing that correctly. Just tying it up one apiece. They're still on the board. They're still hanging tough. Player 2 adding the goal there. Oh, that is almost going through. What a save, Kuzi. But 14 seconds left. And there's another from Anno. And they might have just taken away this victory. And now it's going to come down to Anno playing the ones. To seal the victory, maybe. Gonna be Anna against Sorry. We're going game 4, 1v1, Sovereign Heights. And they are ready. So, big matchup, and it's all fallen on both of these players' shoulders, but especially for G11, for Sorry. Might be able to get a kickoff goal right back, but gonna be tripped up. Yeah, as we said, G11 can't afford any more losses, so a lot of pressure coming out in a 1v1. Solid flick and good pressure, tying it up. But what a beat. Anno can just let this one slide through. Damn, almost looking crazy out there. But that's the risk you run if you ain't scoring. Could he go the distance? Damn. He comes right back with a goal like that. I mean, you gotta give credit. Definitely deserved. And then a kickoff goal. And I'll add in 2 quick goals. But at least Sorry still in this one, gets 1 and might have 2 of his own. Although, gotta widen that and gonna bring it back. Gonna get some boost, and what that gives up possession. And a good turn on this. Slight touch. What a goal. Getting it back, that 2-goal lead. But looking to go the distance again. Almost completes it with the catch on the ground. And gonna try the distance a 3rd time. Oh no. For all the skill that he has, he gives that one up way too easily. And that is a crazy touch that's gonna bounce out. Sorry, just watching it. But an extra oomph seemingly out of nowhere. Sorry really wants that boost. Although, imagine if he could use it as bait. Uh-oh. 2 flip resets, what a save. Sorry, staying alive, but that might be on. And regain that 2-goal lead. And actually, challenging that and able to get a piece. Just being aggressive and up by 2, why not? Not trying to give any more life to Sorry. And now up by 5. How quickly that escalates. And that is gonna do it. That's 10-4. Give credit to QAP. They're gonna be moving on. Qualified day 1. And you can check them out in day 2 as you follow the bracket. 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. But thanks to anybody who tuned in, chatted, followed, all that good stuff. Appreciate all the support. It's a lot of games casted. A lot. My voice definitely needs a rest after this one. But QAP, they're definitely strong team. They had a kind of rough test. One of the top teams on the upper bracket. Otherwise, they would have been probably fine. All right, so they take the victory. I'll make sure that gets reported. What was it? 3-1? Yeah. All right. All right. We are out of here. And yeah, QAP qualifying and Prime DDOP qualifying. A lot of good action, a lot of good players, a lot of good support that I've seen all around from players and family. But yeah, I think that's it for me on this recording. I'll post it on YouTube. This run. I don't think we need to edit too much because it was continual, game after game. But yeah, definitely have this on YouTube. Also have VODs up. I don't know. Am I going to sleep though? I want to keep the stream going. But they are expecting a VOD. If I have an 8-hour VOD, that might mess with things, won't it? Well, maybe I'll end stream and then start it back up, but my voice definitely needs a rest. My throat is hurting right now. And I can't tell if it's actually my throat or my wisdom tooth extraction, so but yeah, we are going to end it here. Yeah, I'll restart stream, but end this for this whole tourney. Yeah, I gotta shout out CPL, Sporty, organizing it, inviting me. Of course, CPL Krusty, everything she does. There's a ton of good casters in this. Hopefully, you're able to tune into any of them. But yeah, and all the good players allow me to cast. Very much appreciated. So, thanks again, and catch you on the next one. Recording. If you guys see anything needs tweaking, I didn't put this one thing on borrow on the top. All right, but yeah, we're kind of last second here. That's my bad. But let me know if you see anything that looks out of order. Can't wait to see these games. Aren't you playing? Oh no, you're not. Did you did officially get added to the team though, right? Bleach? But welcome in everyone to this cast of Spartan Guardians versus the Whiffin Wontons. And this is game number 1, week 4. Turtle lining that up, has the first goal for Spartan Guardians. Bleach says, yeah, keeping these benches nice and warm. Yeah, make sure to shine them. Don't forget to clean them. Don't soil them. We're expecting big things out of you, Bleach. Hey, thank you so much for the raid coming out of nowhere. Complet. What a legend. As we are casting a rivalry match out here. Let's give a shout out to Complet. Make sure to go give them some love on their channel. Thank you so much for that raid. But we just started into this cast of rivalry, week number 4. This is tier 5. Now, if you want to consult Chaotic on what what rank that means, feel free to do so. But still a 1-goal lead for Spartan Guardians. Ivo getting a demo and leaving it up. Fire. NATO 50 in the quarter. But Turtle, tactical whiff, pausing the defense, all part of the plan. And a slight touch, almost finding the angle. A back pass. Good luck reading this team, as they're making you think. And Ivo hits it to himself. Turtle by 1. Can he? No, he's deleted. And Whiffin Wontons, they're trying to get it out of their half. They're trying to tie it up. But we're almost at halftime. And still just a low-scoring game. Both teams still trying to ramp it up, build that offense. And Ivo gets a touch, trying to delay that offensive attack. And Trampy Sumo down to Dark, and he can't push it forward. And right now, it's a little bit of a back and forth battle of inches. And can someone form something? Turtle is allergic to an open net. Hits it wide. Wants to keep it interesting. Still a 1-score lead. As 2 minutes to play. Still plenty of time for things to change. But at the midfield, and a little delay on that clear, but no Spartan Guardian was there ready to attack. And 50's coming out. Drunzy, touch to the side. And this could be a chance. They're getting closer. At the midfield, that was almost a touch toward the net. Now Turtle has a 1v1 situation. Although that's going to get away from him, and he's aggressively pursuing that block, which he's not even close to. And more 50s coming out. Ivo off the backboard. Fire NATO backboard. And now we're under 1 minute, and Turtle finally finds the net. And especially from game 1, we've seen Turtle, he's going to lead that offensive attack, as Spartan Guardians happy to set him up and have him first man. Almost a touch there and another follow through denied. And how does Whiffing Wontons get on the board? They've had moments, but just can't quite break through. 30 seconds left. Need a quick goal here. Ivo, good challenge. And now Spartan Guardians looking in a good spot to take game one. Solid 2-0 performance. And with both these teams getting a game under their belt, will it be different in game two? Certainly, Whiffin Wontons want some offense on the board, although the pressure was in favor of Wontons, just couldn't quite form something. And so, how do they change that up? Might need better looks, more efficiency. Did we pass it without even thinking about it? We did. Forbidden Temple. Game 2. Let's get it on. That is a loud engine right there. But game 2 is here. Spartan Guardians up 1 in the series, but Dronzi getting the right start for the Whiffin Wontons, and that was a question. Can they get on the board? How do they get on the board? Well, so far that's been answered, and relatively quickly. But so far, great pressure coming from the Whiffin Wontons. They might even add another goal. Ivo, slight touch. I don't know how he does it so awkwardly. But Turtle in the air. There's Ivo trying to force it forward. But that's going to come right back. Turtle. Tactical whiff. Fire NATO. Not going to be able to do much with that. Stays in the corner and it's coming right back to Turtle. Now Dronzi, who's got the first goal of game 2. But one score difference. Spartan Guardians knocking on the door. Can they find something? Trampy Sumo there with the save. And seem to have their defense locked in. Good spacing. But what a save, Trampy Sumo being tested. And now, similar nature of game 1, although opposite. Spartan Guardians have some pressure, can't convert though. And the thing we always say, if you can't get good looks sometimes, means there's too many players on defense. And what a pass, what a shot. Turtle capitalizes, and Fire NATO, who's been known to be a playmaker, forces it. That's in front of net and allowing the shot opportunity. But giving up, and at least Dark can get back to that one. Almost giving up possession, in front of net. Well, turtle, and that's gonna hit down. But more pressure coming out. We're at halftime, one apiece. This one could go either way. And Turtle hoping for a mistake. It's going to venture all the way back. Now fire NATO. No game audio. Let's see. Yeah, there really isn't. I don't know why. That is very weird. That's a good point. Alright. We're hearing it now, right? That is loud though. Is it not? Dude, that's so strange. I think it's definitely bugged. At least on stream. It's a little loud. I will lower it here. Yeah, we'll have to fix that. I don't know if it's Streamlabs bugging or what. So I heard it in my mic or headset. But we'll have to tweak that. Thanks for letting me know. One apiece. Still, no one has scored in that time that we're configuring. And Trampy Sumo does get a goal as we return. Fire NATO, tough spot. Drops it down, couldn't quite clear it. And whiffing wontons, ready to strike. And they got the lead. Lead in game 2. Certainly get another one, and that's a big goal at that. And they look poised to tie up the series. What a shot. Tough angle. About 15 seconds left. More shots coming through. And you know how game 1 went. More pressure was in favor of whiffing wontons. They just couldn't quite convert. Well, different story in this one. They are able to convert. And now Spartan Guardians, what do they do to adjust into game 3? All right, a big game in game 3 as the series is tied, one apiece. Who breaks through goes to match point, and what a shot. That is a tough one to defend. In the crossbar in. Rampy Sumo, the right touch from the midfield. And once again, whiffing wontons get the right start. And that's been key in the series. Jonesy keeping it close, and Dark Exigence able to follow through, and that's continually been a problem for Spartan Guardians, not able to clear it. And that one's staying in the area, and now a 2-goal lead, and looking scary. Whiffing Wonton's really putting together the offense. But there is a nice goal. Fire NATO able to put his team on the board, and much needed. Don't want to see that lead keep on increasing, but that's on target, and just plenty of offense in this one. We fully expect it. There's been more defensive games the previous two. Now forget about all that. We already got 4 goals, not even down to 4 minutes. Trampy Sumo gets a touch. There's a chance to score though for Spartan Guardians. And that opportunity is gonna fall. But Turtle challenging, creating pressure. Dark with the save, and they might have an open net. They could coordinate, and what a save. That was actually a redirect, and not an easy one at that, but incredible save. As Spartan Guardians down by 2, desperately trying to get on the board, and 2 players shine through, and that's enough pressure, enough force to put it through. And Ivo credited with the goal, and they are down by 1, but fighting back. And off the kickoff, they tie it up. But 3 apiece. Like we said, plenty of offense in this one, and Ivo off the midfield, and my, what a game. This one turning around, and now Spartan Guardians in the lead. They were down much more, but kept at it. And like we said, and just putting a goal together, building momentum, and plenty of time on the clock to do so. But if you're whiffing wontons, well, you have an open net here if you could track it down, but you gotta be wondering what they're thinking. They were up early in this game, they had command, now they find themselves down. Can they collect themselves, tie it up? And the good news, they still have 2 minutes to do so. It's Trampy Sumo moving it forward, but that's going to be possession gained by Spartan Guardians and causing a double commit. It's definitely something that's plagued whiffing wontons. Turtle being bumped out. Ivo keeping the pressure. Maybe go for a demo. Can't connect. Now Fire Nado controlling, although Trampy Sumo big beat. You got Ivo back. And a series of good touches from whiffing wontons might result in a goal. But there's Ivo again on defense. And big 50. But that's a clear Fire Nado. Almost awkward, almost tripped up on that lip of the net. But so many 50s coming out, challenging. But what play will form? We're under a minute now, and it's coming down to the wire. Turtle, nice touch forward, almost left it in front of net, but that extra effort. And there's some whiffing there. But Turtle gets the challenge. This might be tough, as whiffing wontons sense it. They're pushing forward. They know time is starting to run out. But what a clear, going all the way back. Plenty of time. They're going to tick off the clock. Ivo, slight touch. Fire Nado 50 in. But once again, that clear when they need it. Spartan Guardian's able to do so. Although last bit effort, Turtle can't get that. And are you kidding me? 1 second. And what a pinch. Look at this pinch going on target. And we are tied up 4 apiece. And OT. OT it is. Game 3, 4-4 OT. Big game. We'll put a team to match point. And Fire Nado just there for the save. Had to adjust on that touch as well. He's going to be given a chance to redirect. Turtle opts not to go for a boost and almost is rewarded for that decision. Is that going to just fall? Dark Exigence there. Ivo trying to get a touch, but dangerous. Fire Nado able to venture back and get a touch to follow. Ivo has it lined up in OT and seals it. And that's corner shot on target. Spartan Guardians taking game 3, hard fought. All right, where are we going next? Sovereign, that's where. We gotta be quick. All right, we're good to go. Game 4, Spartan Guardian series point. Whiffing Wontons trying to bring it to game 5. And this early start, pretty big. Dark almost has the angle, but bouncing off the wall. Now Spartan Guardian's turn. Can they find a similar angle that gave them that win in the previous OT? we're still scoreless. And it's crazy to think the previous game we had plenty of goals to start. I mean, didn't even get down to 4 minutes and we had a bunch. But both teams definitely locking in. And Ivo, a little too high, but you got the follow-up from Turtle. Spartan Guardians taking the first goal, getting back to that early start that they like to have. Ivo has been playing incredible defense, gets a save there. Fire Nate almost gets a 50 going in. Yeah, Dark Exigence moving forward, trying to 50 as many as he can. And Turtle almost had the drop in angle. Down one, whiffing wontons, trying to get it out of their half, and then they could possibly tie this one up. 50 to Trampy Sumo, who's met with resistance. And Spartan Guardians have ramped up their challenge speed. But that is on target. And Trampy Sumo that puts forth first goal for whiffing wontons, and from the corner, that's where it's dangerous. But awkward ball. You almost wonder if it was just gonna fall through. But we're at halftime, one apiece. Can they redirect it? Almost. Somehow, some way into the net. Jesus is the way. That's wild. But more shots coming through. Who can break through, get the second goal? Scoring has not been easy. Certainly could lead to the game winner, as Spartan Guardians kind of tripping up over each other. But that's a tough one, and Fire NATO actually lines it up. And you know, Fire NATO is good for a clip every once in a while. And there it is. What a shot. But 2-1. Spartan Guardians with the lead. Although giving it in front of net. Careful and dangerous. But Fire NATO somehow gets a touch. That could be a costly double commit. Tornado trying to bring it mid as they're fighting. And Dark Exigence trying for a little magic. We saw that previous game. A pinch to tie it for OT. And they need a little more magic. But numbers could be in favor. Everyone's going for it. Although Turtle lucked out. He gets an easy save. But 50 in front of net. They're going to turn on this. It's going to go back to the corner. And there's chances. 30 seconds left. Turtle trying to maintain possession. Gets the 50. Ivo. 50, more 50s. It's only a matter of time. It seems like whiffing wontons are knocking on the door. They just can't capitalize. And Fire NATO puts in a goal, and that's a crucial one. Goes up the wall, beats out, slight touch into the net, and that's a 2-goal lead for Spartan Guardians. And that might have just sealed this series. And Spartan Guardians take the victory 3-1, but you gotta give credit to Whiffing Wontons. They definitely made it a series. It was very close on a lot of these games, but Spartan Guardians, they take the victory, they prevail, and congrats to them with their week 4 win. So if you chose Spartan Guardians, you are correct. Now, all right. I was about to say my mic is not working now. Boy. But I think we're good. So, once again, would like to thank anybody who tuned into this one. Very much appreciated. Thanks to anybody who lurked, chatted, followed, all that good stuff. I will, of course, post this on YouTube, post the VOD on YouTube. And yeah, unfortunately, the first half will not have game audio. I don't know how that happened, but we'll have to mess around with it. But yeah, thanks for tuning into this cast, and I'm gonna upload, and I'll see you on the next one. And Beach can't get a touch there. Darkos, not the best touch, but it has teammates in tow. And the amount of times we've seen this hit the ceiling already, tough to make work of it, tough to move it on. What's up, J-Man? How you doing? That dropped off and hits the ceiling again. Shocker. Darkos moving it in front of net, but that's going to be taken care of. Bronx hunting, forcing a mistake, and more pressure coming out. And pausing the defense, you like that forward. Just because you don't get the touch doesn't mean you can't stop the defense and their attack. But a touch moving to the other side. And what a game we're seeing. Game 2, halftime. No one scored. It's a tough battle back and forth. Both teams playing very well. But as we say that, we see an awkward back pass. Raj, ceiling, gets one touch. This could be a difference maker. Big 50 in front of net. Drop down and no boost. Raj can't get the height to block. And finally, we have our first score. Ronks wants that touch back. Mirage is able to track it down. A big beat. And can Rocks find the angle? Darko's quick closeout to shut it down. But to the air, Beach can't move it forward. And now, how does Team Necro put this attack to tie it up? And that's going to be a little too high. Might have been their chance of there. But good control. Beach keeping it into the corner. Darkos just pausing. Didn't have any boost, but other team does not know that. And coming back, can Team Necro tie it? And they're missing out some demos. Fully going through, being tested, hitting the crossbar again up top. And Team Necro can't catch a break. But they gotta force the issue. Open up those lanes. Make it an easier shot. Mirage is there though. And that's a nice play from them. Bronx bringing it up from the right side. And bouncing toward mid allows for a shot. It's where the majority of shots are going to happen. But Brixie almost gets the redirect. At 30 seconds. Brixie desperately trying to put it through the net. Oh, that's a big 50. Darkos wishes he had more boost. Still able to drop it with a shot. And this pressure is mounting. They're trying to score and almost succeeding. And they're hunting right in front of net as well. But could we see a counter? No, OT. Game 2. Darkless. They're trying to go up 2 in the series. Match point. This is a big game. Team Necro trying to tie it up. And they certainly don't want to go down 2. That's a big touch. Can't follow through though. And that's bouncing around. What a save, Mirage. There. And yeah, felt like it was so close to being a goal for Darkless. But instead, we got pressure on the other side now. And it's anyone's game. And that's almost lined up. Cross coming through. Darkless really being tested right now. And Dark's gonna take his time. This might pan out. And 50. But Darkos, good follow through. And putting up quite the scoreline. But that control from Darkskit really forcing an awkward defense. Am I not 8 months? It does not feel like 8 months. But Darkless, they take the second game and up series point. Can they close it out? Game 3 is here. And it's been mostly Darkless. There have been some close games, but they have prevailed. They're trying to close it out. Win game 3. But Team Necro, they've shown some signs of fight like that. What a save, Bronx landing on it. But they're going to need to bring it all together. They need a win. That is their only goal right now. Can't afford any more losses. Have to limit the mistakes. But a bunch of 50s, and that's what Darkless does so well, applying that pressure. Those continued 50s, and they're good 50s that can land the defense in awkward spots. In front of mid, and let's see, the sub fill in here has a goal, and it's a nice touch. Got a player waiting. What's up, Brixie? How's it going? Taking a little breather. As let me see this. Game 3, Darkless up by 1, trying to close it out. Damn, everyone's doing followage right now. It's scary when a lot of people are 1 year. Like I said, it's way too long. Damn, Belb is past 1 year too? What the hell? But Team Necro down by 1. They're venturing back, being pressured. You got everyone hunting for Mirage, but he's still able to do it. And we're closing in on 3 minutes. That's not a secure lead, 1 goal. Darkless certainly would feel better with another one. Darkos. And that one's gonna fizzle out. Dark skit. Trying to control big 50. It's beach hunting. And we're at halftime. Shot coming through. Binturo. I almost butchered that. I don't know why I want to say Binturo. But it's part of his name anyways. What a save. And from Brix, he says, doing good. Want our new member Ben to play in his debut. And he's certainly being tested. Mirage, what a shot. And Mirage, definitely someone you gotta watch out for on Team Necro. And just getting it by. We are tied 1 apiece. But now it's kind of even slate, 1-1, and goals have not been on high volume, so certainly this next goal could decide things. And trying to break through this defense, they're inching. Been trying to find the opening, waiting patiently, and they have their spots. That's gonna pop high. No one on backboard. Another high touch. A beach moving it toward the midfield, might land on it. Quick follow through from Ronks. But big clear. Is that on? What a save. Darkos. Just in time, you almost thought that would fall through. But good closeout. And more shots coming through. Big space. And the shots keep coming. But the saves also prevailing for Team Necro. Ronks to the air can do some damage, but that's going to be pushed out to the side. And perhaps a team play. I haven't seen too many team passing plays from either side, but that certainly could be a credit to how much pressure has been forced. And all the 50s and challenging. The beach. He's got some space, some bumps, and what a goal. He had a lead blocker, and you see this little bit of time that he's given. I mean, players haven't been given that kind of time, and you see it result in a goal. Team Necro up by 1. 8 seconds, looking for a little magic. Can Darkless pull it out? It's looking a little slim here, but in front of net, and it drops just before. And Team Necro squeak by a win. And they are on the board. That's exactly what they needed. A little life. So we are going to Sovereign. Also, there's always something going on, and so yeah, if you guys think I sound weird or talking slow, maybe not as loud, I did have my bottom wisdom teeth removed today, so just know I got a bloody mouth and I'm still here casting. What's up, Swix? How you doing today? Hanging in there, hanging in there. Glad you're doing solid. Welcome back. What you getting into tonight on that 100 grind for the title? Also, what a shot. I can't even finish a statement. Darkos felt a certain kind of way from the previous game. Really getting the start that Darkless want. What's up, Yotes? Remember getting my wisdom teeth pulled. It was not a good week. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't all four. It was the bottom. The top ones I've already had pulled. Luckily, they're erupted, so it's not like too bad of a procedure, but still sucks. Like my jaw is like, I don't know, in pain. But Darkless holding on to a 1-goal lead. Bin, nice flick, causing some problems. Well, what a save. Ronks is there. Swizz top 150 currently. That's amazing. Keep up the grind. You're so close. And going through with the bumps. You love that kind of play. Especially me. I love those kind of give and goes where you can assist your teammates, but also clear the way, cause some havoc, maybe bump demo, and gonna lead to good things. And we see 2-goal lead, and Darkless looking dangerous. They did concede their first game loss, and really trying to close out this series. But once again, you can see the series score. That's a good save from Ben. But Team Necro, they got a little life. They were able to get a win and trying to get another one to bring into game 5. And I mean, you guys know reverse sweep can be dangerous. Get a little momentum. Anything could happen. You get into game 5, but you don't want to think about that too much because right now we're in game 4. They got to win, and Dark Skit has different plans in mind and really looking different right now. Yote said mine was all 4. Damn. Yeah, Sleepy who comes in here sometimes said he had all 4. I think that's who said it. Did you get put under? Said, and I just got numbed up. I think I put under. Wasn't like that serious. But into the game, Darkless up by 3. They really have command. Team Necro, they need something here. That's is definitely a tough hill to climb for them. An unusual spot. They've been contending in a lot of these games, but find themselves in a rear spot, down by 3, can't get anything going. And Mirage definitely has been the one to start some offensive highlights, but he's been low on boost a lot, and that's a credit to Darkless, really to ramp things up. There it goes, sees Dark Skit, and that's going to be snuffed out. We got ads coming, so we're gonna snooze it. We can't afford those ads. Let's keep them away for a minute. 1 minute 20 left to go. Still such a command of this game. Darkless not giving much room, but Mirage almost provided some light. Oh, Beach. He gets the first goal for Team Necro, and finally they're on the board, but it got only a minute left. Yut said, they numbed me up, I passed out, didn't sleep well the night prior. Gotcha. I got like 4 hours of sleep previous night. I took a nap in the middle of the day, but yeah, my little bit of a headache right now. Ronks, possible pass to Mirage, who drops down. That was almost a play, but good read. Darkos clearing it out, and 30 seconds left. They're in a good spot, just barring any mistakes, although demo right there would have changed things instead. Nice touch downfield, got Darkos waiting, stealing some boost, and little touch, and 4-1 Darkless. Got 20 seconds left, and gotta say, they are in a great spot to close out the series. We also see Ben filling in, getting some play time, but that is gonna leave Darkless continuing their series momentum, their season momentum, and a goal to end it. And Darkless gonna take another win, and I believe they have one game left for the season, game 5. Whoops. All right. Real quick, if you voted, well, I got news for you. I don't think anyone voted Darkless, but someone's losing points. So, if you voted Darkless, you would have been correct. So, congrats to Darkless XZX for their victory. We're gonna see what they're up to. Give them an interview as requested. If I could find, I got like 5,000 servers, really killing me right now. Okay, Yotes, you know the Necro boys? That's cool. I didn't realize, yeah, anyone, I thought it was just random. Respect for that. Yo.
Spartan,
Yeah.
talk to me.
How are you doing today, first and foremost?
Our team is coming off a 3-0 sweep, and I don't know if you remember Spartan, but we got the lawnmower back on our team.
Oh my
Been
god.
been so wrong.
He's
No, it is not a
taking
metaphor.
taking
Is
a
that a
break
diss?
from mowing
He
lawns
was
to
just
play, huh?
Moses lawn all day.
Ben,
Yeah.
you wanna kind of talk to Spartan about that lawnmower thingy?
It's really just a goof that these guys have created.
So it's not real? Or is that what you're telling me?
I'm
All this
saying that
build up?
I missed one game because I have to mow my lawn all of a
Ah,
sudden every time.
that makes sense, and that is appropriate. I definitely would flame my teammate if he missed for mowing lawns, but I don't know. Do you is it your own lawn or you get paid to do
Yeah,
someone else's
no.
lawn? Oh,
Nope, man, it's just mine.
Oh.
My mom asked me to do it, and I do it.
that's a good boy.
Thank you.
All
All right, dude.
right, I didn't mean it like that, but yeah. All right, on to
You said
the
it.
match. How'd you guys
Yeah.
how'd you guys feel? I know game one, definitely not the start you wanted. What would you attribute that slow start to?
Skit, you wanna answer?
Yeah, sure. I felt like it was again energy and comms. Like once we got that one goal, we just started feeling it that game, and then we just kept piling on and on. It's you know they got that saying, it's not how you start, man, it's how you finish, and we finished it
Very
really well.
true.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Sometimes.
I mean, I think I overall could have played better in the air today or this series, but dub's a dub.
Yeah, like sometimes I do say in some of my casts, once you get that first goal, out the way, then you could really build momentum. And I mean, you guys did build momentum because then you started scoring no problem. I don't know if you were down like 2 or 3, but then you
It was
finished
1-3.
like
Yep.
six goals or something like that. So offense definitely wasn't a problem anymore. But you guys
Yeah.
are very momentum based, from what I've seen, anyways. So, I was just like wondering if, like slow start, you don't really know the competition, what play you have to achieve, and so kind of got a wake up call.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sometimes you gotta figure out the other team and all that, like what they do and how they play, and then you
Yeah.
can adjust from there.
And I don't know. I think you're hard on yourself. Maybe not like the start on game one that you wanted, but overall, I think you definitely had some high numbered games. Dark Skit.
Yeah, I did realize I only had about like, I'm pretty sure, not that it matters that much. It doesn't mean everything, but I did have like 4 points, like a whole 2 minutes in the game. I wasn't really touching the ball much, and then after that, I have
Yeah.
these amazing teammates, and I just started striking it. I started just scored like 3 goals or whatever, and then started feeling it, and then kind of carried that on.
Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes the case, right? Like, yeah, points aren't everything. I try to say
Yeah.
that too because it all
Like
depends.
you could just have like low points by playing defensively, so it doesn't always mean you're playing bad or whatever. So
Right. But I've
could
been
miss-
there as well, and you're kind of like aware of your points in your head, and you're like, I have to like kind of do something just to get the
It's-
points up,
yeah.
you know?
You gotta eliminate that distraction for
Yeah.
sure. Like it doesn't matter. Don't focus on it. Focus on the game.
And then, so, yeah, you had a good bounce back game one, really dominated. You probably were confident, and so game two, I think it was a 1 score difference at the end.
Yeah, it came down to the wire. So honestly, we were up 1-0. We were so confident we'd close it out 1-0, but an unlucky bounce turned into a whole different game, 1-1. Us going into overtime. But us going into overtime, we were actually super confident. You know, Forbidden
Yeah.
Temple last series, Brixie played amazing there, and just going into Forbidden Temple, we just knew Brixie would shine, and
You know, Brixie, man, like when he's in Forbidden Temple, he just turns into some different guy. Like I don't even know how to explain it.
No, I just want to clarify. I hate that.
What the heck?
That's crazy.
What?
What?
We got Batman in here.
Wait, what just happened? Where did that come from? What the?
Whiffles just joined.
What's going on in here?
Whiffles,
nothing.
how do you feel about the previous game that you just played?
Let Ben answer that. Ben, you go ahead.
The last one. What was the score of the last one? I don't really remember actually.
It was like 4-1, I think, something like that.
How do I feel?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you feel, Whiffles?
Ox is throwing a little bit.
Okay, not the
Wiffles.
answer I was expecting.
Do you whiff a lot, Wiffles?
I mean, we had a 5-3 goal lead, and Ox is just throwing a little bit.
Oh wait, Wiffles is on another
Plus-
team.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
he
I
just
didn't-
randomly
I didn't
joined.
realize.
That's
I
the
didn't
joke.
realize.
I did not recognize that.
I did not know who that
That's
was.
the joke.
Yeah, who is
he
this
just
guy?
randomly joined, seeing what we were doing.
How come he had a Batman anthem for his intro?
It's not Batman. Wrong
Yo,
Marvel.
yeah.
It was
wrong
like
hero.
cinematic. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I
is
want an
it?
anthem. What is that?
It's Spider-Man.
Well, that's an intro.
Cool, man.
Pretty tough, not gonna lie.
Well, Team Necro,
Why? How
you're
did
far from
Ben
home.
feel about that series? I don't know.
No way home.
No way home for you, Team Necro.
Well,
Fuck
anyways,
Mo.
Ben, how'd you feel playing in your first matches?
Oh, it was just more fun than anything. I think Brixie really, he set the stage, and unfortunately in game 3, you guys just had a mandatory win on us, I guess, but the next game proved what we were about.
Yeah.
Right, guys?
Right on.
Yeah. Did they lift you up after that game 3 loss?
I mean, it wasn't really on anybody. We just lost. So
No, yeah, Ben wanted to sub out after that game. He was like, nah, I think I'm messing things up. I'm on break.
The truth revealed.
Yeah,
And me,
He was
we're all
ready to
screaming at
mow
him to
his
stay.
lawn.
Yeah.
he was asking to
Good one.
sub out. We told him not to sub out. We said we believe in you. That was
yeah,
we're not.
and then
we said we
4-1
got
or
this,
something
we're gonna
after
get this
that.
done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I just wish there was more
Nice
games.
team play on 0 seconds with Darkos coming off the wall and just slotting that thing.
Yeah, true.
Darkos, how are you feeling? Just like that was like the cherry on top.
Yeah. I'll be
You
giving
were
it a
ready.
shot.
Like,
Nice,
wait, what?
nice.
It really mattered to the outcome of the game, of course. Might have not won if you didn't score that on 3-1 with 0 seconds.
Yep,
close
they could have
call.
turned it around.
But
Ben's a flashy player, so he likes to go for all these flashy plays. So that's why we love him. So we
I
went for a
mean,
flashy play at the end.
He's a confident guy.
yeah, game 4 though. I mean, you guys started strong and kind of didn't look back. I think obviously, coming after that loss, it was like, all right, let's crank it up. Let's get into it.
Well, the thing is, Sovereign Heights is like where my car was born. So,
You have a story on every map?
yeah. So, speaking of Darkos, he also has a story. His car was born on Utopia Colosseum. So,
Do I
That's
dare
right.
ask what your
Right.
worst map is? And do I put it on next cast?
Hey,
every time I see Sovereign Heights, I'm like, it's game, because like I think about where my car was born, and basically
Right.
I just be like, okay, this is my home. My home fans are here cheering for me. I can't mess this up,
Well,
and then You
Yeah.
go in and win the game.
If you apply that to a lot of maps, then I mean it's all mental. I mean, was Michael Jordan just develop a story of like people like doubting him, so then it just plays better?
Maybe.
Oh.
What?
What?
You have something to say?
But no, I was talking to myself.
Do you want to
Go
ask
ahead.
them anything, Wiffles?
No, not really.
Do you like my
Okay.
cute little laugh?
He's like the Joker. We call Skit the Joker.
Is
around
that
here.
a real laugh or fake?
Nah,
No, that's
it's like
twisted laugh.
yeah, like I have so many different laughs that I use every day. Like just I change it up every day. Like you may hear like something crazy, man.
Yes,
Like
built-in
I have
voice
so
changer.
many laughs.
Is
Yeah.
that your thing? Like wearing your
Um,
collar up, you just change your laughs.
Yeah, it's like an
Yeah,
accent.
yeah, so like some days I'll laugh like, and
is
some days I'll
creepy.
kind of like,
So that's
some
that's
days
your
I'll kind of
that's your
give it
Valorant
a,
that's your Valorant accent, changing your laugh
it
every
kind
day.
of depends on, yeah, I change it like every day. Um, some people be like, that's not your real laugh, and I'm like, you're right, it's not my real laugh. I just changed
So
it
the
to
real question, Skit, is what laugh
Yeah.
would you give at Team Necro?
What laugh would I give at Team Necro? Probably the spooky one because
The shadow
God.
entrance.
The one we just heard.
Ben, you know what you remind me of? You remind me of
Dude,
like
Go
the
ahead.
type of guy, like you're sitting next to the pool. You're at the beach, right next to the beach.
Wait, are you at the pool or at
Yeah.
the beach?
This reminds me of
You're at the
stories
pool
of you.
and the beach. The beach is next to
And
the
the
pool.
bitch,
And
with
then-
his lawn, of course, with
And
his
then you're just
lawnmower
the
and
type of
Right.
guy to be like, I go up to you, Ben, and you're just like, I'm like, can I have a chocolate milk? And you just bring that thing out in like 5 seconds. You're the type of guy to do that.
Right. I whipped that shit up, man. I had the materials and everything.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
and that's
beautiful.
free too.
What rank are you guys?
like 10 can
Um,
5.
I'm currently 1735 GC free.
What rank are you, Wiffles?
Right now I'm only 1500 in cheese, probably.
No.
What was that?
Like his town board.
all right. Well, anyways, let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
So
Are you?
so yeah, you got another win under your belt. I think you have one more week of regular season, if I'm not mistaken.
You have 2 more.
Okay.
Come
Yeah.
on, okay, but
6 weeks. All right. So yeah, I mean, you fully expect to play someone better next week. We'll see how that goes. But what's your mindset going into that one?
Brixie can tell us our team's mindset going into the
Yep, Brixie,
last
you got it.
games.
The next game, we're gonna beat them. We're gonna beat
Right.
them.
Confidence. Love it.
I
Is
just want to
the-
say something.
Is the
Oh, yeah, go
lawnmower
ahead.
gonna play?
Mm,
I
Who's that?
mean, I don't know. Who's that?
yeah, I
Who
don't know
might
who
that
is.
be?
I just realized this is the first time I switched off Octane in nearly 3 weeks. Like I've been riding that thing, and I just switched it.
All right, this was good.
Before the next game, we're gonna win 3 games in a
useful,
row.
right?
All Brazil.
All right.
Well,
then
before
you
we
hear it.
wrap this up, I just want to say, I'm gonna shout out Breezy. His power went out from Florida. Wish him the best, but he might be our 5th for the roster.
Oh, snap.
Breezy is a young
Breezy.
prodigy.
Breezy?
Yep.
Wait, Breezy?
The-
Like
the
Breezy?
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 Wow.
Real Breezy?
No, Breezy's old.
Oh my God,
Top tier recruiting.
Wait, is that the guy? Oh my god.
Wait, Breezy's
Anyway.
British.
Are we getting Breezy? Wait, are we getting Breezy? Like, oh yeah, shout out to you, Breezy. We love you. Is it
Wait.
Breezy? Wait, like Breezy?
No,
No.
like
wait.
BRZ.
I think
BRZ.
it might
Oh,
be the
like
real
Breezy.
Yeah,
Oh.
Brizzy.
It might
Or
just be
Briz.
the real Breezy. Or is it like
Yo,
Breezy?
Yeah, might
is he
be.
British?
He's on an
He's
alt
Breezy.
account.
Is he British? Is he a?
He
Is he
British.
Breezy?
All right, so we
Is it
have
Breezy? Like the
we have a
Breezy?
member of the future that we will perhaps
Are we getting like
see.
the literal creator of the Breezy flick?
Nah, nah.
It's
Another Brizzy.
There's probably like 10,000 of them.
The
No
real
way.
Breezy. Thanks for casting and hosting again, Spartan.
Of
We
course,
truly
of course.
appreciate it.
I'll put it up on YouTube and post it in
Thank
your
you.
chat, of course, and you'll have a special honorable mention of Wiffles in the interview.
Yeah.
By the way, GG's Wiffles. Yeah,
GG's,
GG's
man.
Wiffles.
GG.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you guys want to mention? Shout out anything?
Good
I want to
news.
shout out Breezy. I don't know who this guy is.
He already
but
got
I'm
shouted
so
out.
hyped. Breezy's
Wait.
already
Feeling it.
shouted out.
Shout out Breezy. Wait.
Breezy, man, I'm so hyped to meet you, man. I'm
Yeah.
sure you're just like that guy.
From what I hear, you sound like pretty good, Breezy. Woo.
And maybe a debut next week. I don't know.
The wind is feeling
For
kinda
sure. We'll
breezy.
see. All right. Shout out lawnmowers. I know they do a really good job cleaning up lawns. So if
We
we
need
win the
'em.
championship, we'll donate to lots of lawnmowers.
There you go.
Yeah, you will.
Oh,
You will.
oh, I like that.
Hashtag touch grass. Alright, with that, we're gonna wrap this up. Alright, thank you, boys,
Thank you,
for the
boys.
content, and we're definitely out of here. See ya.
We're out.
Till next time. Alright. And just a reminder, we do record for YouTube VODs, so we will post a VOD up after the conclusion of this match if anyone wants to watch it back. But what's up, Macho? You would like that name. You like that? But let's go check on the players. Thank you so much for the follow, Koa Pixel. Much love. Alright, why isn't this plugged in? There's always an issue, you know? Guess we're just not gonna have the funny noises. Alright, there we go. I had to load it up. So now we could have... But we are ready, and without further ado, we got ourselves a match, and we got to shout out Koa Pixel for the follow. He's also playing in the match, and we're gonna see if it gives him good luck to go forward. But that might be an open net, not flash. There on the save. Chaotic bouncing it forward. And not flash, trying to read it forward with the block. But not going to work out. Now, Chaotic, given the time, he probably wants that one back directly at the Crazy Tiger. Peak. Forcing 2 to commit, almost getting a bump 2. And instead, is that going in? It's going to bounce around. You like to see that play if it connects on the demo. And if Chaotic hits that touch, perhaps a different story. But Peak, nice control. And I'm gonna play nuisance toward the net again, and that seems to be what Spartan Ares trying to set their offense up as. And you gotta figure moment of time, eventually it's gonna work out. But Peak, a little bit awkward, does get the touch and trying to force around. But welcome in, everyone. We've had plenty of action to start, no goals, but still a lot of offense, shots, pressure, all that good stuff. But this is Rivalry Tier 5 of the 3v3, and this is week 4. So plenty of weeks transpired as these teams trying to get closer to playoffs, get ready for it. But Coapixel moving it down, and Chaotic able to capitalize, and how unfortunate. Gets that touch going back, maybe an unwarranted touch, and Tiger not ready for it. And Spartan Ares take the first goal, and we might have a kickoff goal, but it bounces around, and I would say takes half the game to get a goal, and then the tie comes in immediately. But instead, Spartan Ares a little fortunate on that one, but giving up space, that could almost find the net, and that would have been more devastating than a kickoff goal with all 3 players on defense. And Rancido trying to get back, said not Flash credited with the goal, and still hanging forward, gets that beat, and a big goal for Spartan Ares. They take a 2-goal lead as we start getting closer to the end of game 1. But 2 minutes, still plenty of time for Chenklas to turn this one around, but they have to get it out of their half, and they're gonna be belted with shots as Chaotic able to follow his initial one, and surprising that Chenklas were not able to get a touch or read after that initial. But that is gonna mean 3 goals up for Spartan Ares, who have a good command of game 1. And Peak adds another good control, beats, we'll say, the last defender, as Copixel going for boost, can't do much there anyways. But overall, solid performance from Spartan Ares game 1. But it is crazy to think that this was scoreless, kind of closer to halftime. But since then, Spartan Ares really pouring it on, and you get a little momentum, especially offensively. It really opens up things. Minute 15 left. We're looking at Chenklas Aggressivas. They're trying to get a goal on the board. Like we said, momentum is big, and especially you don't want to get shut out. That is the ultimate bare minimum goal. Bumping forward, and they definitely could use more bumps. You see the Spartan Ares defense comfortable on defense, not really tested, not really shaken up. And Peak, understanding he's got a lot of time, stays behind it and going far downfield, perhaps expecting a long clear, but 2 miss on that. Coapixel and a blast, and that might not be a great touch, and a demo coming out. And once again, see Coapixel getting that touch, perhaps not needed, and gonna want to get those possessions, especially one in own corner. So we're gonna have to see if that is something fixed for Chenklas going into game 2. Obviously, this doesn't really matter much. And that one's almost through, too high of a shot, and they just can't catch a break. But sometimes game is shots. You gotta move on to the next one. And we're gonna have to see what happens in game 2. Both teams starting clean slate for the next game. Although, series score, Sparnaries up 1 as we go into Forbidden Temple. And we might have a car change. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But here we go with game 2, Forbidden Temple. And will this be a different story? Go up Pixel, moving it downfield. Trying to chase it, maybe a mistake, but not Flash getting a high pop for that. And Chaotic might have an open net of sorts. A very shocking goal. It's like, let me put it forward, but little miscommunication. Maybe wouldn't have mattered with boost management, but nonetheless, Sparnaries taking the first goal and continuing where they left off. They want that quick start, but they want it a little too bad, as for that second goal, 2 are up. Peak midfield, dangerous. Not Flash able to follow. And Pixel moving it to the side. It's going back and forth. Chaotic getting bumped off. Is there a follow? Rancido off the side, bouncing around. And it might be an unfortunate bounce for that in that corner. Usually that's good. Catches the defense awkward, but this one gave time to recover. Peak forward and good block. Receivas had that all covered, and on the offensive end, trying to make something happen. And there it is, Koa Pixel able to make it happen. We saw a glimpse or two in game 1, just couldn't quite convert, but that's a nice goal, much needed to start the scoring for Chanklas. Peak trying to get the 50 in. Koa Pixel might be able to do it again, but ran out of room. And boost. Chaotic almost getting past the last defender. Peak gonna drop that down. That's easily taken care of. Now let's see what Crazy Tiger can do. Almost providing the offensive play to go up by 1. High flick. No, Pixel can't get that. And good effort, but tough angle to work with. Peak able to follow. And thought that one was in. He did hit it wide. And got the initial save. But too much. And Sparnaries retake the lead. Although almost give it up in an instant. And they do have that fault. Almost happened in game 1. But we're past halftime. No, Pixel clearing it. And able to collect some pads. But that's midfield. And that's another fault for Sparnaries. They tend to give it up in front of their own net. And they're lucky it hasn't panned out negatively. But big bump. And more shots to follow. And that's a good offensive attack in unison. Chaotic adjusting. And he got that circle on the left corner just constantly revolving. But 3-1, Spartan Aries. They had a 2-goal lead and looking to go up match point in the series. But still got a minute 40 left in this one. Peek to the air, gets a double, and gonna bounce around, but saved by Tiger. They're still fighting, trying to get a quick goal here to stay alive in this game. They certainly don't want to go down 2 in the series, especially with how little offense they've been able to produce. They have a lot to turn around, but right now they're focused on this game at hand. And still going to stay in their half. Tiger by 1. Pixel almost gets the touch forward. Definitely made the defense halt for a second. Rosito, nice pass, applying the pressure. But again, they got all these defenders on Spartan Aries back and ready. 30 seconds. Chaotic taking the time. He's been forming quite the number of flicks. Nothing to pan out into a goal just yet. Pixel wants that extra touch. And he's showing some good speed at times. High bouncer. Rancito can't get there. Tiger denied. And Spartan Aries taking game 2. As they're looking to try to sweep. Will it be a different storyline? We'll find out in game 3. And game 3 has arrived. As Chanklos trying to get an early start. That's definitely what they've been lacking. And would be interesting to see how they play in the lead. Sometimes teams play so much better in the lead. So it's very important for them to get this first goal. Chaotic on target. Coapixel there with the nice save. But Peak, nice challenge. He knows he's got someone mid. And he's getting denied so far. But what a strong shot. Chaotic past the defense. And somehow that works. But Peak has a good ability to stay behind the ball. And there is more evidence. Copixel to the other side, clearing to Rancito. One's gonna fall to Peak. And a little back and forth. Do they have an answer? No one midfield. And Rancito gets an initial touch. Able to follow it. It's a good 50, but Peak, nice strong touch to buy some time. Crazy pass, high up, actually completed. But once again, they can't find a good look. It's not Flash. Gets a piece. Rancito there for the save. A nice pass in the midfield for Chaotic. But they're inching closer, grabbing that boost, getting some demos. Although now No Pixel has boost, he can certainly do some damage. But Peak trying to pass. Crazy Tiger, nice approach. And that one's just forward. Doesn't get a 50, and Koa Pixel credited with the goal. Definitely their offensive star. And if they're gonna win, definitely need to be behind Koa Pixel's offense. Trying to sneak one through. The Crazy Tiger trying to make me eat my words. But certainly if they get cohesion, everyone firing on all cylinders, that's a great recipe to have. And they certainly need it at this time, but like we saw, just the 50 going forward or non-50, whatever it may be, just getting a touch into the net and Spartan Aries get it back. And Peak has been playing upfield, being a problem. They're credited with the goal. He's also got ones across the board. Rancido, that might fall awkwardly, and Koa Pixel can't quite get there. He's gonna get another chance. Crazy Tiger has been quick on those corners. He's also getting a 50 here. No, Pixel back and forth, and there's some potential there. Potential for some team plays. You like what you see, but they have to translate it into a goal. Chaotic challenging, and they got numbers. Chaotic putting it through and has a lead blocker. That's a big goal for Spartan Aries. 2-goal lead. Peak clearing the way, and a little more security as they are trying to sweep. But Tiger, initial touch. He's gonna try and follow it. Nothing there though. Peak scooping up, might get the pinch. Crazy Tiger, wise to recognize. And by one. He's got no boost though. How does he form it into a goal? Well, Pixel going through the rotation. And that might be on target somehow, some way. And so defeating. They've had some pressure. 10-class aggressiveness. They had some pressure. Couldn't quite turn it into anything. And then already on their heels, on defense, rotating back. Spartan Aries just make it work. And now under a minute to go. Bouncing around. Little ping pong action. I'm going to stay to the side. Trying to sneak it through is Rancido. Flash to the other side. Koa Pixel drops it to the midfield. Peak keeping it high. And Flash clearing it. 20 seconds left, and Chaotic has that on target. A huge game from Chaotic in this closeout game. And has the bulk of goals. What's up, Syed? On YouTube, how you doing? Crazy Tiger gets an extra goal. Good to have a goal. Unfortunately, 19 seconds left. That's a big ask. I think just purely kickoff goals from this point. Flash can't find the net. Chaotic can't find the net. And Spartan Aries gonna pull out the sweep. Impressive series from them as they take the victory. And we also would like to shout out Chanclas Aggressivas for allowing us to cast. Showed up here today and putting on a display. But Spartan Aries, they are your victors tonight. So if you voted, congrats for choosing Spartan Aries. You will be rewarded. But also would like to thank anybody who tuned into this one. Always appreciate the support. Appreciate any of the follows as well. But that is going to do it for this cast, this rivalry cast. And once again, you could catch the recording back on YouTube if you want to watch it back. But thanks and good night. Hit record. Yo, chill. Alright. We should be good. Alright, so we are recording for YouTube, sorry. But we are underway without further ado. CPL 2v2 playoffs is here. And we're in the Challenger Division, C2 to C3. But this is playoffs round 2. If you missed previous week, both these teams trying to advance to the next stage. But Caleb getting a flipper set, not gonna find an opening. And that might be going all the way back. Caleb can only watch. And long goal, simple yet effective. And just being the challenge. SB Tempest Kingdom on the board to strike first. But once again, we'll talk about playoffs. It's best of 7. You get a timeout as well, but a lot of Rocket League to correct things. Now Sizzle gonna head back. It's quite a touch, keeping it away, and Chaotic booms it up. Caleb can now collect, but that recovery quick. And is that gonna fall through? No, it just hits the side crossbar. But nice demo. Caleb a little bit awkward as he's continuing to apply pressure. And Spartan Chalk starting to ramp up things. But a big question is, can they turn pressure into points? And that one is a nice redirect. Caleb, a slight touch. Chaotic finding him, and we are tied up 1 apiece. Just making sure we're good to go. Feel free to let me know if any volumes need to be adjusted. I think we're good. But Sizzle could have command of that one. They have the numbers, and instead Chaotic might get a counter. What a save! Incredible effort keeping that one out. And SP Tempest Kingdom holding on for defense. Volume's good, thank you, Bell. Caleb, nice pop. And no one backboard. No touch backboard, really. And Chaotic gonna take full advantage. Spartan Chalk's up 2-1. And Caleb might add another on the kickoff, but definitely something to look out for, those challenges, the spacing. And right now, SP Tempest are playing a little bit side by side. Chaotic with a challenge. Milkshake Man trying to turn this one around. Good control. Almost getting a goal there. And they're down by 2. Obviously trying to turn this one around. And that's a touch just wide. They have made some incredible touches when they needed, but yet the pressure still stands, and that is going all the way. And they've had some incredible counters, long goals, and certainly is a case in point. Defense versus offense, who will prevail? And if Spartan Chalks aren't careful with how they approach the offense, they could be countered time and time again. We're at a minute 40 to go, 1 score difference. Chaotic can't do much there, and you see the spacing there. They're being countered again, like we talked about, and SP Tempest Kingdom really making the most of these opportunities. But if you ever see a twos game, you see a player in the corner, you see a player in the net, that's going to be a long recovery, and you kind of have to take note of where your teammate is for that very reason. Chaotic given some time. Nice pop. That's gonna bounce in, and Caleb is actually the one there who's getting the pop. Sorry if I said Chaotic, but that left side we see Caleb very comfortable with, and of course you don't want to give him the chance to get those pops, go in the air, control it. He's shown he can do some damage, and someone who can also do some damage. Chaotic, good positioning, lets his car do most of the work, and gets a nice pop just going in. But Sizzle moves it forward, and now Milkshake Man trying to force 30 seconds remaining. They need a goal quickly, and unfortunately we might have a disconnect, and SP Tempest, they gotta take full advantage, and we could have an interesting setup here if Chaotic can't resume. It's a 1v2. Play continues on. Alright, Caleb, he's been trained in this. Can he hold out? That's a touchback. He might have had an open net, and instead now he's got 10 seconds. He's got a team chasing. They're aggressive. 5 seconds now. Sizzle, nice bounce. He's gonna have to make a last defensive effort, although they had the numbers. Maybe a demo would be good, but Spartan Chalked, hang on. As it goes toward the end, and they win game 1, but we're gonna have to see what happens with Chaotic. Alright, so yeah, in CPL, you got 5 minutes in between. If someone has internet issues, disconnect to find a way to rejoin. If not, you need a sub, and if not, then you're in trouble. So, oh my god, your parents unplugged the internet by accident. Not even a cat doing it. But that's wild. Oh, it's better than the alternative. Alright, we got a player 5 though. We need to figure out who's player 5. Thank you so much for the raid, Cole. Sorry. How to type. Let's give Cole his due. Make sure to follow if you're not following already. Another fellow caster. Thank you so much for the raid. And they're here for some playoff action. Alright, what do we miss? No spectators anyways, so it is what it is. Alright, we're back. Back in action. So if you're just tuning in, which some of you are, although we have a goal immediately. Can't even let words out as SP Tempest Kingdom. Strong start, exactly what they want, being down in the series. But as you're tuning in, especially new raiders, game 1, we had a little disconnect toward the end, but play continues. And Caleb had a 1v2, hold on, and that's what he did. Just barely down by, or up by 1, and to the last second, and Chaotic had to fix internet issues. But what a demo, what a score, and I like what I'm seeing out of SP Tempest Kingdom. Coming out hot, coming out strong. It's exactly the way you want game 2 to start. Set the tempo and really assert dominance. And Caleb, a nice goal from him, much needed, as Spartan Chalked clearly trying to get back into the swing of things. They had a little bit of awkwardness with the disconnect, getting back into the flow of things, and SP Tempest certainly not making it easy for them. But we also get to see new player sub in, a Pat Dap. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna say that 10 times fast, but certainly having a strong start in his substitution. And Caleb, a little bit awkward. That almost worked so well while you're looking up in the air waiting for something to happen. That second player comes to sneak through and put a shot on target. Chaotic trying to go high with the bump, and Caleb gonna be snuffed out, and Chaotic happy to see that one roll to the wall. And that's been something that plagued Spartan Chalked in the first one. That second man offensive shooting, gotta be careful. If you don't get a good shot, then that counter could be coming through. So they are very fortunate that lead doesn't jump up by 2 for SP. But Sizzle to the air, strong touch, but it gets a little bit away. Chaotic able to challenge. And we're getting closer to halftime. 1 score difference, as both these games being very close. Now Chaotic trying to bring it to the corner, being challenged. Gets the boost, but that one gets away from him. Wants it back. And Dap, he's there. And able to capitalize on that miscue and quick with it. But now got to a 2-goal lead. SP doing a good job here, wanting to tie up the series. Although Caleb gets an extra touch off the double, almost saved, but a little bit of help there on that touch. Nice control in the air and able to keep that lead back to 1 without much time spanning. Caleb tracking down, that's a miscue, but we've seen him get those soft touches, not what you want in that moment. And might be an opening. Sizzle finds it behind the defense. Nice shot and nice little setup as well from Doubt. Getting it around, getting a little time for his teammate, put the shot through. But Demo and adds another and really putting up a score line. Really being a problem. And Spartan Chalked definitely seem to have their hands filled and have a lot to think about. But still got a minute 39 in this one. Certainly a few quick goals will help. But is it too little too late? That's off the wall. Might be an opening there and hits the crossbar, but tough angle. And Caleb can't do much with that one. And Chaotic, wish he knew the results on that. He could have stayed in the play. But how can you know? And that one's gonna be blasted. Good challenge from Chaotic, and he should have one there. And good to see them ramp up the speed, but still down by 2 as we are under a minute. And Spartan Chalk looking for a little magic. Meanwhile, SP trying to hold on to that 2-goal lead. They certainly need this win, or at least could use it to tie up the series. Don't want to go down 2. But Caleb bouncing around, almost out, and gonna be credited. And they get some goals without too much time. They definitely have a shot. 30 seconds. Could be 1 or 2 chances. And there is a chance, and quick. I've barely finished my words. Wow. Spartan Chalked pouring on the offense. And now you gotta wonder, SP Tempest, can they recover? They commanded much of this game. Now they see their lead slip a little bit, but still a chance to recover from it. I just need 1 goal, perhaps before OT. And certainly we're watching Dap as he's put forth quite the offense, and he's going to get a chance here in OT. Boost to the air, but Caleb with the challenge, and Chaotic a little bit bumped, and that's going to fall in front of net. Very unfortunate. Caleb had very little boost, and it all falls back to that little bump as Chaotic is going to the air, and they reclaim the lead and take the victory. SP tie up the series, and we definitely got a series on our hands. But game 3 is here. A big game at that. Both teams get a win under their belt. But who asserts dominance? And Dap doing what he does. Quick score to start the game. And that's been big for SP. Now, Sizzle getting a good approach, but being stopped. Chaotic trying the 50. Gonna wait, and this is do or die moment, and he does. Chaotic just slightly beating, and those are always so interesting in the twos, those moments. Battle of inches. Who prevails? It's either a goal on offense or a goal coming from defense. Tied 1 apiece. Chaotic inching forward, and Caleb gonna be beat out there. Actually could have waited, but big 50 going back, and now yep, I get some boost. Should be able to land on that and showing mechanical skills. And Chaotic wisely waiting there. Wasn't sure there'd be another, but right idea from Caleb, going for the bump. And Chaotic just absorbing the 50, turning around, and he's been doing a good job staying behind the ball, definitely making things difficult. Now Caleb to the air, he wants that one back. Now Chaotic low on boost, venturing. We could see a pass, and pass indeed. Sizzle waiting, and goes back to Caleb, kind of undercutting. He's facing a little bit awkward toward the net. That allows an opening, and shot coming through. A nice pass as well. Caleb by 1. Chaotic trying to boom it quick, trying to get a goal there. Quick, sneaky one. A little miscue from SP, although Sizzle staying with it, absorbing, venturing back, and now he might have a pop. Can do some damage. Caleb definitely doesn't want that to fall in front of net, like the previous one. Sizzle gets a nice pop. That one separates a little bit though. Now Dap has to venture back on defense. But hangs on. Chaotic quick on the challenge from the corner. And Caleb's gonna jump in, but they're a little bit wide apart. Can SP take advantage? But Caleb a slight touch, and Dap just happy to be patient. And you can see both teams locked in, kind of playing careful. They know how big the next goal is. Could come down to a mistake. And Chaotic, good job challenging as that lane was open. He's been challenging quick on the left side. There's another. Caleb might have to do it himself, and he does. A nice bounce to himself, and he's been hitting those doubles nicely. Definitely something you have to contend with. And Spartan Chalk take the lead. Although SP, do they have it in them to tie it? Almost through. Almost wasting very little time to do so. A big challenge. Caleb absorbing, and team pinch at the midfield. working well as Caleb used a lot of boost trying to get it out. And Chaotic in the right spot, waiting at the midfield. And they might add a kickoff goal, and they do. It almost ended up not being. That demo kind of slowing things down. But all this game is kind of turning around, or turning around quickly. Spreading Chalk's getting a few goals, one after another, and that's sometimes how it goes, how quickly the tides have turned. And now SP down by 3, definitely didn't see themselves here in this spot, and more momentum shifting towards Spartan Chalks. And SP now have a new side of the story to look at. They very likely will be down 2-1 in the series, but I mean, they've been playing good. They did tie up the series. They played a good first half of this one. Let's not forget it was tied 2 apiece. A far different game than what we're looking at now. And how did they get back to that? Yeah, we can't go next for this, unfortunately. Don't want the replays to be messed up. That's wild. Chill and then put a shot on. All right, that is game 3. So we're going to Sovereign Heights, game 4. All right, game 4 is upon us. SP trying to tie it up again in the series, and they've had strong starts. Will it happen again? And almost finding the angle. Sizzle's there, but that one is falling through. Unfortunate touch on the save. Caleb hunting and able to get the first goal. Spartan Chalks up by 1 and carrying that momentum. Sorry, had to sneeze. But we're back, and now Chaotic bringing it down. Caleb might have had a chance there. A little bit off. Can't get the pop, and almost gets a demo coming back. Certainly would have changed counter. But a minute passed, and can SP collect themselves? They had an unfortunate showing previous game, looking to get back some of that magic, and we haven't seen them be as aggressive, but those demos definitely helping there, and that certainly will help get them back to how they were playing. And almost sneaking one on a redirect. Sizzle. It's going to be denied. Chaotic. He's 50 and they're trying to bolster that lead up by 1. Certainly not a comfortable lead. Here comes SP Tempest Kingdom. Another good challenge from Chaotic. And bouncing around, running out of room. He's able to survive. Get that one out. Caleb almost giving that away, but it almost worked as Chaotic blasts one on target. A big bump, not giving him the chance, and Chaotic might have an open net. He does, and a little tactical play there. Chaotic quick on the approach, and we're close to halftime. Spartan Chalk 2-goal lead. Caleb pushing that one down. Sizzle gonna be deleted, and that's a possible opening. Just a little too wide, but you love to see those kind of plays. Clearing the net, but Dap on the counter. Little bar in, and an extra touch right there, catching Caleb a little off guard, and that's a huge goal. SP cutting the lead by 1. Now they just have to get another. They have 2 minutes to go, and if Spartan Chalk aren't careful, make any mistakes, that certainly can mean a tie game. Chaotic to the air, might have another, forces 2 on the challenge. Caleb gotta be careful, does get a big 50, and a little bit of a miscue instead. Possession possibly given up. But Chaotic definitely doesn't want that bounce, and very scary for them. Almost giving up that lead. Like we said, a mistake could come through if they're not careful. Caleb moving it down. Yep. With a touch. Chaotic wide. Caleb trying to put it through. Chaotic. Slight touch to Caleb. And can he turn this one around? Sizzle is there. 45 seconds to go. Demo traded. Making things interesting. Sizzle trying to move it down. And that one is possibly on. Chaotic definitely not expecting it, but Caleb cleaning up there. And yep, certainly not ready for that one. Caleb using a nice angle.
This is chalked.
And there you go. He asked for it, or just stated it, but this is chalked, especially when that bounces around. But like we said, Chaotic was waiting there. He wasn't expecting a miss. And luckily he had Caleb to follow through, but 2-goal lead, Spartan Chalks, series point, and he's really just doing it for the memes at this point.
This is chalked.
But 3-1 on that, and it's 3-1 in the series. Where are we going? Aquadome? I think so. A lot of clicking to be had. Alright. Timeout has been called. So with that, we have what is it? 1 minute. All right, so we gotta get the timer out real quick. Whoops, ignore that. All right, we got 60 seconds going right now. So that is underway. Timeout called, and SP using it. All right, and they're gonna ignore, but that's fine. If they want to jump in, that's okay. All right, they might as well take full advantage, but yeah, I mean, technically, if they call the timeout and then they they want to cut it short, I mean, they're the one that called timeout. But the other team definitely can't do it. So, anyways, it's time. All right, we gotta shut that thing up. All right, they're trying for some things. My cat, just get in there. All right. You love those moments for Rocket League. But game 5 this year, Spurn chalked up 3-1 series point, trying to cap it off, but it's not all said and done. SP Tempest Kingdom have shown some good signs of play. They've also taken a victory, but can they get back to that? And that's certainly not the way. Caleb adds a goal, and so big and key for SP. Can they not give up possession? They're gonna have to tidy up. They can't afford any more losses, so have to put it together, and that's almost put in. Sizzle, what an effort. I saw possible dunk into the net, but gonna be denied. And that's a blast to the side, although Caleb venturing back to get boost. But there we go again. Possession given up. Caleb trying to take advantage. But slight touch. Chaotic is there. Probably wants that touch back. But so far, it's just a battle of possession. We're seeing both teams give up possession, and what does it equal? It equals a goal. So we are tied up. Now, Chaotic blasting, no one on back board, but not going to result in anything there. They're able to clean up, no follow through. Chaotic, quick on the draw, and sometimes, you know, you see that, you're expecting a stronger touch, but if you can't quite get under it. Now Chaotic being chased around, trying to buy some time, and that's almost on. Caleb surely thought so, but it is good if you can use those numbers to your advantage. Although Too much time eclipses, your moment passes. Chaotic with a pop, but Dap ready for that one. Caleb trying to cut through, and there's a lot of chances here for some demo plays if you play it right, but there's that 2v1 advantage. Caleb there, and adding another. So far, good spacing for Spartan Shots. That has led to them being up by 1. But almost at halftime, SP have to bring it. What they have in the tank. And a lot of these games have been close, but Chaotic. Nice strong touch, using an initial bounce and kind of pausing the defense when you do that. But Sizzle, and that is it. We paused for a moment. That was a very strong shot. Almost thought it was bouncing out. And a little bit of favor there, as SP needed that one to stay in this. And back to a 1-score difference. Caleb to the air. Chaotic continuing the challenge. He might have a bump there, and he does. And we can see it forming, and it works out perfect. Doesn't need too strong of a shot. 2-4. And time is starting to get down to the point of no return. That's also, we haven't seen SP able to get those demos, those bumps that we've seen, and there's a bump as it was requested, no more. You know that's gotta be inside their head. And Caleb just moving around the defense nicely. By 1. He's actually given the space so he could go again. And no boost. Doesn't matter. Spartan Chalks 5-2 in a great spot to seal this series. Is there any magic left for SP? And not enough boost on that one. Sizzle heading back, gets a touch. Now we're staring at the wall. But big beat, Tap waiting midfield, being blessed with that 50, and 5-3. We can't say that is impossible. 36 seconds, maybe kickoff goal, maybe a goal in these next 10 seconds. Certainly is possible. Kind of seen it from Chalks coming down by 3 in a previous game. But that's a 50 out. Sizzle, can he get one of those long goals? And that's gonna fall just shy. As 5 seconds left. I'm gonna put it through, and 6-3. And we did not see that one coming. But big credit to Spartan Chalks. They are going to take the victory. Alright. Well, we'll just say GG's. And so yeah, give it up for Spartan Chalks taking the victory. Congrats to them. They are moving forward to the next round. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Caleb. And so that is gonna do it for this. We're gonna put up the VOD on YouTube for the recording. And so also would like to thank anybody who tuned in. If you lurked, followed, represented, of course, always appreciated. So we will call it for this one. Hopefully see you on the next one, but thank you so much, and what a game indeed. But we are recording, pausing the music. Thank you, Sleepy. And we look to have everyone in here. We got Chaotic, Flash, McNutty, Matt Heights, Sitch, Lux, and LeBlanc Flames. So, if both teams are ready, we will get underway. I think everything's good besides that. Yes, yes. And look how patient they are. They're waiting for me. The other time, the other game, they're just like, forget about you. We gotta go. We gotta play. Yes, Oli is on Spartan Ares. I believe I was a sub. But yeah, also got military, but McNutty, the oldest person in the world, just scored. And wasting very little time. Spartan Ares take the first goal. And welcome in everyone to this non-chalked cast. I mean, that's ironic because they do have a chalk team, but also because Barl is working, we're good to go with the overlay. But welcome into Rivalry Tier 5. Don't ask me what rank that is, because you gotta do mathematical calculations. But for 3v3, week number 3, McNutty scoring as a 456-year-old vampire is insane, but he did it. And he'll probably be playing Rocket League for another 400 years. At least until we get Rocket League 2. But he can't hit that one. Chaotic moving through into the corner. Nice touch back to mid, although McNutty has it locked down. And for Matt Skateers, that's a tough one to say 5 times fast. I'm sure someone can do it, but not me. But they are still looking for an answer, still trying to get it out of their half. They're being pressured. No one up, almost a 50 in. Looked like a little bit of danger. But Flash in the mid. And LeBlanc Flames a little bit late. And there's Matt keeping it out. And a little bump action as well. As a lot of pressure you're seeing from Spartan Ares, but can't quite convert it. But pushed off to the side. Chaotic trap in it. And big demo, although an awkward touch, though it is good enough. And a well-timed demo on the back line. Lux almost botches that. It almost rolled up. That would have been pure heartbreak. But they tie it up 1-1 in game 1. And they're slowly warming up. Let's not forget a lot of points on the line. McNutty denied. And Bong Flames trying to tidy up, get control. It's tough to break through. And it's possible counter again. There are some openings on the back of Spartan Aries. And for Mats trying to find it. There's the angle, bouncing around and put through. And so often we see that angle in games. Right there, the corner shot, that's where they're gonna come through, especially with a lot of strength. And gotta close them down. And now Spartan Aries down by 1. Back and forth, nice pop, Matt High. Can't get forward on that one. And Flash trying to push it out. And they are being pressured quite a bit here. A big change from the first half. That's a awkward pass, and Spartan Aries can't quite get the passing down. They still have a little more to work on. But can they form it together to tie it up? Slowly, time is ticking down. There's Chaotic, gets a demo as well. Can he get a shot from a teammate coming through? No. As formats, they get back in time, and a risky touch, but Chaotic tracks it down. And like we said, that corner shot, so dangerous. You don't want to allow those openings. Under a minute to go. McNutty trying to beat out LeBong Flames all over that one. There's some mechanics from Flash, but he can't continue on. But solid positioning from this orange team. They're containing very well. And Spartan Aries a little bit spaced out. Not allowing for the passing, almost a score. Lux trying to put this game away. No, not Flash. A little bit awkward and bouncing around, and I mean, it's not a game without not Flash getting an own goal. And that one is meant to be. And he got that one out of the way. But Spartan Aries, they're down by 2, looking like they're gonna drop this one. Down in the series, they started off strong, but for Matsketeers, definitely having a good game, although not Flash making up for the own goal as he does. Nice shot from the side touch. 0 seconds, and it's too far. Game 1 is a lock for Matsketeers. Take the victory. Game 2 is here. And will it be a different result? Spartan Aries had the first goal to score, but played a much worse second half. For Matsketeers, definitely build up, and so far we have the same makings of game 1. Not Flash with the score. Nutty credited with the assist. And they take the first goal. So fast start has not been a problem for them. Chaotic initial touch. Now McNutty trying to clear it. A little tanglement. Pass to the mid. That's a little bit wide. Or pushed off. Possession lost. Now Lux takes a quick shot. Chaotic more than happy to take care of that one, and Not Flash somehow gets a touch that does absolutely nothing. But gets a nice pop. Trying to follow it through. Wasn't sure if he wanted to pinch, and Chaotic being tested on the last man, and a Bong Flames finishing it off. And at unfortunate touch, they're leading the charge, applying the pressure, and here they come. They tie it up for Matsketeers. As now we see if they continue the same storyline from game one. They sure know how to play a better second half, or at least better after they get scored on. Tentacle had his cat type on the keyboard. He said I. Whatever that means. But Chaotic can't get one there. And definitely some demos would help, but there's awkward challenge. Lux capitalizing. And they're just moving through the midfield by one. And Lux, incredible challenge, adding to the lead. And the problem, Spartanaries, can they play a full match? And that certainly helps. A kickoff goal from McNutty. And you see that first touch not happening from forward Mats. And Spartanaries taking full advantage as they tie it up. They certainly don't want to go down 2-0 in the series. They are fighting, trying to tie it up. But there's a long clear back and forth. And there's Cole to root on McNutty in the chat. Former teammates, but what is going on? Off the wall, a few touches, finally breaking through. And a Flash doesn't have the boost, can't get a touch there. 4 mats, add one more. And what's up, Drew Music? Thank you so much for following on Twitch. McNutty is a monster. It's true. He is a monster. He looks like one too. But halftime is here. Chaotic almost ties it up. Had a nice possession. Now, Not Flash off the bouncer. But Chaotic trying to track this one down. Gets the ceiling. Looks a little bit awkward, but well poised. McNutty down to the corner. Few pass backs. A slight touch. Chaotic denied. Hitting the crossbar.
This is chalk.
And now they got to venture again. They're down by 1. Chaotic booming it down. And they have good containment. Just can't capitalize on the scoring opportunities. And like we said, not many demos, especially when you got the pressure but you don't have the shots. That's certainly something you're missing. There, McNutty capitalizes, and shocker, there's a demo to help alleviate. Did you hear?
This is chalk.
You certainly did. It hit the crossbar, and once in a while we'll do it. The other one we have is, those are our 2 set crossbar sounds. I do have to add more in the future, but then I have to like change. It's kind of a pain. change the tab on the stream deck. But 3-3, 1 minute left. Long Flames trying to get a pinch of sorts. But is there a chance the Bong is gonna catch that one? Gives it up, and now McNutty could venture through, but almost an opening. There are chances. His defense hanging by a thread. Tactical whiff. Stayed in the corner. Out to the mid. We could see a shot. That's going to be too light. And Chaotic 50'd out to the midfield on the other end. And bouncing around somehow gets through. We had our doubts, especially after the third time. But Spartan Aries take the lead. And like we said, definitely a game they want to win. They're down by 1 in the series. This is a best of 5. Don't want to go down 2-0 in the series. But still being tested. 5 seconds left. Long Flames keeping it up. Flash flying, and you see that air bump just to make sure. And Spartan Aries grab a tough win. Game 2. But we are going to DFH Stadium. Game 3. I didn't know McNutty had this many fans. $7.50. All right, there we go. We got a McNutty hater. That evens it out a little bit. But game 3 is here. So far, games 1 and 2, Spartan Aries took the first goal. Although one resulted in a win, one resulted in a loss. But they're still going to keep trying for that early start. Although, that's pushed downfield. These names, but did you see that logo? It looks, as I said, it's like an Xbox avatar logo. But McNutty's there, moving it down right to the other team. That high, almost making it awkward. There's another shot, and pinpoint accuracy. Defense can't get it. It's a Wii logo. There you go. I don't play enough Wii, but alright, now that I think about it, Xbox 360 avatar and a Wii, I don't know, they might be kind of the same. Matt from Wii Sports. There's your culture. It definitely is hilarious. But they are up by 1. Not Flash. Bouncing it down. A little pass back and forth, give and go. But can't capitalize on that one. But game 3, you're watching here. It is tied up 1 apiece. Big game. Winner of this goes up to series points. point, sorry, singular. But good defense so far. Almost a shot snuck through, hits the crossbar. But we see McNutty downfield and he pops it high. Need a forward touch. And Chaotic just trying something there. And once again, we've talked about those demos that they need. You see formats, they're content on defense and doing such a good job. But how do you break through? Gotta break their rhythm. But they're holding on, trying to get another counter, trying to add a goal to bolster their lead. Can they avoid this second rush of pressure? Bong pops it so you get some boost. But awkward bounce, and they're able to clear it. And not Flash, can't get a touch there. And I bouncing around, staying in front. Almost a good play from them if you could get the demo clear the way, give and go. Usually the best kind of play. But the opening, it's almost there. Almost venturing through. You can see for Musketeers, they're buying their time, moving forward, but mistouch there. They have to reset. But once again, only a 1 score difference. Spartan Aries holding on ever so slightly. But all it takes is one play, a little pass, and once again, too much, too strong on the redirect. But he does make up for it, as he usually does. Not Flash. Able to continue on, and see that touch didn't clear it. He's able to tie it in an awkward way. But back to an even scoreboard as formats, they're trying to regain that lead quickly. McNutty, there could be a redirect play, but kept out. And that's a pinpoint shot. Not Flash, takes to the air and adds to the lead. A high pop. Good speed from Not Flash. And Spartan Aries takes the lead by 1 in a game that it seemed to be fighting from behind for much of it, down, but get 2 scores of late. Can they keep it? Right now, can't clear it. That's an opening, and McNutty doesn't have to touch that, but based on evidence of redirects, it would be an unfortunate thing. But here comes the kickoff. 15 seconds. Spartan Aries look to take this one. Trying to add another. But what a turnaround. They are going to be up in the series. Although, for Musketeers might feel like they let this one get away from them. And they also had a close one at the previous game. So, tough circumstance for them. Can they overcome it? They have to feel like they've been playing very well, almost better, but it comes down to the full game, not the first half. And where are we going? Actually, we're going to Sovereign. All right, here we go. All right, everyone is ready for this Game 4 match. Spartan Aries up 2-1 in the series, trying to close it out. Can they do it? Meanwhile, for Musketeers, they are trying to bring it to game 5 and so far have the right effort, put a shot on target. And gonna push it back, adding more pressure. Spartanary's being tested very quickly. But Lux Awkward is able to manage and turn that one around. Long Flames off the backboard, no one home. There was a missed opportunity, and Lux gonna hit it too wide, and usually very devastating. You got no one on backboard, can result in a score, definitely in some chaos ensuing. But Chaotic puts in the first goal, and just a series of 50s. Long Flames a little bit awkward. Matt can't get the 50 out. And putting through the first goal. Spartanaries strike first, but as we've seen in many of these games, first does not equal winner. As so far, a few times we've seen first to score actually go to drop the game. So, very key play in a full 5 minutes. As McNutty trying to clear it, getting a few 50s. That's a good pass midfield. More pressure, and not Flash able to get an initial touch. And just gonna kick it out. Does get a demo in the back, but Long Flames flicking by. Chaotic with the save. And they're slowly chipping away. There's a strong shot. Lux ties it up, and are we surprised? Four Musketeers just know how to tie it up one apiece when being called upon. But is that a kickoff goal? No, it's not. Although LeBlanc Flames kind of gave that one up. There's a missed opportunity for Spartanaries. Too high of a shot. Mick Ruddy. Now Lux keeping it close. Smart possession from them. And a good follow through. Now LeBlanc trying to wait to challenge. That's going to be brought to the midfield. A little risky. And we're past halftime, one apiece. This one really could go either way. And yeah, we do have to say McCrusty is a little rusty. Been a little quiet. He's got everything but a goal though right now. 2 minutes to go. Not Flash cutting through. Might get a bump here. Lux feeling the pressure. And not Flash hanging around. Trying to cause a little bit of a problem, but the problem is Chaotic. As he puts quite a dagger through. Cuts through, strong shot. And away from the defense. Spartanaries take the lead. And don't forget, they're up 2-1. If they win this, they take the series. Can four Musketeers tie it up, bring it to game 5? Do they have what it takes? A nice pass, but that little bump on the rotation. Messing up the timing, but the timing isn't fully dissipated. The Long Flames ties it up, and they do it again. They have a response, and definitely here to stay. Still in this one, looking to get this win. Can't afford any more losses. But that's gonna venture down, and net was open. A pop, Not Flash giving it up. And McNutty is there for the save. Possession, a lot of possession given up from Spartan Aries. Or Matt's trying to take advantage, but this is an awkward ball pinched out to the side. And Flash, pop. That one got a little bit away, so he's trying to read and get the block. What a quick venture from LeBlanc Flames there, almost getting a touch. It catches the defense off guard. 10 seconds. Are we going to go to OT? Tied 2 apiece. It's getting scary out here. But OT it is. Game 4. Do or die for Matsketeers. But is that a kickoff? And it kind of is. Lux capitalizes and they clutch up in OT. We got game 5. Champions Field. Calculated for the content, obviously. And we must thank everyone here for the content. But now that one, perhaps one that Spartan Aries feels like they let get away from them. So it has been very back and forth in this series. All right, game 5 is here. Champions Field. Now it's do or die for both teams. One more game to finalize the series. Who can show up in a big way? It's clutch time now. And enough of a touch to keep it away. McNutty going for some crazy highlight. But more 50s ensuing. Lux is going to be kept to the side, and Spartan Aries happy with that. No pressure on the offensive shot. But Chaotic trying to sneak one through, not Flash. Can't get that, and just pure pressure winning out. Initial shot making the awkward touch happen, and Spartan Aries get their first goal. And like we said, clutch time, game 5. Who shows up? Long gets a touch to the side, double commit. Is that gonna result in a negative play? But they should be coordinated, and takes 2 to save that. That one almost snuck through, and just enough of a touch, but more pressure coming out. And Spartan Aries really bringing it to 4 mats at the right time. But that's an awkward ball. Chaotic saving just enough boost. And he ventures to opt out of the boost so he could get a block. And that is selfless play. High bounce. Bong Flames keeping pressure. And they're trying to tie it up. It's still 3 minutes on the clock, but sure can go quick. But more double commits. That's dropped down. Not Flash with a nice touch in the air. And these double commits have been killing 4 Matsketeers in game 5. Although it's not halftime. It almost is, but still time for them to turn this around. Do they have what it takes? They certainly don't have the start they want. But trying to bump McNutty off, can't do so, and that hits the high pop and almost a score. But gonna be denied for now. And Matt had a possible chance. It's a little bit wide. But there he is, LeBlanc hanging out. And it's gonna cut through, and that positioning is off. McNutty taking full advantage. Now he's got one on everything in this. One's across the board for McNutty. That is crazy in the chat. But 2 minutes ago, and Spartan Aries really playing their best game so far, and like I said, couldn't be at a better time for them. And tough slate for 4 Musketeers. They need a goal quickly to have some life in this. But Flash taking to the air. We're seeing so many misses. A tactical McNutty miss. Chaotic. Trying to move it forward. There's another miss tactically from McNutty. He does it so well. But not Flash. Giving up possession, but somehow it's a pass. And slight touch bouncing around. And there, Matt High gets his goal. He's had some shots, but nothing translating. And a big goal for them, but still a hill to climb, down by 2. They need 2 goals in that time. Can they do it? Good block from McNutty. Almost translating into a goal as well. But LeBlanc, can he get the demo? And somehow the 50 goes through and hold the phone. This game ain't over. Only a 1-score difference. Momentum shifting slightly in 4 Musketeers' favor. And wins every 50. But is that going in? McNutty has to get a touch. And you thought that almost ties it up. Content, exactly. Making it spicy. Chaotic, 50 in. Matt, that's going to be a low touch, but LeBlanc catching. He's got no boost, and that one's given up to McNutty, who's racing downfield. What does he do? He pops it up. McNutty just gonna leave it, and Chaotic bouncing around, somehow bouncing around from the other team. That's a shot on target, not Flash. Keeping it to the side. Last ditch effort, and that is gonna go nowhere. Chaotic, respect for keeping it up, but terrible finish. And Spartan Aries take it in game 5. What a doozy. And we gotta give credit to both teams putting on a heck of a show today. Going to game 5. But you know what? There can only be one winner. Spartan Aries. If you voted for Spartan Aries, you are correct. Although you would have got a big payout on the other end. So I'm sure Belb is happy to keep his points. But thank you so much for everyone who tuned in to this one, whether you watched and commented or lurked. Also, once again, big shout out to both teams, Spartan Aries, 4 Musketeers. for allowing me to cast. And as usual, we'll put up the VOD on YouTube for anybody to watch back whenever they want. And I lurk, and I appreciate the lurkers, of course. You are people too. But that is going to do it for this recording. Thanks again, and hope to see you on the next one. No borrow, ugly. This is how it is. We got music playing. But, you know, Dark Skit is not wasting any time. Looking cracked already. Moving through. I'm trying to get the ball to go, but don't want to work. So don't mind me, just taking a moment to breathe. Is it? Yeah, usually we have Barl working at the top. And Brixie. What a shot. Past mid. Strike through. And they're up by 2. Wonder if we'll just do enable manual. Wish we could not have a time clock. We're chalked out here. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Maybe because we had an update. Well, that's on us. We should have checked before. But yeah, ignore the time. Maybe we just remove it. It's not gonna look good. It's gonna confuse people. Alright, so where is it? All right, getting back into it. Sorry for the delay. We're useless without Borrow. We have terrible overlay without it. But we got to go into it. And this game was delayed 30 minutes, so big credit out to the orange team, which is Darkless, XZX, and Darkskit adds another, as they're up by 3 in game number 1. But can Bash Bros collect themselves, get something going on the board? Aidinator challenging. There's Halo and Brixie in the mid. And what a touch. Bromank with the save, but no rest. Marcos there to continue on and making it look easy. Bromank getting a touch. Now Aidinator coming through. Bromank 50 off the backboard. Aidinator can't get a touch there. Now that's the venture back. And certainly struggling for game 1. Just looking to put something on the board. But they have the numbers, and just in time, Brixie there for the save. Bromank kind of bringing it back and does get the save at the end to make up for it. But touch going wide, and Darkskit there being met with a challenge. And 1 minute left. Bash Bros. That is gonna go through. Defense miscue. And Bromang with a challenge high ball as they venture back and just out of reach. They add another. I do like that antenna though. Like, is my game disconnecting? I feel like it. And what a flick. Man is on fire. 7 shots, 3 goals. Definitely someone that you're gonna have to try and stop. Michael or Michelle, what's going on YouTube? Sorry about that. I just quickly read. There's a touch. Now Coase almost gets the extra one going, but had 2 people waiting. Now 6-1 or 6-0. They're trying to make it 6-1, almost doing it, but pushed out. Halo boys with a good challenge, and Bromank almost caps it off at the end. But 6-0, that's gonna do it for game 1. And wait, I had another, my bad, 7, but no Brazil. Trying to keep it up. Tough spot. What is going on, Macho? Of course we're back, but of course we're chalked.
This is chalked.
Because yeah, I don't know why the barrel isn't working. That would be nice to have. So put it up manual for now. There you go. But we have to remove it after every match. Alright, we're going to Forbidden Temple. Yeah, I can't leave it up because it looks weird with the time not being adjusted. But game 2 is back. And we are back. As Bash Bros and Baloo had a tough first game. Definitely a lot to make up for. And that has certainly been a problem. Darkskit all over the place. Now Brixie almost gets it mid. Halo with the challenge, getting the save. But certainly Bash Bros trying to get their first goal. Trying to get an early start. Halo keeps it to the side. That's gonna be an awkward bounce. Pausing things, and that is a shot going forward. And you see the defense a little bit awkward. Brixie, enough of a touch. Marcos waiting in front of the net, pouncing quickly, and that has been evident. They are quick on the ball. Almost a passing play there. Aiden Nader almost adds another touch to follow, but that's an open net. Bromank just in time, as he sometimes does. Aidenator avoiding, getting the 50 to the side, and Brixie trying to move it forward. They're up by 1, and so far their pace a little bit slowed, at least on their goal scoring efforts. They scored 7 in game number 1. Aidenator has a chance. Great challenge from Darkskit. That's a little bit too far, as you know, Darkless, they're going to be pushed up and almost finding the angle as well. So much pressure coming out of them. Bromank challenge off to the side. Halo boys. Good initial touch, but that's going to draw back. And just enough of a touch from Aidenator, or else that would be going through. But we're almost at halftime. A little more of a complete game. But what a pass, Aidenator, although he's got no one ready for that one. And Bromank trying to pre-read the shot. But it's been just a tough stance to break through. Tough to get that counter going. There's been chances, but not able to break through for Bash Bros in blue. Bromank to the mid, and some awkward passing. Hey, gotta be careful with that. Could lead to a score going the other way. But now Aidenator, where's he going with this? It's in front of net, and he does get an extra touch. And there you see Bash Bros continuing on with those awkward passing plays, and that's just out. Halo, happy to see that go through out, but that one goes through. Sorry, tripping over words, but Brixie doesn't even give us a chance to think. He shoots on target, and as we weren't ready, neither were Bash Bros. But what an awkward play. There's a 50, yet a flip reset, and it just stopped in time. But still, nothing on the board for Bash Bros. And Aidenator gets a touch going forward. That might be an own goal. Bromank wisely pushing the defender away, but it gets that certain spot to roll up. What a 50, and somehow Darkskit all over it and keeping it in the opponent's corner. As you can see, every inch has to be fought. Darkless XZX not giving up ground easily. Halo, good trap on the side. 10 seconds left. That's boomed out to the side. And at this point, Bash Bros still looking for their first goal. A little bit better of a game from them, but they still can't break through that defense. Still can't get that answer. But DFH Stadium next, and looking for the sweep. All right, so we'll add another there. That's the score. Remember it, as we got to take it away, because right now we got to use manual controls. Bromank is causing 2 to commit to that, and he adds another, and Bromank definitely gonna be the one they need for some offense, and starts off right to start. Also hanging in front of net can do some damage, and finally they score and take a lead. But this one's bouncing awkwardly. Strong touch off the backboard, and who other? Brixie ready to shoot. Man, fires shots on target, and definitely not the one you want to be shooting if you're not ready. And we are tied up. That lead short-lived, but that might be in front of net, and it is. Marcos able to cap it off, but you see that kickoff close by each other, you run that risk. Although it might have a chance there, might show what that risk is made of, trying to get a kickoff goal. But Aiden Nader, enough of a touch wide. Halo Boy's almost getting bumped as he goes up. That might bounce right for Bromank, but Darks get ready to clear it. It might have another perfect bounce and strong shot using the corner of his car. And 3-1. And they really pour on the offense. Started this game down 1, but did not take kindly to getting scored on. And what a touch. Darkos almost scores out. What a pinch. Seeing some crazy plays coming out. But almost an opening. Brixie could see the net, and luckily for Bash Bros, they're able to challenge in time. Aiden Ader, extra touch. Bromank bringing it downfield. Hello Boys waiting for a pass. And they're pushed up. A little bit of an extra pass almost led to misfortune. Halo to the air. And now you see play slowed down in that corner, but great challenging from the orange team, aka Darkless XZX. And Darkskit almost caps that one off, but everybody awkward. Bromank is able to collect it, even get a flick out of it. But being trapped in the corner finally can breathe. And a rare miscue right there. Halo Boys taking full advantage. And that corner can trip up anybody. A strong shot from the side. And Bash Bros within 1 of tying it up. Getting a few goals started in this. But don't forget that score line up 2. Trying for that sweep. There's a last ditch effort from Bash Bros. But Darko's just in front of net, waiting for something to happen, and able to capitalize, because sometimes pressure just good depending on the spots. Don't even have to get a crazy play going. But that is a strong touch. Darkos really shining through in this one. Brixie led with the pass, but once again, their offense proving dominant. They can really apply the pressure. Now down by 3. Hello boys challenging from the side. 8 and 8 are moving forward. Some bumps happening, and what a strong shot. And that's the kind of team plays Bash Bros need, but I mean, the time is definitely not their friend. Minute 3 left on the clock. That one almost bounces in. Gonna be denied. Although they need a quick one here, and they get it. Answer. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Burrow. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to like restart. Both these teams constrained for time, so we have no idea. Sometimes it doesn't start, you have to reset. But yeah, we did not have time, so we have to go with this. But I did try putting it up. It just looks weird without the timer going, because we can't do manual. But yeah, it's just confusing. With 5 minutes left on the clock, there's no way to continually update it and talk at the same time. We're not that good. But Bash Bros in blue, they're down by 1. They have to score, and that's not going to happen. Narcos has different ideas in mind, and they're up by 2 in the series, looking for the sweep. Here is the score. And all right, let's see. Is there a VC in Rivalry? Yeah, we're good. All right. Regain. You're welcome for the cast. Yeah, just ignore a lot of it. We gotta, here, we can update the score right there for you. I don't know why Borrow wasn't working. Kind of stinks. I'm going to test it like right now. Restart. Hey, what's going on, boys?
Yo.
All
Thank
right.
you for streaming, Spartan.
You're welcome. I'm sorry. It's probably like the most chalked cast in the world, but usually I have a cool overlay and it was not working. I was trying to trying to make it work for the first minute. It just looks terrible. But let me raise your guys' volume real quick. All right. Can everyone hear them? Are you good on stream? Let me know. All right, welcome. You guys definitely proved your dominance today. Great job from all of you. I was very impressed with the pressure. But tell me first off how your season has been going.
It's been going pretty good. The first week we had the 2v3, so we ended up losing that one, but so far we're 2-1.
Okay,
It's
so
been pretty good.
yeah, so a little rough start, but I mean, you still got plenty of time. I don't know if I think they have like 5 weeks and then playoffs.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
to put it in perspective, Our only loss is because me and Skit here at the 2v3. Our third wasn't available, and we kind of had no chance but to play. And we agreed a
Yeah.
2v3 is the only thing we can do. So we ended up losing all games by 1. But
Yeah, we were playing close.
anyhow,
Yeah,
once
I
we're a
mean,
3 team, it's a different story.
yeah, you're expected to lose, and I don't even I don't even know you can do that. But hey, credit to the other team for making some content there.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
but yeah, so you got that unfortunate loss, but trying to move forward, although definitely doing it in the right way. And also we got to shout out you guys. We did earlier, but big sportsmanship from this team, Darkless. They agreed to move it a little bit later for Bash Bros. So big shout out. We love sportsmanship
Indeed.
in Rocket League. And
Yes, sir.
and yeah, it's all about getting better and having fun. But going into this one, what were comms like?
You know what, Brixie, you should answer this.
Yeah. We had good comms. We're playing perfectly.
I'll be honest, yeah, I didn't see too many mistakes. I wish I could like note like, oh, what about this time where you bumped each other and but I really need Bash Bros for that one because I saw a lot of awkward passing from them. But that's how they do.
Yeah, comms were on point. I don't think any of us were slipping up on comms, which kind of proved us to play dominantly throughout the series. Huge shout out to my teammates Brixie and Skip for asserting dominance in this game and series. And I think we had I think it was 17-7 in the first game on shots. Comms were flowing, our cars were flowing, and the game was flowing. So well
Oh
played.
yeah, boy.
I couldn't have summed it up any better. But yeah, one of the things I do note is, yeah, like shots, very big. If you have more pressure, usually you're gonna win. It depends on efficiency, sure, but at the end of the day, more shots, it tends to lead to the winner. And so we could definitely tell you guys' positioning was on point, locked the other team in the corner, and I want to say like each of you had your moments for games, like that's good teamwork. I believe Dark Skit started game 1 off like real hot. Brixie was shining through later, and Darkos toward the end. So I want to say that's what happened, but I wouldn't say there was a weak point.
I mean, yeah, Skit, you wanna elaborate? I think it's because of Haynes King last night, that performance. Skit, what made you just pop out of it because of that?
I mean, I'm a Panthers fan, so it's just watching the preseason is what he's saying. But that like clutch touchdown, but it's preseason. But, I was yeah, basing that
Listen,
mentality.
you gotta do what you gotta do. Whatever works. If you have a weird thing that works, I don't know, putting a leaf in your shoe or something weird, I'm not gonna judge you. Unless it gets too weird, then okay, yeah, maybe you should keep that to yourself.
You gotta have your strats, you know.
yeah. I mean, just like sports have their superstitions, you know.
Yeah, you know.
I do want to give credit to Brixie though. I think he was kind of the fuel in this trio. He kind of was setting up me and Skid a lot. He also had good shots. Brixie, how were you able to play the way you play today? Like, what made you just connect with us so well? I'm curious.
Damn, you should be an interviewer. You're great.
I was playing defensive in the last games, and usually I play offense. I have the better advantage in offense, so I just played offense and dominated.
Yeah, I did comment in the cast, like, your shots were on point. If there was someone to shoot, you don't want it to be Brixie. And you definitely capped off, especially when you were third man shooting, and they were low boost. It was more than often a shot in the net.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
All right, so
I was playing patiently.
and that makes it very easy for your teammates. You play anywhere if you play patient. Sometimes it's needed. Everyone plays faster, but yeah, it all depends. But yeah, congrats on the sweep. Definitely a good measure. Good boost for you guys trying to move forward through the season. And how are you guys gonna approach the next games forward?
Skate, you can answer this.
I think we'll approach it with a lot of confidence, honestly, because I feel like that's what kind of builds. Just keep building the chemistry, but like confident challenges and just relying on each other, knowing I have two great teammates here. Um, it makes me feel more comfortable going for the ball when I have these two guys behind me, and I think it's just relying on them and all that is the biggest thing. Just relying on teamwork and all that.
And I mean, obviously, besides the like unfortunate loss, we can't really count that. Have you been tested? I don't think you've been tested in this one, but tested last week. Was there any test like, oh, we have to overcome this, or it's just been, pretty smooth sailing for you guys?
The last 2 weeks have been pretty much smooth sailing. Last week we start off like just off game one, and then the next 3 games we just won them all by a lot. But I'm pretty sure it was by at least, I don't know, a few goals.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've yet to be. Well, we've yet to have like super.
We've yet to be
contested-
tested. Yeah.
Yeah,
We've yet to
we-
be
yeah.
tested.
Yeah,
by a
Yeah.
that's the word.
Well-
that's what I should have said.
Well, the good thing about this format, which I do like, it's like a Swiss format. For anybody out there who's played in Royalty, which no longer exists, they had a similar format. Yeah, exactly. Rip. They had a similar format, which is unique, and the Swiss, you get to build up. So yeah, if you end up 4-1, well, like 3-1, you get to play another 3-1. And it just builds up the storyline. So I can say you definitely will find a better test week to week, and so I know you guys are looking forward to the challenge. And if there's anything more you want to say, I mean, we are streaming. You could say it. Just don't be weird, like I always say.
I just want to say shout out to Binturong, aka Bin.
Oh yeah, dude.
He is our fourth. He couldn't make it, and Brixie stepped up, and he kind of made us really strong today. But shout out Bin, if you're watching this, we love you, Binturong.
Ben, man, you're the guy. You're the kid, and you're my boy.
Keep mowing your lawn. Keep helping.
What does that mean?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
What?
I think that's a
like-
metaphor for something. I don't know.
No, like I'm like genuinely like just keep doing stuff around the house. Like he's a good kid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stuff
does
with
he
his
like
mom,
the
stuff at
does he
home.
like the mow his lawn?
Yeah, he mows his lawn.
Yes.
But hey, we all need that glue, even if they're a sub or whatever, That's good though. I love to hear that.
Spartan, I have a question for you.
What you got?
Out of the teams you've casted in this league, can you say that there are some heavy opponents possibly looking better than us so far that you've casted?
Currently no. You're the best in the tier, but I mean I've only casted a few. I've casted for Bash Bros last week, and I think they 3-0'd a team, but they also they had a different player, Halo, I think, subbed in. But even still, like I said, I was impressed with your performance. Not to boost you up too much, because you still have to remain even keel, or otherwise overconfidence can be a killer. But
my player anthem, be humble.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, you guys are cool. I respect it. And yeah, just keep that same energy. and I certainly look forward to seeing what you guys can do. Because, like I said, we saw a great gameplay out of you, great team play. I didn't see too many weaknesses, so hopefully you guys can continue and do some damage in the playoffs.
So, just one more question
Yeah.
by me. If we wanted you to be casting our next game, how would we do that?
All right, so here's the deal. I don't know. You guys aren't part of an org, right?
Why?
Or is Darklist an org?
it's a community.
Okay.
Why?
Technically, it's a
Well,
community, yeah, like it's
I'm
a-
just saying because I own my own org. It's called Spartan Esports, but I do a lot of casting for them, so they come first, and we're in a few leagues. I do know Bromank from Bash Bros. He's actually on a 2 Spartan team, so he knows me. He asks, and so you guys are more than welcome to ask, but just know if I do have like a different game, that's going to take priority. But you are more than welcome to ask. I don't mind it. Unless you guys get annoyed, then that's fine. But hey, like, you can shoot me a DM. Hey, can you cast this? And just be ready for that answer. Sometimes I have to take priority for them, but I try to let whoever wants a cast, let them know if I'm available. Sure.
Sounds good. I'll give you a friend request.
All
Thank
right.
you so much, man.
No problem.
Thank you for our streaming too, man. I appreciate it.
No, of course. I'll try to put a vibe. But again, I'm kind of disappointed with how it turned out. Because I do like the. I don't know if you guys know Barl overlay.
Yeah.
But it for whatever reason it wasn't operating, and then I also knew like time constraints with everyone, so I didn't want to stop and restart the game to see if it worked. So we just went through with it, without the overlay. So felt a little weird on that, but hopefully the rest of it was okay. So yeah, I'll put up the VOD on YouTube along with this interview, and I'll send it in your team chat.
All right.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for hosting this.
Of
stream.
course, and thank you guys so much for the love and being present for this interview. We don't always do interviews, but of course we grant it, and we get a little more insight into teams like this, Darkless ZXZ. So thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
All right, so that's going to do it for the recording. We're going to throw it up on YouTube, and that's a wrap. Bromank poach on the Spartan. Of course, Bromank. Again, maybe you don't watch the VOD. I legit spent like 2 minutes trying to configure. It's very awkward. But God, I hate not having the overlay. It pisses me off. It's quick time to vote if you want to vote. We did it late. Obviously, we had a game previously, one of which Sleepy was playing. He knows. They dragged it out, so we had to scramble to get this ready. So let me know if anything looks off. But I think we are good. Yeah, we had predictions a little bit late. Both teams agreed to US East. In Serenix Central server is the default, so both teams agreed to that. And then we also have a special guest, if you're just tuning in. It is Squid, who is on Spartan Harmony, but he's co-casting tonight, and you might have remembered him from last week.
AKA, I'm too bad to actually be playing, so I'm casting.
All right, so let me know if his voice is good or if I have to raise his volume.
Raise me up.
Hell no.
Oh, you know you want to.
Oh no. Emmy
too
Bert
low
said
trust.
too low trust. Yeah,
Bring it
okay.
up. Yep, bring it up.
I
bring it up.
almost
Look, I know
believed you
my
before you
headset
said
mic's quiet.
trust.
Bring it up. Bring it up. No, no, no.
All right.
Cancel the trust part.
It's-
Bring it up.
It's going to 150.
Or
All right. Wait, did we lose
I'm more
someone?
of a 175 type of guy, but 150 will work.
Are we good to go? spectator. Was it Swift Captain Redbird? Okay, damn. All right, underway. Here we go into week 2 of Serenix 3v3 Elite 1575 to 1862, and a best of 5. Game 1. We're gonna see what both teams are made of.
Also, shout out to Dino Man's car. That is aura, having your car matching your name. Nobody does that nowadays, so shout out for that.
And I might not have to do much casting because Squid just goes off on random tangents.
Oh, absolutely. Nez going up for a pass. Does absolutely nothing with it, but that's already rotating back. Emmy on the ball. Gets absolutely slammed. Cretan now on the ball. Taking it up. Let's see what he does here. Gets pre-jumped by Captain Redbird. Gets it past. Past the Nez. Up. Can he go for a double? No, he's not good enough for that, but it's okay. We still love him.
And they're almost a shot going through, but we are still tied up. Still scoreless. And Spartan Army did take their victory 3-0 last week. They're trying to build upon it, but being tested early, game 1. 4 minutes left now. Could be like a little louder. I mean, I got them at 200.
They just want to hear me. It's okay. I kind of have that voice where it's just like so much aura. See, that's why I'm just such like a good teammate, you know? Like, I'm not, yeah, sure, I may be the worst on the team. That's why I got demoted to casting, but you know, I'm there for the aura and the good vibes.
He's got to pay the bills, got to feed the family. Although we don't pay him. I don't think anyone pays him, so this really doesn't do anything for him. But
Just
build his ego.
slave labor. Cretan with a shot, Cretan with the goal. Very good shot, you know. It could have been a little bit better, but it's alright. He's still learning how to shoot the ball, because last week he missed 50% of his shots. That's not statistically proven, but I guarantee you he did.
Hold on. Sleepy said get rid of him. Thank you, Squid, for your time.
What did I do?
Thank you for your time here today.
What did I do? Sleepy, why? I'm beautiful, bro. Please, do not get rid of me. Anyway, Emmy with the shot, misses because this dude can't shoot for shit. Nez on the ball, trying to get a good pass here. Hopefully, maybe not. Cretan on the ball, passing it back to Emmy. The first time he's done that this game. Emmy up with a reset, going for the goal, but can't get it. Emmy maybe out with a pass. Dino Man has control of the ball now, going for a pinch. Captain Redbird is going to take over. That didn't go great, but it's okay. Coming in from Nez to Cretan. Rips. Emmy going for a corner read. Oh, puts it on target. Good save by Dino Man. Emmy is just going to stay in the play while Nez goes for the ball. Nez goes for the shot. Doesn't get it. Close there. Oh, Emmy can't finish it off. It's all good, though. He's going to rotate back and try and find every big boost on the field, even though he's not going to get a single one because he's getting boost starred by all of his teammates. Captain Redbird on the ball. What can you do here? Not too much, but that's okay. Maybe get a little pass back here to Swift. Good shot. Might be going in. Oh, what a save by Cretan.
That was a close call, but yeah, fully expect a lot of shade thrown from Squid because obviously he's been benched and not taking kindly to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just gave my teammates so much aura, and now they just took that away from me. Like, I'm not too happy about it. You know, I thought I did great at the bottom of the league. Oh, and what a shot by Dino Man, tying the game up 1-1. Let's look at what happened here. Captain Redbird with a great corner read pass. And nobody on the Spartan Harmony defense doing anything because they forgot out of position. But that's okay. That's why I'm supposed to be playing, but you know, it's all good.
Squid, we have to ask, did you give a motivational talk to them?
Oh, I absolutely did give them a motivational talk. This is exactly what I told them word for word. I told them if they dropped a single game, they would not get called good boys for the rest of the week, right? And I mean, that is just like the biggest motivation, is just being called a good boy. I mean, who wouldn't want that, right? Like, that is just so like heartfelt and heartwarming, being called a good boy after you get a nice 3-0 sweep. You know what we had last week? But it's gonna be a little difficult without my constant motivation, you know. Let's hope they don't slip up and drop some games.
I'm
but that's
getting
motivational,
reports that your speech was not very motivational. But that was a great goal from Nez, and we need to see more of that from Spartan Harmony as they build upon this game and the lead up by 1. That's just normal Nez. And he's just
See, I
getting
don't know.
into it.
I would say it was pretty motivational, seeing as they're winning, because if it wasn't motivational and it wasn't in their mind, then they wouldn't be winning.
But
You know, you
what
gotta keep
if
them locked in with something.
what if they're tuned into the stream right now and then they're like, well, yeah, that wasn't motivational, but now we're motivated because of how unmotivated that speech was.
Well, then, I mean, that's very motivational, and it's still giving them motivation to win. So if you think about it, they got reverse psychology to the reverse psychologist of the reverse psychology. So now they are motivated to win this game, which they are very close to doing. 15 seconds left as Emmy goes for the shot. Cretan goes for a fake. Nez, last man back, gets dunked. Could this be an opportunity? Good touch off the backboard. King Captain Redbird followed up, throws it down to the ground. Is Harmony going to drop it? And yes, they will, and take game 1 2-1. Now, I mean, that was a pretty close game. It was pretty back and forth the whole time.
Yeah, tell us about it.
It's not looking like it's going to be a sweep series. I think Dino Mommies can easily take a game off of Spartan Harmony in this next game, because it was just such one of those back and forth games where it's like, okay, the series is probably going to be pretty back and forth. You know, it's a close game, close first game. Love to see that. It's probably going to end up being back and forth. So I think Dino Mommies is going to take this next game. And I mean, me personally, if I was playing against Dino Mommies, I'd be pretty intimidated because, like, I don't know if it's just me, but every time I see a mommy, I just get like.
Not gonna lie, I had to mute
Yeah.
stream to lock in. I fully expect that, and I
It's okay,
respect
you can
it
go
to the
back and watch
fullest.
it. You can go back and rewatch it.
I'm sure Emmy Burt mutes Squid when he plays with him, so
No, he doesn't, because, you know, he listens to my comms like 30% of the time, so I think I'm unmuted. I
damn.
mean, yeah, the other 70%, I just get, like, slammed from behind, but, you know, it's all good. I'm, like, the carry, right, so the most motivational, like, bottom frag, well, wait, this isn't Valor. Like, bottom of the leaderboard score, you know, like, I'm just there for the good vibes and motivation, and it works.
Well then, we didn't ask for your life story, but continuing on, Spartan Harmony, SP Dino Mommies tied up in game 2, and that is a shot. Swift putting it on target, and they're looking to bounce back from that game 1 loss, but it was a close game in game 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this series looks like, I mean, I already said this about 7,000 times, but this series looks like it's going to be one of those where it's just back and forth, back and forth. Because, I mean, that first game was just so close, and it just felt like nobody really was constantly, like, controlling the game. It just felt so back and forth. So I think that's how most of the series is gonna go. Nez with the backflip there. We can't be doing that, little bro. You gotta lock in better than that. Oh, the double miss on defense, and Swift takes advantage and scores a goal right then and there.
What is going on right
A
now?
little bit brutal on defense right here. You know, we had a side flip, we had a back flip, couldn't recover back, and I mean, that's just a free net. Like, I'm telling you, see, my motivation would make sure that wouldn't happen. Like, this is why I gotta be playing, bro. Like, see, my in-game motivation is just different, bro. Like, I mean, to be fair, like I said, this is gonna be a very close series, very back and forth. I would also be intimidated if I was playing a team called Dino Mommies, because, you know, I get scared around all the mommies, but that's just me. I don't know how that is for the team, but, you know, that's just me personally.
Would you say you're a better coach than a player?
I would say I'm a very good in-between. I'm like a coacher, you know, a mix between a coach and a player. Like, you know, I'm obviously like goated at the game, but like my inspiration and call-outs are just like game-changing.
Does anyone else get a word in? Wow, it worked. We got the full cast ready to go. So we're taking over, and Emmybert applying the pressure, and Cretan, you know, venture back. They're down by 2, and we're close to halftime. They haven't had much to show for this game number 2. I'm looking for a little passing play, but We're seeing SP really step up in a big way, holding on to a 2-goal lead, and Swift popping it. Burt closing down, and really, from what we're seeing, what does Spartan Harmony have to do to turn this around?
See, I feel like right now they're just like really stuck on defense. You know, like after the first game, you know, that was like so back and forth. But I feel like the Dino Mommies just stepped it up a little bit. You know, paced up, sped it up, and now Spartan Harmony is just struggling a bit to keep up with that. So I think if they keep up the pace a bit more, play fast, challenge quicker, they'll be all right.
Do you think
Everything right now is just a little too slow and a little too close.
Do you think what's going through their minds right now is if we lose a game, we won't get that positive feedback? As Bird puts it through, I mean, maybe we just reminded them.
Hey, bro, I mean, you know, being called a good boy, I mean, there's just like a different feeling when you get called a good boy, especially when I put on my E-Kitten voice. Like, that just really gets people going, you know, especially my teammates. So they're gonna definitely be locking in right now after I say that. And I mean, look, it works.
Holy
like a charm,
smokes. What do we see?
Yeah.
And they were locked down for most of the game, and they could just turn it on in a second like that.
Couple quick goals. I mean, all it takes is a little motivation. I mean, that's a big part about Rocket League is the mentality portion, right? I mean, there's only so much you can do mechanics-wise, game sense-wise. Mentality is a very big part of the game. So if you have a good mental, you're thinking, damn, I really want to be called a good boy today. You know, I need that motivation, but like, that'll get you through the game. That'll help you out, right? Like, that's just a very good. Oh, what a bump and what a shot, though. That is just a great team play right there. Not a whole lot you can do there.
They retake the lead. Belb, yeah, I was about to say, GC Lock, that's a different team. I don't know where you got that clip from.
Solid.
Damn it, it must have took you 30 minutes to clip that. You probably missed most of this series and you're coming back and like, what's going on? But don't worry, guys, we will have a poll at the end of this, and you can vote if you think Squid should return as a caster or not.
Opening comes up here for Captain Redbird, and I think Harmony's getting a little unlocked here. You know, just a lot of overcommits right here. Like Nez, he was third man there, didn't need to go there. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. They're playing a little bit slow, a bit too close, and you just need to spread out a bit more and just try and speed up their rotations, because right now they're just playing way too close, way too slow, and they're just getting beat and outplayed on stuff like that.
It's unfortunate because they had some momentum tying up the game, but since then, SP Dino, they gained that 2-goal lead yet again and almost applying it again. But
yeah, I mean, it's really just gonna come down to who. Okay, honestly.
No, he cannot handle silence. You are correct.
See, silence.
We got our.
Not fun, bro.
We got our expert analysts in chat, Sleepy and Belb. They can tell you all about it. Silence runs away from Squid.
What this series is gonna come down to, right, is who can score more goals and who can get scored off less. I mean, that's really what this is going to come down to. Oh, close double tap there by Nez. That would have been a great shot. But I mean, let's go back to my point real quick, right? Whoever scores more goals and whoever gives up less goals is going to win this series.
I feel like people are now dumber having listened to what you just said.
It is very intelligent information. Like, I mean, that's the basis of Rocket League. Score more goals, give up less goals, you win the game. But now, Spartan Harmony has just had their good boy privileges taken away. What is next, you may ask? I gotta think about what is gonna take away next.
Hold up. Top 5 rappers Eminem is afraid of. Top comment. Breathing when talking, completely unnecessary for Squid.
Yeah, like, what is even breathing? Like, why do I need to breathe? Like, I got my nose for that. Like, I can use my mouth to talk.
I honestly think he could go a full 5 minutes without stopping.
It's the only thing I can go a full 5 minutes doing, but...
All right, PG-13 here.
My fault. Anyway, getting back into the game, Spartan Harmony is applying a little bit better pressure here, you know. I think they're taking my advice, playing a little bit faster, spacing out better, and I mean, they're looking good so far here in the first 30 seconds of the game. We're seeing a lot of pressure coming out from them. And better general rotations. They do need to bring the third man back a little bit. But besides that, looking a lot better than last game, holding a lot more pressure. Crazy whiff there by Cretan.
I was
but it
about
turns
to
into
say,
a
if you
pass
don't
for
call that
Emmy,
one out.
maybe a goal. Ah, close there. But they're keeping up really good, consistent pressure right now, and this is what you want to see if you are a Spartan Harmony fan.
As Nez continuing on, he's showed some good mechanics in this one, but can they put it all together? We're not seeing the team plays out of them. As Nez continuing on, it's still scoreless, and how important it is to take that first goal, break through, but Dino Mommy's not making it easy as captain applying the pressure. Now Dinoman has a good lock on the sides, and they're being tested. Semibert gets a slight touch, but given away.
Emmy takes the ball, takes pressure, doesn't do too much with it, just kind of pops the ball up. Harmony's kind of backed up on defense right now. They do definitely need to pick up some pads, get out of this, and there we go. That's a good 50. That should get them out of there. Good job keeping up pressure right there. They're playing a little bit close together, but they're chilling out. Good challenge there by Captain Redbird. Not going to be able to push out of offense just yet. And there you go. There's the clear that they needed. Dino Man up, going for a corner read. Just going to pass the ball. Nobody there to take the shot. Captain Redbird on the ball. Swift going to be taking his time here. Or just passing the ball.
And that's a big miscue. You can see giving up possession and turn on the light, because you see Nez viciously attack. And that's an open net. Spartan Harmony take the first goal.
No, I really had to think about this one for a minute. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have to take away their good boy privileges, but I think next I'm gonna have to take away their good girl privileges. Oh, and Emmy not wanting that to happen. Guys, trust me, Emmy loves it when I glaze him and when I call him a good boy, so I guarantee you he is extra locked in right now so he does not lose those good girl privileges. Because I guarantee you he wants that badly right now.
Well,
I mean, like,
he certainly took offense. Now Cretan might add another, and almost stolen by Emibert, but I believe we got a score from everyone. So good, solid team play. Everyone getting involved. Spartan Harmony putting it together at the right time. This is a crucial game 3 to take the lead in the series.
Yeah, most definitely is. I mean, like, this game 3 in a best of 5 series, if you're tied up 1-1, is a very must-win game. Because, I mean, that really, like, leans whether you're going to win the series or not. I mean, there is, like, a great implication on this game. Because, I mean, match point, 2 games in a row, like, seems a lot more difficult than, like, a 1-0 game. And another good pass there by Cretan and a good shot by Nez. And this is what they were missing before. They sped up their play. They're spreading out better, getting good passes, and they are capitalizing off of it. That
And
was exactly
I
what
really
Spartan
like
Harmony did.
Nez's position on that too. He's a little bit wide, but read it perfectly. And so they got that good, quick attack. But SB Dino Mommy's definitely not the game they want. Down by 5 now. And far cry from what we just saw. They had a good command of game 2. This is vastly different.
Yeah, this game has been a lot more aggressive, a lot more spaced out, a lot smarter third-man challenges coming out from Spartan Harmony. And I mean, that's what they really need to step up. I mean, of course, they don't want to lose their good girl privileges because they already lost their good boy privileges. And I mean, that's not a good thing at all, right? Like, they want that motivation, right? They want to be called a good boy. And just the fact that they aren't going to have that, like, it's just plenty of motivation for them to lock in, which is honestly resulting in this 5-0 game so far.
All right, hold on. We have to read Squid comments here. They play good when Squid isn't on the field. Is that Squid yapping? I imagine Squid gripping the mic with all his soul if this was casted in real life. Then the next one's actually not about you. Dino is so buns, but we are not gonna say
Havoc,
that.
you're actually buns. You're probably like flat 3, like telling your friends that you're good at Rocket League. So like, let's lock in, okay? Sorry, that's just like, you can't be being mean about the players. That's my job, okay? Like, you're not allowed to do that over there in the Twitch chat. I mean, yeah, you can rave about them being like, oh, Emmy missed an open net because he hasn't hit one in 5 games. Like, yeah, you can say that. That's completely fine. But calling them buns, I mean, come on, lock in, y'all. Like, what are we doing? And good shot there by Captain Red, bro. I mean, that's a great
And
shot
they're
right there.
finally on the
Going up
board.
air dribble,
A
getting
little
the dunk.
momentum.
Love to see that.
But also, Caleb, spell hearing right. What the hell are you doing?
Like, that is just a great shot right there. And that is definitely what they're gonna need. Going into next game, just a little bit of momentum, a great shot. I mean, that's what you want to see if you are a Dino Mommies fan. Because, like I said, mentality is everything.
And they're getting a
another
little
goal by
momentum here.
Swift.
And, you know, I always talk about momentum. Could be good, translate into the next one. Certainly, you don't want to get shut out. They're not going to, and they add 2 late goals. So, can they bring it for a full 5 minutes next
And
up?
maybe a third goal? Unfortunate. Not a very powerful shot, but it's okay. Go for a little psycho maybe. Unfortunate, and Cretan just yoinks that last goal. You know, got to get up on the leaderboard. Let's keep in mind right now, Emmy's on the bottom of the leaderboard. This dude's lacking, guys. Like, he needs to lock in a little bit. Like, you know, I got booted off the team because I was on the bottom of the leaderboard, but at least I
You're
was
still
given
on the team,
very
Squid.
good motivate. Well, you know, I got booted off the starting roster. Not that I was ever on it, but
You played last week.
yep. I gave great motivation. Yes, may I have been on the bottom of the leaderboard every single game? Sure.
You were
but
a liability
my
on
motivation-
defense.
I was not. That is such a lie. I was great. I was great. I'm a good player. It's exactly what I'm playing right now. See, like, I'm just like externally motivating their motivation right now, right? Like, maybe we gotta get Emmy in here next, you know? He's so good, why is he not starting?
Well, when
we
you're
gotta,
high enough but low enough, you fall into a weird spot. So
yeah. See, I gotta, like, let these games be fair, you know? Because, like, if I was playing, like, I got the SSL mentality, right? Hold up, I need to join spectate. I'm yapping too much. I got the SSL mentality,
No.
right? Like, I'm basically SSL if you think about it, right? Because I enhanced, like, yes, I may be, like, low GC2 right now, and I may
isn't
suck.
there a title for SSL?
I actually do have an SSL tag, thank you very much, and a good goal from Swift. And this is what I was saying about the momentum coming in from last game. This is exactly what they needed coming off that last game.
But
'cause
what
1-2
was
is not
that
easy to come back from.
about Spartan Harmony? They had 2 players in the air, nobody got it.
L Spartan Harmony, bro. L Spartan
Damn.
Harmony. Like, y'all gotta, like, lock in, bro. Like,
Oh.
on a double commit
Oh.
coming. Yo, honestly, let's be so for real right now. Like, I thought that was Emmy, by the way, he missed that open net, but it's okay.
I mean,
guys.
he
still
has
love you.
been notable to clank it off the crossbar.
Very
Yo,
notable.
shot. That is brutal, and definitely
Good
it
attack
gets
coming in.
more
Good save.
painful.
But yeah, what was I yapping about again? I forgot what I was yapping about. Oh yeah, I was
That's
yapping
crazy.
about so coming into this game, right? Like, they needed that momentum from last game, those last 2 goals, and I really think those last 2 goals helped them get that goal that they're holding right now with the 1-0 lead a minute into the game. I mean, that's really a big part about Rocket League, right? Mentality, and with mentality comes
Yeah.
goals. Yep. I
Okay.
forgot the word I was gonna use. With mentality comes goals, right? Good mentality equals good goals. And another one might be coming out here. Shot coming in from Dino Man, blocked by Nez and Emmy. Swift is gonna try and keep pressure here as he controls the ball. Doesn't do too much with it, but does get a good bump on Emmy. Captain Redbird coming in, going for a pass mid, which is blocked off by Emmy. Swift's gonna take this ball back and try and control it. while Nez is on top of the ball, chasing it, maybe going for a little ground pinch here. Good clear out by Swift though, giving the Dino Mommies a little bit of breathing room.
Yes, you're right, Sleepy. Mentality counter. I know, wise words of wisdom comes goals. Exactly. You make us think maybe we should just put blood pressure monitors or something attached to the players. Something to gauge their mentality, though. It could be an idea, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good idea. That's a good idea. Gotta get working on that, but you know, it's not the budget yet. We'll get there though.
But still, 1 goal lead for SP, and they're taking it into halftime and doing a good job of hanging on. And they're trying to bring it to game 5, Champions Field, but they have this game still over 2 minutes left to play. And we've seen how quick Harmony can strike. They're applying some good pressure of late, but will it result in a goal? Have to find out.
See, how I like to describe Spartan Harmony is they're like kittens wanting milk, right? And who is, or what is the milk, you may ask? Well, that would be me, guys.
I don't think anyone asked.
Yep, everybody asks. Everybody wants to know, who is the milk? I am the milk. They are the kittens. They need my mentality. They need me to be calling them a good girl because, you know, they already lost their good boy privileges. They're about to lose their good girl privileges, unless Cretan has something to say about that. But
yeah, Adriano, I have no idea. I'm just contractually obligated to be here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice.
But we do have a question for Squid. What does
okay,
mentality really mean?
Mentality is the ment of the ality, okay? You put them together.
That's actually worse than I
mentality.
thought your answer could be.
My answer is still going as Nez puts in a goal to tie up the game 1-1 with 1 minute and 9 seconds left. That was just a bit of confusion on defense. A good demo though coming out from Emmy. Finally does something this game after just driving around the field the whole game. Good shot there though by Nez. Anyway, mentality. It's the men of the talent, guys.
I thought we were off this.
Nope. Oh, and a goal from Dino Man coming out, taking back the lead 2-1 with 1 minute left. I mean, that's just a great 50. Emmy gets left in a bad spot. Not a whole lot you can do there. Just gets absolutely bullied like he does to me when I'm on the bottom of the leaderboard. We're not going to talk about that though.
And
anyway,
they regained the lead. But yeah, bro answered the question by asking another question. That's very impressive.
I wasn't done. I just keep getting distracted because everybody likes scoring goals. I mean, which is the point of Rocket League, obviously. Anyway, I need some water for a second. Give me like 1 second and I will finish.
Oh, we got a break. All right, let's go. Spartan Harmony down by 1, 35 seconds left. Can they tie it up? Nez can't get that. Cretan now trying for a pass, and that's not going to be there, but Nez has a chance to collect, and 2 players in net. Maybe they could have added some more demos or a better chance, but how do you break through? And they only have 10 seconds to do so. Gotta bring it all. Is it going to game 5? Or do we have a tie? Swift, big clear, and that is gonna do it. Game 5 it is. What a bounce back. SP Dino Mommies here to play. And I don't know if you guys saw this coming, but what a series. We're going to Champions Field. Game 5 next.
Now, guys, they have lost their good boy privileges and their good girl privileges. What do we take from them next? Comment in the chat, what should we take from them next? They already lost their good boy motivation. They lost their good girl motivation. This has to be, like, the almighty mega, like, takeaway. Oh, I thought Spartan muted him.
No, surprisingly, he actually needed to take a break to drink water. We did not think that was possible. Maybe we should have put the poll on that.
See, look, you can't live without water. Water equals life. Life equals water.
But you can live without it for how long?
Well, actually, you can live without it for years, because I used to have this dude who was on my baseball team back in middle
Alright, maybe
school
you should
who
try it.
didn't drink water for 3 years straight. All he drank was soda and chocolate milk.
Alright, that's
Yeah,
your
you
next.
heard that right.
That's your
No
next
water.
goal. I think you should try that.
Take away Squid from the roster if they lose this. I bet that's a reward.
Damn, that's motivation right
what
there.
Did I do?
Oh,
Yo,
now you're thinking outside the box.
All I'm gonna say is notice how when I am not playing, the series is closer, you know? And maybe we should do this more often, honestly. I like being here. This just feels like comfortable and, you know, it feels natural. Don't you agree?
Well,
Torn?
you don't have to worry about the pressure of playing or being last man or being the liability because you're here casting and looking upon them, and if they lose, then you could clearly give them crap for it.
Exactly, because I mean, look, I would say I'm a pretty solid player, you know, I give good motivation.
Nice.
Squid is fun.
Oh no.
1v1 me and see what happens.
Oh,
I will put on
shit.
my topper. I will put on my topper and beat you in a 1v1. You do not understand
Damn.
the power of the Squid when it comes to a 1v1 as Nez slots the ball top left in the net, taking the 1-0 lead a minute into game 5.
How to
Now,
distract the caster. 101.
Confusion that happened on defense, but good shot by Nez.
But Spartan Harmony take the first goal, and you know, we always talk about it, and this series has been evident. Whoever takes the first goal, I believe, is going to win. And so definitely important to get that first quick start. Spartan Harmony, they get it, but being tested, SP Dino Mommies, they've proven they could hang in the series. They've had some very good games, and game 5 almost through as Nez able to clear, but only for a moment, and that's gonna loft up.
You know what? I have figured out what I'm taking away if they do not win this game. They will no longer, for an entire week, get to hear my E-Mommy Discord kitten voice.
I thought we
They
already
will be
agreed
taken
you're off the
away.
team if they lose.
What did you say?
I thought we already agreed you're off the team if they lose.
No. That's not how it works. See, yeah, call me a sub if you want.
What a
As
shot!
Captain Redbird slots the ball top left, tying the game 1-1 with 3 minutes remaining. Now, see, they didn't hear my motivation, right? They still need to hear my motivation for this game. My motivation is my E-Kitten voice goes bye-bye for a whole week. That is negative motivation. So if that doesn't make them locked in, I have no clue what will be. As Emmy goes up, I mean, he wasn't gonna hit that open net anyways, that was pretty obvious. Nez controlling the ball. Ooh, maybe I have to
What
go
a
for a 50 here,
50.
maybe a goal, but Emmy is able to clear the ball out. Harmony in a little bit of a tight spot here, but good pass out. Emmy with a shot, can't hit an open net for shit, but that's okay. Nez goes up, misses the ball, still pretty good pressure here from Harmony.
And
Emmy keeping up the pressure, just throwing the ball downfield. Swift controlling the ball, just trying to sling it out, get someone to work with. Nez with the sidewall, saved out by Captain Redbird, and another great save coming out from Swift. And I mean, you just gotta love to see a close game right here. I mean, yeah, sure, the E-Kitten voice may be on the line, and for those of you asking, what does the E-Kitten voice sound like? Well, you guys don't get to know that. That's like a treat.
yeah, save that for another day, please. But SP
But that's
Dino
okay,
Mommies, they are playing solid defense. Although, Squid, we have to ask you, are there enough demos? Do you think they should be applying more? Is that a difference maker? It seems like Dino Mommy's comfortable on defense.
I give my opinion on demos. Oh no! It missed open net by Korean, and I think this is just a curse on this team at this point that they can't hit open nets. See, this is why they need their E-Kit and Mommy at the bottom of the leaderboard, is because one great talent I have is I can
And
hit
he
an open
gets a
net,
little
but that's okay, as
redemption.
Korean slots the ball. What did you say?
He gets a little redemption. Wait, who said I'm lying? About what?
Why
Answer
is
me
Spartan
right now.
Anyway, what was I even talking about? I was talking about something that was very important, but I don't remember what I was talking
Yeah,
about.
highly doubtful, but let's move on.
Oh, everything I talk about is highly important and highly intelligent. If you want to get better at Rocket League, just talk to me for 5 minutes, and I guarantee you your rank will go up.
I don't know about that one, but Nez might have an opportunity for a double, but being blocked out. And they have a close lead, but hanging on by a thread as we are venturing toward the end. And don't forget, everyone, this is Game 5, Serenix League, Week 2, and both these teams balling out. But 30 seconds left, could be the last opportunity. There's a chance. What a block out. And they definitely want that one back for another shot.
Now, let's go over the analytic analysis of annihilation, alright? So, oh, wait, we're having some good pressure here. Can they tie the game up? Shot on net, right into the crossbar, so close, keeping up the pressure though. We'll give my analysis after the game.
They almost had it tied, but that's it!
Get out, but it's okay, guys. What a 0-second comeback to tie the game. What a shot, and we are going into overtime.
Huge
Game
stakes.
5.
Game 5 OT, and we got another Game 5 coming at you. But big stakes, and Swift might be able to end this. Although Nez gets back, and they have to lock in. Well, both teams, which side will it go? As Emibert trying to control, not gonna get the time, and now keeping it on the other side. Emibert 50 might have a pass.
Shot, go!
Oh, come on,
And
we
there we
expected
go.
more
Spartan
from you,
Harmony
Squid.
wins it
What the hell, we
in
set you up for
overtime.
that, and you were kind of lackluster. What the hell? You were supposed to have high energy on that goal. Goal.
Man, what a series.
That's the
And
quiet.
Spartan
That's the
Harmony-
most quiet he was the whole series.
Spartan Harmony is retaining their E-Kitten mommy voice. Can we mute
I thought
Squid
you
now?
took-
No.
Were you
No,
taking
I
that
cannot
away
be muted.
because they lost the game? I thought. Bro sounded like an English.
soccer
We read
commentator.
the same one.
Squid didn't celebrate because he noticed he's never starting in the roster again. Kick him. Yo, what did I do?
Damn. It
Never
is.
let Squid onto your plate, bro. What did I do?
It is easy to hate on Squid, isn't it?
Go buy Squid. No. No. God, we should put up a poll of reverse psychology.
No,
So if
we'll
you
get
want
to
me
the poll, but first we gotta do our closing sentiment. First off, we'd like to thank both teams for allowing us to cast. Spartan Harmony, SP Dino Mommies, putting on a heck of a performance, bringing it to Game 5. So thank you so much for allowing us to cast, and appreciate everybody watching, tuning in. All the Squid hate, we appreciate it.
I don't appreciate it
Oh.
as much. I would rather be glazed.
Well, you gotta start for that.
Alright.
Alright. But that's
Had
gonna
to
do
lower
it.
my
That is gonna
volume.
do it for this cast on the recording. But yeah, actually, before we go, if you voted Spartan Harmony, you are correct, but it was 60-40. It was close. But yeah, once again, we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in. You could watch this VOD. We'll have it back on YouTube, uploaded later. So once again, thank you guys. We'll start recording for the VOD for YouTube, so that'll be up for anybody who wants to watch it back. More than welcome to. So water? What does that even mean? I'm confused. But we also have another person streaming, getting their side of things. All right. Without further ado, oh my God, who voted 26 points? Crazy. Don't be betting the bank out here. 26 points versus like 9,000. That's a small risk, high possible reward. But welcome in everyone to this rivalry tier 4 3v3 of week 2. And yeah, it's trying to have a lot of betters in their favor. Big pressure like none other when you got all those channel points on the line. But week 2, and both these teams should be 0-1. Like I said in a previous time, if you watch another cast, rivalry does a Swiss format. You play teams on a similar record each week, so it's a good build up, and also kind of evens out throughout the season, which is nice. But both teams looking for their first win. Hey, I'm putting on, see, typical. You see all the money hungry scumbags coming out trying to put money on the other side. But like I said, small risk, high reward. But we're still scoreless in this one, and don't forget it's a best of 5. Only on game number 1. Doesn't indicate how the series will go, but nonetheless, a fast start is a good start. But still trying to get that first goal. That's an unfortunate touch, as we will call Shroomy or Tonka. What do you think, Chaotic? We say Shroomy or Tonka? But blasted it, and there's a missed opportunity, Caleb. It's not hitting those double reads yet. Up to you. Well, thank you. I guess for VOD's sake, we'll say Tonka, so they know what we're talking about. But there, Gyarados strike it first and a low touch. That's gonna be the one that does it. Smart play, sees the high challenge, and instinct. Strike first. Sleepy gonna drop it in, and right in front of net, had some options, and sees player high, player low, sends it right in the middle, and Spartan trying to have a good tie. Nice response. Don't take much time to do so, but that one's in front of net. Sleepy gonna take another shot, and a bunch of 50s in front of net happening. And there's more pressure, and Sleepy gonna try keep shooting, and why not? It's got one goal. Keep applying the pressure. Something's bound to fall in. But so far, good matchup. Tied one apiece, and that's almost a redirect. But Sleepy, guess what? He gets another chance to shoot. And he's got quite the number of shots already. But Sleepy happy to keep shooting. As now, Spartan up by 1. off of Sleepy shooting. But I also give credit to his teammates setting things up. Giving up possession, Instinct might have an opportunity to answer. A big 50. Tonka, enough of a touch. Gonna have to venture back, gets deleted. We'll see if that opens up the lane, and almost a chance. And Water applying the pressure, and they got a good lock on respective positions. And that is a case in point. Just good pressure, good 50 in. Something's bound to happen in your favor. And just a back and forth battle, but we're under a minute to go. Certainly the next goal could be the winner. Goal's not super easy to come by, but pass to the mid and almost through. Tonka there for the save just in time. Now Sleepy try bring it underwater. You like what I did? It's just meant to be. But 20 seconds left. Big blast. Caleb, calm and collected, taking the 50. Gyarados now back. Quick turn, but gets deleted. And maybe some pressured play. Some bumps as we venture down under 10 seconds. And big pop. And killed down. So we have OT game 1. And coming down to the next goal. Who has it? Who takes it? I mean, it's a mystery right now how back and forth this game has gone. But certainly pressure has prevailed. And that's an awkward touch. Caleb trying to venture back. Sleepy able to get the touch. Now Tower gonna boom it down, maybe have a chance, and that was a missed opportunity, but Gyarados not gonna waste his opportunity. Front of net. And 2 players on the back wall. That's gonna be its problem. No one challenging. And no one locking down the midfield. And we see plenty of shots at the midfield from both teams. But that is game 1. Going to OT, going to Instinct. They take it. And now Orbit and Temple, game 2. Do they bounce back in Spartan Trionda, or does Instinct continue their winning ways? The net says, yo, lock in, son. Oh boy. uh all right, it is up. We're back into it. Might as well take this time, make sure everything's good. Overlay. But yeah, quick DC happened quickly, so just restart it. Happened like immediately. but if it's further on, just play continues. They have to continue on. So, I mean, that happened almost as we started. So, good sportsmanship all around, and we continue into game 2. All right, Gyarados trying to clear it. Now, Sour Hour, awkward touch, but enough to get out of the way. But Water can't get a touch there, and Sleepy applying the pressure, but you got everyone back. And there's a nice shot. Tonka moving forward, also threatening to bump and making the defense awkward. Spartan Triunda take the first goal into game 2. And that's exactly the start they want. Although we're seeing some awkward play. And we've seen doses of it in game 1. There's some more chalkness. But there's Water hanging in front of net, able to capitalize. And Triunda want that double commit erased. Want that one back. But without surprise, we have a tie game. And that's something both teams have been good responding. There's a shot. And Triunda definitely struggling with keeping possession, keeping it away from the middle of their net. As you see so many shots come through, and Instinct sure know how to put it into a good spot. Caleb, enough of a touch. Gyarados keeping it close, but Sleepy controlling and 15. And Sour Hour can't get a touch there. Gonna have to venture back. Caleb wide. Tonka almost gets it. And almost a good setup. Sleepy. The Tonka can't get another touch. Now Caleb's trying to track it down. They have some numbers, but tough to get a good look as Instinct's trying to set up on defense. But we're almost at halftime. And holding on to this tie game. And that almost pops in. Hits the crossbar. Caleb hoping to get a sneaky goal as he rotates again. That's Sour Hour. Good closeout at the midfield. Water applying the pressure and big demo, and Caleb has to stop, put on the brakes. But demos can be key, especially when you see a deadlock game like this. Just enough to shake up the defense, cause chaos. That's going back. Caleb gonna be a little bit awkward, and so is Sleepy. Not expecting that one. Going right over. A Sleepy, big beat. Tonka moving forward. Caleb reaching. Might have had a chance there. Going all the way back. Caleb, enough of a touch, but Sour Hour. That's going to be wide. All right, Bell. Sounds good. I'll catch you later. Sleepy has the flip. Can he do it again? And almost looking like some magic. That might be just what they need. Still looking for the answer, and Caleb can't connect on those. He's close. But Water. Tonka is there. Now Sleepy filling the gap. But that's a shot, and You start to question, are we gonna have another OT? Could come down to a mistake, and Tonka actually keeps it in front of net, but once again we see Instinct. They're patient on defense and just trying to find their spot. Caleb, good reaction there, had an Instinct player hanging out, but yeah, this one could fall down to a mistake. 0 seconds and we got another OT on our hands. Caleb moving through. Now Tonka gets dunked a little bit, but actually gets a pass right back. And Gyarados, good job on defense reacting to that one. And that's on target. Tonka showing some skills on the shooting. And they get a little redemption in game 2. OT, but this time in their favor. Alright, somehow we went to a wrong one, but we'll go to this one. I can't believe no one called that out. I tell you, anytime like a DC or something happens, always always messes me up some way or another. But game 3 is here. Both teams have a win under their belt. Both kind of know what to expect, but also just as important, getting that first goal, getting that early start. And Sleepy definitely getting that early start. A nice play from him. Gets a nice starting pop and then can easily follow that up. Bang is right, and now do they add on the pressure, add on the momentum? And certainly do. Tonka continuing with some offense as well. Caleb with the assist and in front of net. If you can't clear it, gonna be a problem. It's Treyonda up by 2, and still early yet though. Plenty of time for Instinct to turn it around. They have had answer every time they get scored. And don't mind me, distracted. But we're back into it. And Caleb getting a demo. And they're still applying the pressure. They're definitely changing things up. Adding some more demos, but Water almost getting it low. And Tonka going to the air. Might have another. That was almost risky. Water almost getting the challenge, but that's a big blast. Sleepy there. And Coach Chaotic after game 1 was elite. And I know. I mean, Sleepy can self-coach. But Tonka, who really has stepped up of late, definitely applying the goals that Spartan need. But that's almost on target, and Sleepy, another crucial touch on defense. But taken to the air, and Water has that backboard locked. But possible double commit leaves Sleepy in a tough spot, and Water, what a redirect. And Spartan gotta watch out for those double commits. It's plagued them. And we see Instinct taking full advantage of that situation. But that's going to be too wide, and Caleb can't do much with that one. Wondering if that was going to roll through. That would be pure trauma. We're at 2 minutes to play. 1 goal difference. Instinct trying to tie it up. Passing to the midfield. Big blast. Tonka can't get that one. Needs some help. He gets it. But Water, given the time and possession, can he make something of it? And that one inadvertently goes to the midfield. And Spartan lucky that didn't result in a shot. As we've seen that before, in front of net, shot coming through, but it's just back and forth, awkward play. Can we lock in? No, we can't. Nobody can lock in. Although Caleb does get met with an open net. I don't know if you did vote. I would think it would have a number next to you. But what a beat. Challenge going in, and they'll take that luck, that 50, that challenge. Right now we're seeing some high momentum. Biggest lead for Spartan Trianda in the series. Well, true, you get points just by watching. Under a minute to go. Instinct. It's a rough spot. We'll have to say, definitely rough to turn this one around in this game. But they definitely have to look forward to the next one. How do they reset? Try to tie up this series, and right now they're trying to get a goal in their favor to start that momentum. Sauer can't get that one, and what a block from Caleb. And there's another shot. Sleepy putting up some numbers, and Spartan Trianda kind of waking up here. You see the speed definitely increasing, the challenges definitely increasing, and very much limiting Instinct's ability to shoot and control, and that's only going to do good things for you, as you can see. And that would have added to the heartbreak, that own goal there. But Spartan Trianda take a pivotal game 3. They are up in the series 2-1 and looking to close it out. But will we see Instinct tie up the series? Like I said, they've had good bounce backs at times. Now it's for the series. Can they channel some of that game? What was it, game 1 that they won? I'm like losing track here. Yeah, game 1 in OT, it was 2-1. And then game 2 was OT, but Trianda turned it around, and then they built upon that momentum. And we're all gonna get kicked because Rocket League is broken. So we're gonna do it again. Unless I'm the only one. Let me just check. Nope. Alright. Let me remake. Yo, Matt Rocky, what's good? Hopefully they're not already playing. Hopefully I didn't get shut out somehow and couldn't get in. But what's up, Falcon? Sorry if I missed your message on YouTube. Okay, made a match. Well, at least I'm not in the situation where everyone's playing and I'm not. So I've had that, and people are just playing, don't care about the caster. It's like I'm not casting it. I'm not viewing it. That's definitely happened to me before. But yeah, when a series is chalked, it's gonna be chalked. And we had a DC, we had the server just die. But we're back and ready for the action. Game 4. Once again, Instinct trying to tie up the series. That's a big demo. Sour Hour keeping in front of net, but Caleb ventures forth and gets a touch out of the way, and there's a bump attempt. But Water doing a great job on defense and also applying pressure. That's gonna go into the other corner. Now Gyarados seeing what he can do. He also gets a bump, and seeing big bumps from Instinct. Definitely opening up the way. Water has Instinct's first goal. And that's a solid start, and we will continue to talk about that first goal. For some reason, that is a good blessing. But 4 minutes ago, Spartan Trianda trying to tie it up quickly, but can't maintain possession. Now Caleb gonna track that down. It's an unfortunate bounce, but there's a shot and save from Water. And Gyarados, what a challenge. Sneaky challenge at that. And Sour Hour, great pass, and Instinct up by 2. Certainly poised to bring it to game 5, but we still got more than half action left in this one. But so far, solid start from Instinct. And they started off, applying those bumps, demos, making things shaky in the right way. And definitely looked locked in. Tonka, what a double though. That is certainly gonna turn momentum a little bit. And also, you got no one on backboard. Definitely gonna be a problem. But big score for Spartan Trianda. They cut the lead by 1. Although big redirects we see out of Instinct. And that is also adding to their good play here. But that one's too much of a pass. Although Sour does a good job repositioning. No Water popping it high. Almost a great pass. If he shot it, it would have just been low and easily cleared. But Gyarados last back, almost getting bumped. Now Tonka getting challenged. And has to be careful, almost gives it up into a shot. And Spartan trying to maintain possession, not easy. And 2 minutes ago, Sleepy almost dunked in. But there's Gyarados locking down the midfield. Sleepy looking for some magic. Caleb a little bit late on the bump. And there are bumps to be had for Spartan Trianda, but obviously not on the same page. A little bit late with the setups. But there's a flick and almost bouncing in. Tonka needed just one more touch. But Sleepy awkward. Luckily has Caleb there. Definitely wanted a redo. Although double commit might not be too painful. But Water gonna take possession. He's taking his time, doing some damage, but Tonka patient and able to clear it. A lot of time ticking away. Spartan trying to don't have an answer besides that nice double from Tonka, and perhaps need a little more magic. Although we might be going to game 5. 30 seconds left. Caleb, too high of a bounce, ready to Water. That's in front of net. Sleepy almost able to get a shot. Sour Hour pushing it down. And Gyarados reaching. He actually gets a touch. Felt like he was in the air for 10 hours. 5 seconds left. That's a shot opportunity. Caleb can't get there in time. And guess what? Game 5. We're doing it. Spartan trying to game 5. Who takes it? Instinct. Spartan Trianda. Well, we're gonna leave the play to do the talking. Meep. And look at that. Sleepy ready to go. Now we got everyone in. Game 5 is here. I don't know if you expected this, but here we are. And we've mentioned how good of a series it is, back and forth. And has not disappointed. And now it's going to be a long blast. Sour Hour. All the way from downtown. Sleepy trying to achieve that double, but lands a little in front of net. And Instinct take the first goal. And does that mean they're gonna take the game? Whoever scores first is in good position, and Water added another as well, and certainly not the start trying to want. But it's still early. Still plenty of time. And Tonka challenging. Caleb can't get that, and now Sleepy venturing back, might have to avoid the bump, and he does a good job at that. Sour Hour blasting off the backboard. No one on backboard, and you can see Spartan trying to a little bit awkward. They gotta get their positioning set and spread out. And that's chance in front of net. Gyarados can't get that one. And Tonka, initial touch. As you can see, Spartan trying to, they're playing close and in the same spots. It's definitely something to keep an eye on as we get closer to the rest of this game. A big blast, Sour Hour faking, and Tonka is there. Although more pressure and missed opportunity. Although Gyarados almost scores, and there's more shots coming through. And how does Instinct not score that? But this could be a momentum shift that trying to need. They look out to avoid going down by 3 and now have an opportunity to cut the lead by 1. Much more manageable. And that one's applying pressure. Sleepy, that's going to be low. Caleb can't get a touch there. But Sleepy challenging. And Sour Hour there. And more pressure and good positioning from Instinct. They're trying to get their third goal. That's a blast and almost through. But still denied. And Sleepy trying to get a 50. But Water, a nice initial touch. Gyarados reaching. Now Sleepy, Caleb, and big challenge at the midfield. And Instinct doing it so well, taking time off the clock, being patient, waiting in their spots. But can we have an answer? That's bouncing in, and Sleepy at the midfield. A crucial score. Cutting the lead by 1. But they have to do it again. And solid kickoff. Caleb and blast it, and 2 shots almost identical. Top in. And huge shooting coming out. Also good presence in the midfield. And what a tie, as things are really getting interesting. And bounce back, but this is an opportunity. Gyarados can't get it through. And so important to keep possession. But Water just applying the pressure, hoping something lands. But he can't get that one. And back pass. Gyarados gets an initial touch, trying to track it down. But big 50 from Sour Hour, big 50 from Water, and they're close. That's on target. Gyarados puts it through, and that's just an unfortunate situation. You see it kind of rolls away, and do you go, do you not? You got no boost. And Instinct up by 1, and now Spartan trying to have to venture back and tie it again, and it has not been easy. That's a high blast. Sleepy, a touch in mid, and that's a denial. Water, what a save, keeping that one out. Tonka by 1, but Sour Hour almost gets that to go, and 30 seconds left. Caleb can't maintain possession on that, but Tonka, Sleepy, and that's gonna be almost through, but you got all these players in front of net. How do they break through? Sleepy breaks through and finally have an opportunity to score, and they're awkward venturing out, and a similar situation. It rolls a little bit away, bringing the goalie out, and that provides an opening. But do we have OT for game 5? How could we expect anything else? We've had 2 OTs already. But now, for all the marbles, 1 more goal is what comes down to this, and that would have been heartbreaking to see that one go through. Such a simple notion. But Tonka is there and doesn't waste much time. Puts it through. Are you kidding me? Nice flick from Caleb. Sour Hour can't get enough away. And Tonka visualizes and attacks. And what an ending. That is going to Spartan Trionda. But man, what a series. Could have went either way, obviously. Instinct. Heck of a series from them. Sleepy did it for Belb. If only Belb knew. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I gotta go rush and get ready for the next one. Thanks for making it as long as possible. But hey, give credit to Spartan Trionda taking the victory in OT. Certainly, Instinct did not make it easy. And so, if you voted Spartan Trionda, you're getting your points back. Appreciate the support, guys. Thanks everyone who tuned in. Anybody in chat, if you're just lurking, very much appreciated. So thank you again. And we're gonna cut this one short, but of course we'll upload it to YouTube for anyone to watch again if you want to catch all the magic and my terrible casting in the middle. But hey, you guys made it easy toward the end with all the excitement, so thanks again for all the support. So we'll have that. Let me just quickly check. I think everything looks good. Yeah. All right, 10 o'clock on the dot. No, no. You're not getting my yeah boy, but you might hear this. And bonus points if you could mention where that's from. Alright, let's see how the players are doing. Oh, somebody's ready. Alright, don't be shy. You're already popping in. It's already begun. If I know it, can I get VIP? No. We're not gonna sugarcoat it. VIP is much more monumental for a task. But Bromank really putting that task of first goal right on the board. Then I don't know. Well played, well played. But we already have a score, and we'll say welcome in everyone. This is Rivalry Tier 3 for the 3v3. And this is week number 2 as that one's bouncing around. Our first look at both these teams, Bash Bros and Simplified Pink of the 3v3 circuit. But Nox showing good control, but gonna be challenged. And quickly making sure, I think we're good on sound and everything. Just let me know if anything needs to be tweaked, of course. But I think we're good. But Central just sneaks in front of the net, takes one, ties it up. You love to see it. Central just swoops in sneakily, and we got a tie matchup. But Aidenator and son about these kickoffs. Simplify Pink, better watch out. These kickoffs are brutal. As Bash Bros have them down, but surely it's gotta end. All right, that one's not gonna fall through, but certainly threatening. Bash Bros retake the lead after a kickoff, but giving it up, and so close to being a goal. Bromank there for the save, and what a touch. Aidenator hanging up, but a great first game, plenty of action as both teams still getting into the flow. Now Nox, good control, also staying behind it, but it's gonna have another chance at it, and we already see Nox playing control and great pass. Central, he's got both goals, but certainly a great assist from Nox, not threatened by the oncoming challenge. But we can see Nox, he likes to control the ball, and he's good at it, not giving up possession, continually staying behind it. Aidenator can't get a touch there. Bromank with the chef hat, and he's going up again, and perhaps a missed opportunity. Had a goalie in net, low on boost. There's Aidenator, he's gonna blast it. They can do some damage, and a little fake, if you will, on the top, while Aidenator hangs low and follows his initial touch. But of course you have to respect he called fake, promise. But I don't know, sometimes with those maybe it's better he fakes, because how many times you have that teammate, they go up in the air and then it goes wide and you don't even have a shot. So sometimes those fakes can work even better, especially when the whole defense is looking up in the air and you got someone low, sneak in a shot. But halftime is here, and it's been very back and forth. Simplify Pink, they're trying to tie it up yet again. And just a reminder for anyone new to this, it is a best of 5 for the regular season. And if you're just tuning in, this is only game number 1. You can see on the display on the top. But big 50s coming out. A battle of inches. They're taking every 50 to move a little bit closer, although good control from Bromank. Nox can't get that one, but he can go forward, maybe waiting for a pass, although good closeouts from Bash Bros. And Skiller's blasting it. Nox, a nice initial touch around 1, but has Aidenator back. Oh, Aidenator seems to play back, but he does it well and has those long clears. Good save from Central. And now pass forward, Nox. Zulu somehow gets it through, and quite evident. Sometimes positioning matters, pressure matters. Doesn't matter all the time how strong your shot is, as long as it goes in. And trying a similar thing of nature, Nox trying to sneak one low on a grounder. But Bromank and teamwork pinching that out. You know, why have one player go for it when you could have 2? And just doubling the security. Although, is that on? And we're seeing the tide slowly shift. Bash Bros have had multiple leads at different points, but you're seeing good pressure from Simplify Pink. Although they might have to watch for the counter. Aidenator, he actually gets it past the last, and 7 seconds to go. And apologize for the Discord alerts. Usually we could get by with them, but different when there's a scrim going on and the server forget about it. So had to mute it real quick. Oh, what is up, Belb? What is up, Sleepy? But welcome in as Bash Bros take game number 1 by 1 goal. Although certainly was a back and forth battle. Could have gone either way. Came down to the wire. And so far, we like what we're seeing out of both teams. Although we fully expect Simplify Pink to step up in game 2. They also gave up some kickoff goals. You take those away, could be a different story. Game 2 is here, and that's certainly not a kickoff going in Bash Bros' favor. And Central almost has a touch, a little smoke screen as well. Not sure who's going to go after it, but Bash Bros able to get downfield and almost have a chance to score as well. But Zulu goes flying, so does Central, and some chippy play coming out as we see a demo as well. And something got into Bash Bros. I think someone insulted their family as Bromank taken to the air. He's got people demoed and bumped, and solid goal from Bromank. But Zulu gonna blast it high, hoping for some kind of mistake to fall through. Bromank able to collect it though. We've seen some attempts at passing downfield from both teams. Nobody able to really get those redirects. We did see a nice pass from Simplify Pink in the previous game that occurred at midfield. Central wide shot, and Aiden Air just gonna casually collect it. Bromank, what a challenge. He goes up high, already anticipating the opponent going up the wall. But two players knock each other out, and now Bromank a little bit in trouble, and Aidenator senses it. Wise to bail him out in a rough spot. Central can't get another touch. Bromank gonna snipe through. And good touch from Nox. And that's what we're talking about, and we give him credit again. Just ability to stay behind the ball, not give up possession. Has a blast, and it bounces wide, just shy. And almost doing it all. But we are almost at halftime. Low scoring game in this one. Team's locked in. And Central going for the early challenge, but that's an unfortunate bounce as Nox being bumped around as well. And almost a different game to contend with. Simplify Pink being tested. Bromank continuing pressure. Skillers trying to cut through, and good job by Central bringing it to the opponent's corner. 50 in front. Nox snipes through. He could have the double, a little bit too high. Central, a lofting touch. That's not completely out of the way as Zulu a little bit awkward at midfield. And Nox right back. Central could only give it right back to Nox. And they're still trying to find the answer. Still trying to find a good look, and How unfortunate, Bromank. You know he's coming. Senses a little bit of awkward play, a little bit of space. And it's a little bit of a goal given. And what is up, Cold from Brazil? Thank you so much for tuning in on YouTube. But 2-goal lead for Bash Bros as we're getting closer to 1 minute, and this is a big game. They win this, they're on series point, and Simplified Pink certainly don't want that. They need to carry some momentum. They need a goal here, and that's exactly what they'll get. Who said I'm a caster curse? I caster enable. And Central gonna get credit with that assist just for stopping it. But 1 goal difference, and isn't it crazy how a 2-goal lead for much of the game can now seem feasible when you cut it to 1, and it certainly can change. Zulu challenging Aidenator as initial touch. Bromank up early as he does. A good closeout from Skillers, trying to collect, can't continue on, and somehow gets a bounce rotating back. 20 seconds left. Quick flick from Nox, and that could be on target, and you see the play trying to eliminate Bromank, the last defender. I like the idea, just happened a little too late. And Bromank trying to get that last goal just to solidify things. And Aidenator is going to be the one to do it. And they applied good pressure toward the end. But Bash Bros take this one 3-1. And now they're really forming into things. They have the momentum, winning 2 games in a row. So what is the answer for Simplify Pink? Well, I'd say an early start would definitely be key. They've continually been playing catch up. So how would they play in the lead? Could be a different story. But they still have yet to fully reach their potential. We see some attempts at passing, but not fully connecting. Certainly Bash Bros is comfortable on defense. So how do you change all that? Game 3 is here. Nox, who's been a solid performer for Simplify Pink. Definitely expect him to step up if Simplify Pink is going to win. And has shown good control, good offense as well. And Central, who also had 2 goals in the first game. Bromank cutting through and almost squeezes the gap for the first goal. Central trying to read that, and 50 in front of net. But Bromank somehow gets the demo, and now Skiller's gonna try to continue on with the demo streak. But unfortunate, they're all tangled up in Bash Bros, all in the left corner or right, depending on how you're looking at it. In there, good speed, bounce, but Nox ready. And Bromank might have been getting bumped, it didn't matter. He's still able to get there. Aidenator keeping it close. Now Central wide. And Nox trying to chase it down. A good cutoff from Central. Now Nox has some time and space. Bring it to the other corner. Big bounce. Gonna cause 2 to commit. And Bromank taking his time. Although gets bumped off. And right back. And you know how important this first goal is. Both teams locking in. And there's Nox. We've seen some wide 50s. Wide touches. This one Nox pushed up and quick to it. As Simplify Pink take the first goal. And that's something we talked about. Can they take the lead to start? Have a solid start in game 3? So far, yes they can. But is that on target? It's not. Nox gonna try and get a touch. But nice pass to Nox, who almost has just shy. And we want to see that redirect downfield from either team. I haven't seen it connect completely. We've seen some whiffs though. Or tactical fakes. A nice block from Central. Bromank gonna collect the boost and the ball going up high. And Nox with an initial touch. There was almost a chance to score. And sometimes you force that save. It opens up the door for another shot. Aidenator cut off, and now Bromank give and go as Nox tracking it down and sticking to it like glue. But definitely a different game here, and that's the beauty of Rocket League. All these games could be vastly different. Hoping for not an own goal from Simplify Pink. It was dangerously close. But Zulu applying the pressure. And we're close to 1 minute. And pressure coming in. That could be on target. But Nox is there for the save and clearing it out. At least for a moment, but almost bumped in the air. That is a chip away. And Bromank wants that one back. Although the threat was real. You could see them closing in. They're just shy of tying this up. Just one play, one possible bump. And so far, Simplify Pink holding strong. And they definitely could use one more goal for security. Central gonna push it, and there it is. Zulu Grizzly TV is there in front of net. A nice little team play, everyone touching it. And sometimes you just challenge in front of net, get something, and a solid bounce back from Simplify Pink. And certainly that first goal lead they were able to hold on to for much of the game. And then they added another. But as we said, it's very interesting in Rocket League how different so many games could go. And we've seen 3 games, and I'd say all 3 have been vastly different. Comeback starts now, but you're not supposed to talk about that thing, right? That thing that happens when you come back all the way. Although we always talk about it. Who are we kidding? All right, game 4. Actually, we're going to Sovereign. Hopefully I make it in time. Alright, 13 seconds. We're good. Alright, game 4 is here. Simplify Pink. Trying to build off of that win. Trying to tie up the series. And what a strong shot. Although, Bromank, there on defense. And 50's coming out. Bromank gonna be tested on defense again. Pass to Nox. And smart play. Although Bash Bros all over it and almost a counter as Central able to get there just in time. And we've seen some scares for both teams. And they certainly don't want to give up the lead to start. And what a save. Nox looking so awkward. But we're seeing Nox, Bromank make some incredible saves from both sides respectively. But certainly we know how pivotal that first goal is. It's proven evidence. But going high to challenge, not going to connect. Aidenator might lead it down, and that's a shot, and Nox saving again. But Aidenator, Skillers able to 50, that's going high. And somehow Bromank gets there. Looked a little bit late on the challenge. But 50 in front of net. Aidenator controlling the midfield. A nice pass. But Nox again just building those saves. Stat padding out here. But a demo. And we didn't see too many demos the previous game, but I don't think they had many chances to do so. And that's bouncing around. Central able to put it through, but that initial touch from Zulu, that quick bounce, strong shot, and enough to make the defense not know if that's going in or not. And Simplify Pink score first, and now you start to question some things. Roman can't get a touch there. Central almost to Nox, and that might be in front of net. Bromank collecting. But certainly interesting. Bash Bros, they're up by 2 in the series. Had a rough game 3. Well, not super rough, but down 2. Did not have an offensive score. And Bromank, what a 50. Having a backup, usually that's not good. But solid pressure from Simplify Pink. They're playing in the right spots. Good positioning. Applying the pressure. And Aidenator almost has a crazy redirect. But Skillers, he got deleted. That might have been an open net. And tactical fakes coming out. Aidenator's been hanging out in the opponent's side, but can't quite make the magic of it. And Skillers able to get a touch there. But that's on target, and Skillers has to make a save again. We're seeing so many shots come through, so many saves. Aidenator, good job buying time, and oh no, Bromank backwards again. But 1 minute to go. Bash Bros, they need a score here to tie it up. And Aidenator Big 50 bouncing out. Central, though, showing good initiative. Aidenator. Roman can't get a touch there. Gonna just pause the defense. There's Nox and Skillers with a good challenge. Roman trying to sneak in. But perhaps a double commit. Central, good block. They're being tested. Almost through. Zulu with the save. And now back and forth. And somehow keeping it out. How is Simplify Pink doing it? 2 seconds left. Last ditch effort. And guess what? We are going to Champions Field Game 5. And really phenomenal bounce back from Simplify Pink. They have not conceded any goals in these wins. So, as I said, scoring first, definitely a priority, definitely big in the series. Alright, most important part, we gotta put it on Champions Field or we're a fraud and we will get fired. Yo, what's up, MJ on YouTube? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Just in time for this Game 5 on Champions Field, do or die. Forget about everything else. It comes down to one game and uh-oh, Bash Bros get a solid kickoff in their favor and leads to this goal. Now, does it mean Bash Bros are gonna take this one? That's why it's important for Simplify Pink to tie it up quickly. But right now, being tested, and Bromank just zooming in like a missile, senses it. That's gonna land, and that's an unfortunate time. Not trying to control, not given the time. And what's up, SBC Tom? Here to represent Bash Bros. Sure they appreciate it. But Aidenator, we see possible whiff. I don't know if we could fully bash on him. We haven't had to bash on Aidenator too much. Credit to him. But up by 2, 4 minutes ago, Skillers zooming in, although Nox now gonna try and control Aidenator. Big challenge and low boost for Simplify Pink. In a bit of a rough spot. But Nox quick on the challenge, buying some time, gets that boost, and now gonna wait for an opportunity. That's the midfield, and great job from Skillers, and why it's so important to have someone at the midfield and just wisely hanging out just in case, and gets there. There we got our redirect. I'd say we were waiting for a redirect from either side, and we finally get one, and what an effort that one produced. But definitely a rough spot for Simplify Pink. They've played so well in the previous 2 games to bring it to Game 5. And not conceding any goals in those 2 game wins. And now, 3 against them. Definitely a big hill to climb. But how do you get out of it? Well, first off, gotta score your first goal. Can they do it? Nox, big challenge. almost an opportunity for Zulu. And now they're applying pressure, but have to be efficient. Also have to respect that redirect now. Although Nox just gonna make it look simple. Have you guys thought about just putting it through the net? Just drive forward. Why didn't anyone think of that? And Simplify Pink get their first goal, and that is huge for them. They might be able to add another quickly. Aidenator's there. And team pinch, but off the mark. And Brobank definitely didn't want that boost. He doesn't need it. But Nox hanging out. Has to avoid the bump. He does. Good challenge. Although Skiller's gonna be at his home in the midfield. But Central, big boom. Although Aidenator there for the touch. And what a touch on the rotation. Cutting that off. And somehow just everything's working for Bash Bros. They're so awkward, yet it works. And everyone flying at the ball. How do you read it? And you would hope Simplify Pink can counter. But a lot of time ticking away. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Bromank applying the pressure. Big blast to the other side. Aidenator hanging out though. He doesn't challenge and almost results in a goal. Where am I going on vacation? California. But under a minute to go. And somehow Broman keeps it out. Zulu, who's had those slow rollers, or somehow finds a way to score when everything's tangled in front of net. But can't get that one to fall. Now Nox trying to collect. A good touch from Central. And that's gonna be bouncing around. I don't know if Aidenator forgot to recharge his batteries or something. They might be down, but he's back. Maybe it was a cyclical moment. It's all part of the plan, and Aidenator gonna get credit for that goal. What a touch, hanging out. As 4-1 Bash Bros. You can say they are gonna take this game 5, although Central doesn't like that very much. So now down by 2. Are we looking for a little more magic? Central again. And almost more pressure applied. Definitely tested to the very end, but what a series. Back and forth, but finally resulted in a game 5 win to prove who wins. Who takes the series comes down to that game 5. And if you voted for Bash Bros, you are correct. Although I gotta say, it was not very much in their favor. So if you voted for Bash Bros, you got some points coming your way. I was screaming a lot. Were you injured? But I must say, thank you both Bash Bros and Simplified Pink allowing me to cast tonight. Of course, appreciate all the support in chat. Whether you lurked, followed, chatted, or any combination of such. Thank you so much for being present, hanging out. I appreciate it very much. So, big credit to Bash Bros for taking the victory. They almost threw, but they recovered game 5. Simplify Pink definitely didn't make it easy. They brought it back to game 5, almost taking it. But that is going to do it for this cast. Of course, like I said, I'll put it on YouTube for anybody who wants to watch the VOD again. But as for this one, that's going to do it. And thank you again for supporting. All right, we're into this. We're recording. Let's pause the music. We're a little sluggish here. But we will have this recording on YouTube for anybody to watch back, of course. But welcome in as Rivalry Tier 4 for the 2v2 circuit. And we're at week number 2. And something cool that Rivalry does is the Swiss format. You may have seen it in Royalty, but basically it pits you against evenly matched teams, or at least record wise. And what a save from Chaotic. We surely thought that was in, but yeah, please correct me. We're gonna go with captain. It has to be him because I think Drip was in and then he left, so that is what we're going with. And Spartan chalked in blue, as you can see. Ronan in orange. This is SP Ronan, we must add. But Caleb collecting, doesn't need the boost, but buy one. Trying to make it awkward, but Phoenix, enough of a touch. And Chaotic passing, and what a shot. Caleb put it through, and I don't envy that position. It's a decent pass. You kind of have to play it soft, though. You can see Caleb, you know, little hesitant because he is second man, and second man and twos obviously is the last man. But he gets enough of it while protecting it, and he adds another one on the long drill. And Spartan chalked up by 2. We'll remove that bottom layer there. Captain wide. Now Phoenix gonna trap it from the corner. A nice pop too, and bumping coming out. This could just fall through, and Chaotic, another save. Chaotic being tested in this game, but really coming through with those saves. Bouncing around a little too much. That was an open chance. Caleb trying to turn around on this, but bumped a little bit awkwardly. And Chaotic just stat padding at this point. Well, he's got at least 3 saves. But halftime is here. 2-goal lead. Not a crazy amount. Certainly something that they could come back from in Ronan. And not gonna let that 3rd goal come through. What a shot. Captain takes to the air and looking dangerous, and Ronan definitely need more of that. But slight touch, good control in the air. And cut the lead by 1, but how devastating. A kickoff goal, and then you're just right back where you started. And that whole effort and nice play somewhat negated as lead by 2. Caleb trying to force a bump demo out of position. But that's popped high, and Phoenix sensing it, but that's not going to move forward, and much to Chaotic's blessing, he's able to get it out of the way. Although Caleb, very awkward, and Captain gets another goal, and definitely we got eyes on him as some offense coming through, back-to-back goals for him as far as Ronan scores. Captain Demo might have another, but that's gonna be wide. And now a chance for a counterattack. We're getting closer to the end of this one. 1 minute to go. And there's Phoenix pressing forward, applying some pressure. That's going to fall to Captain, but it gets deleted, and smart play take him off the field. But still staying in Spartan Chalk's side. Chaotic 50'd out. Caleb gonna take his time, although Ronan doing a good job of making Caleb awkward. But back and forth battle. You know, this next goal is pivotal. Caleb with the save. Chaotic following, but a little bit awkward, although does a great job continuing, taking more time off the clock. Phoenix pushing it down, could be the last ditch effort, and Spartan Chalk take it as it goes down to the end. Take game number 1, but only a 1 goal lead to prevail. So we're going to Forbidden Temple, game 2. And we're gonna see if Ronan bounce back. Certainly there's some things that can be adjusted. What rank is this? No, Sleepy out here asking the tough questions. It is GC1 minus C3 plus C2 minus D1. And then you add 5. And that is your answer. So I hope you got all that. I hope you calculated and that satisfies your question. But game 2 is here. Captain gonna continue to challenge, and that play back and forth continuing, but this could be an open net. Caleb a little bit awkward, waiting for this touch, and too strong. And you can see it went past him. He had a little bit of time to get further into the goal, but not knowing what to expect. So M's rank. M, what rank are you right now? Caleb with the pop. Chaotic has a 1v1 chance. And let's not forget, Ronan up by 1. Had that long, clear, long open net. As Spartan Chalk trying to get on the board. But so far, solid performance from Ronan. Solid defense, challenging everything. And Chalk still looking for an offensive setup. Chaotic booming it down, almost getting a crazy angle. Now Captain 50, but good closeout from Chaotic. And Caleb just playing free play at this point. Getting a few wild touches, but getting deleted. And that 1-goal lead locked in by Ronan, although demo, a good closeout from Chaotic, and we're seeing a lot of demos from Ronan. Gotta respect it. And Caleb taking his time, goes for the pass as he ran out of boost. But this one's gonna be awkward to deal with. Captain there to boom it down. That's just over. And in front of net, great pass. Phoenix waiting in the wings. And Ronan up by 2. MJ said Bleb. Bleb with a heart. Or, I mean, a rose. I don't know what we'd even call that. The rose is like hanging down. But in front of net, Phoenix gonna capitalize, and he can do this all day. He'll just wait and will be rewarded. But awkward play from Spartan Chalks. Damn.
This is job.
It got cut off. What happens if I rapid press it?
This is job.
That's the Caleb. Too high of a pop. And an interesting game for them. They're in an awkward spot. They have not scored yet. Down by 3. Definitely shakes their momentum and confidence. And certainly they're going to be hunting for at least 1 to close out this game. Caleb to Chaotic. Can't turn on this, and once again, we'll shout out Ronan and their solid defense. They're just comfortable on defense, set in place, and capitalizing off the mistakes, and you see another there. Defense died. This is game 2 though. Are you saying it's going to die again? Or are you saying go next? Chaotic denied again, Captain there. My son, MJ on YouTube said Bleb. Don't blame me. But Phoenix, what a play. Somehow gets that demo too. And Ronan looking dangerous. We did not see this in game 1. But have been playing patient, challenging correctly, playing solid defense, and capitalizing. And meanwhile, Spartan Chalk have to get better looks at the net. They had 9 shots, no goals. So, once again, either not good enough shots or just better defense, but either way, Spartan Chalk have a lot to work on after that one, as we are tied up in the series, and definitely makes this game 3 interesting. But here we go, game 3. And who gets the quick start? Very important, and that is a shot, but Chaotic is there for the save. However, what a touch. Captain sends it right back. And Phoenix gonna rip one. Chaotic was there, but quick turnaround. And Ronin continuing in their ways. Captain moving forward. Phoenix getting a demo. Caleb having to clear by himself. But Chaotic had to keep that close wise to shut that down. Not wanting to pop it in front of net. And Caleb, what a fake. Can he get there? And insane touch on the retreat. Ronin keep it out yet again. And avoiding the bump. Caleb can't get a shot there. And Spartan Chalk need a solid possession. And they've haven't been able to use numbers in their favor as well. But Captain gets the demo. Looked like he wouldn't get the shot, but could at least lead the way. And those demos also playing a big role for Ronin. Definitely making life difficult for Spartan Chalks. And we always talk about demos shaking things up on the opponents, and also makes it easier to get shots in the net. It's not like you have to get those superb shots, but what a 50. Chaotic gets it through, and much needed for Spartan Chalks as they tie it up one apiece. But we're seeing a little kickoff action here, a little trickery, and almost results. It was a strong shot, but Caleb, the save, trying to bring it all the way back, save into a shot and score. But Caleb, enough of a touch, and off the top, and to the wide side where Chaotic's tracking it down. But Ronin setting up. But Caleb moving forward. Does he have an open net? Unfortunately, it stays in the corner. But Chaotic ripping it quick. That's actually in. Thought that might be saved, but Chaotic shooting it quick, trying to catch the defense off guard. And Spartan Chalks up by 1 as Chaotic coming alive on offense. Captain can't get a touch there, though. It's got Phoenix ready. And smart play from Chaotic, keeping it wide, not bringing it in front of net, and dribbling around. And also avoiding the demos. You see Phoenix hunting constantly. Definitely someone you gotta watch out for on the field. But Chaotic, enough of a touch to prevent that double. Caleb cutting off. And that's gonna be a pass. And what a pass. And Chaotic finishes it off. Almost bounced out. But you love that play from Caleb. A little light touch to the mid as you give it up. But Chaotic almost getting the dunk in. And things working well for Spartan Chalks in this one. They've also played a little more solid, although give it up, and you definitely don't want to give it up to Phoenix in front of net. He's shown time and time again he will put it through. And only a 1 score difference. This is a chance for Phoenix, but chipped out. Now Caleb has to venture back. Gets the boost and a touch, but Phoenix there applying the pressure. And Phoenix coming alive when Ronan need him. Uh, 3-3 in this one. 45 seconds left. We could see the final score to close this out before OT. Although Phoenix trying to put one on himself and tactical fake, of course. Now Caleb, he's got low boost. Good possession though. Not giving it up. All right, Captain. 50. 10 seconds left. How aggressive do you get here? Although now Phoenix has possession. Caleb just playing it smart. Although that's on target. Chaotic is there for the save. And valiant effort from Ronan. Although it's not over yet. Phoenix trying to sneak one in. But OT, game 3. Could go either way. Could go a kickoff. But Phoenix hunting. And that's a good clear. Caleb has an extra touch. Phoenix able to get there. And Caleb can't trip up Phoenix. And you're looking for that demo. It could be the difference maker, especially in OT. Chaotic in an awkward spot. He's going all the way back. Although Ronan pushed back a little, so he had time. But here's a possession chance. A fake in front of net and bouncing out. Now, Captain waiting for that demo. And smart play, keeping it close. But almost a demo coming on the other side. We're seeing strategy come out, demos, and you know, Phoenix hunting again. But that's a strong touch. Caleb, big 50, can he get there? And that's gonna roll to the wide side, much to Ronan's favor. And now Chaotic has to turn this one. Gets bumped off. Big demo, but Chaotic lands. And you just never know when this will result in a goal. So dangerous. Going against Ronan. Having to wonder if there's a demo coming through. Makes you second guess. But in a way, Spartan Chalk, they know it's coming. It's not surprising. Captain almost put it through, almost ended it. And Caleb can't get a touch there. But he's given time. Although, Phoenix, strong touch. And that's going to fall through. And Phoenix, just those demos, devastating. Also, strong shot. And Ronan take it in OT. They're up 2-1 in the series. And lag. That is super unfortunate timing. But here we are, game 4. Do or die for Spartan Chalk, trying to bring it to game 5. Can't afford any more losses. Ronan trying to close it out, and they've been playing solid And the recipe for success has proven to be a winner. And they faltered on game 1, but since then bounced back with 2 game wins. And Phoenix can't get a touch, almost delaying the defense. All right, going to the other side. Big beat from Captain, though Chaotic taking his time and contending with both opposing players in the way. And Chaotic almost gets that demo, might have been clear. But we're seeing Chaotic against Phoenix in a demo fest. But surprisingly, Spartan Chalk's not able to capitalize on those overcommitted demos or demo attempts. And big 50 in front of net. Caleb, strong touch away. And Phoenix kind of pushing it to the side. And you know, Caleb's wondering if he's gonna get demoed from behind. Chaotic 50'd by Phoenix. Caleb, big beat. That should be in front of net. Maybe too much of a touch. No, Chaotic has it. Big beat from Caleb. Setting up the offensive possession. And they can maybe get there with a kickoff, but that's not going to do it. And now Captain trying to force the issue. But low scoring affair. We're at halftime. Big touch from Captain. But he's in a little bit of trouble. That's on target. And we kind of saw that coming. You're trying to keep it away from one player, but Phoenix, good job separating the ball and the opponent. And just that second is enough. Captain strikes through. Chaotic wide, and Phoenix somehow is getting that touch, keeping it deadlocked. Chaotic booming it, trying to get that boom into the net. Didn't have enough height though. And you can talk about how closely matched these teams are with similar styles as well. You got mechanical players and demo players, and Caleb also reminding us that he can demo as well. Smart play from him, and gets another offensive setup as Spartan Chalked take a 1-goal lead. Can they hold it, bring it into game 5, or will Ronin bounce back? And you certainly can't sleep on Ronin. They did come from behind in the previous one. But there's a chance, and Chaotic, you can see him widely try to cover. He gave up possession, but has to respect Captain and his shooting ability. But Chaotic in a tough spot. That has Caleb and Phoenix waiting at the midfield. 50'd out. Captain should get a possession here, but that one's given up, and Caleb, easy save. However, strong touch from Phoenix. And see those demo attempts, they definitely wouldn't work if Phoenix didn't trust his teammate. Caleb just buying time here. 50 more time coming out. Chaotic hunting that one down. And we have a game 5. We haven't seen a game 5 in a while. So you know what that means. We're going to Champions Field. This is for the series. All the marbles. Comes down to one game now. And you also know it is important to score first. But that is almost through. Chaotic with the save. Thought that one was in, and Caleb going for a risky touch. Although it bounces and Phoenix able to capitalize. And Caleb a little bit delayed there. You respect the attempt, but tough spot. And do you think he could have jumped down and recovered? But that's a tough decision in hindsight. And what a clear moving. His captain puts the counter, beats 2, and Ronan have an early start. Gonna ask for a better start from them into game 5. And there's a strong shot from Phoenix, who definitely knows how to put some power on. And it's run chalk down by 3. Definitely a tough spot to be in. Although the good news, it's still early in the game, plenty of time left. But they need a spark of life. And they're also getting beat on these counters. And Chaotic having his boost taken. Caleb gonna have to do it himself. But Captain there with the save. And Caleb flip reset, going nowhere. Alright, there's Phoenix, but stuffed out. Chaotic senses it. And trying to get one on. But Captain just enough to keep it out. And we got 2 players in front of net. Tough shooting spot. But Phoenix just pushing forward, and he's got 3 goals in this one, stepping up in a big way. And up by 4. Ronan really cruising, bringing it at the perfect moment. Seeing it getting a little chippy. Can they get the bump demo? Caleb putting it through, and there you go, having a 2v1, taking full advantage. Strong clear. Phoenix gonna try and track this down, and almost a chance for another one. But we're getting close to halftime, and strong cut from Phoenix, almost getting a demo as well. They're playing upfield and more possession to them. That's gonna bounce just wide. Phoenix able to track it down. There's Phoenix and bumps his own teammate. How unfortunate. Demo heavy does have a drawback. Just see red. Caleb to the air. Does he have a double? And that's going to bounce around. And strong. Well, not a strong shot, but a very clutch shot from Chaotic. As you can see, just the right touch. Not an easy one to make. And down by 2. It's not over, but definitely a big hill to climb for Spartan Chalks. Chaotic sensing the demo coming through. But certainly the number advantage is key in this one. This might be a chance, but low shot. And Captain able to get that. That's on target. Chaotic with the save. And tactical fake. Can they get the number advantage? And certainly you gotta break through that defense. And it's been a game of bumps and demos. And 40 seconds left. Ronan doing such a good job keeping it away, taking time off the clock. Chaotic getting bumped, and does this lead to a goal? No. Phoenix pushing it down, and more time ticking away. Caleb needs something right here, right now. That's going to bounce around. And Captain strong clear. 3 seconds left. And Ronan, just a solid performance overall. So tough to face. And give credit to Ronan for their victory here today. They had a game plan and it worked well. I appreciate the love, of course. So with that, if you voted Ronan, you are correct. And congrats with your channel points. Give credit to Ronan for their Game 5 victory here today in the 2v2 circuit. And as always, we will thank everyone who tuned in, watched, voted, supported. Always appreciated. But that's going to do it for this cast. I will upload it onto YouTube if any of the players or anybody else wants to watch it back. But thanks again for tuning into this one. Bell said, wait, I'm missing Vanguard. Well, you're still in. You still got plenty of time. We are just starting game 2.